are far away, and they forgot about us. They don't bother to search or have contact, whatever. Yeah. So then he asked me, okay, where would you like to come to move in USA? Because they were supposed to prepare everything, the airplane ticket, and provide me housing and everything. And I said, well, if I were to come to USA, I would like to live in Alaska. And the guy went crazy. He thought like I'm joking, because
Hmm.
he said, dude, from you have no idea how lucky you are. Like hundreds of millions of people from China, they apply for this visa lottery. You have won. You don't realize how lucky you are, and you just want to go in that state, where yeah, like out of all the USA places, California, Florida, blah blah. Uh, you want to go to Alaska where it's cold and people work hard in the forest and stuff like that. And I told him, but come on, man. Most of the people in Alaska are very rich people. So when you work for them, of course, they will pay you much better than anywhere in USA.
Well, I
And
mean, you can
yeah,
always leave Alaska too if it's not if you want to go somewhere else. I don't know why.
yeah. And yeah, it was funny. Then he asked me to send a passport picture for the visa. And I told him, well, that passport picture, it cost me about $2, to make it. And that means I have to quit smoking for one day. I have to buy that picture instead of buying cigarettes. And I said, that's a no-no. I mean, I have to smoke every day, so I'm not gonna take away the cigarettes from my mouth. And he was like, dude, you have no idea what you're losing. Yeah,
Um,
but
Is that
it
did
just,
you? But you just didn't want to go, or was that actually the reason why?
well, I hacked this lottery, so I made myself the winner. And I was having the impression that now the FBI is willing to set up everything so that I come to USA, and then they will charge me with all these files and stuff. But I knew for a fact that they don't have these logs because I deleted everything. So yeah, there was no trace or direct evidence that I did what I
How did
did.
you achieve that?
Well, it was a lottery. It's a computer system, which on a certain day it picks a winner, from a database. And yeah, I just programmed that I will be picked.
Get was number one hacker in all of Romania.
Yeah, not
I don't,
number one, but very good, man. I mean, uh, there were armies of hackers in Romania, and the best hackers, they were working for the richest guy in Romania. This is a man who owns a photo model in agency, and he's sending Romanian photo models to these Gucci, Armani, fashion TV. Those models, all those models that you see on fashion TV and are Romanian models, those are his girls, from this guy. And um, he was having this army of hackers working for him, and yeah, they were doing a lot of dodgy stuff. And in those times there was a fashion that young hackers were going to computer clubs. We have like internet cafe, you know. And I was going to these clubs where vast majority of these hackers were coming, and I put Trojan keyloggers on all the computers, and I was getting all their stuff. So yeah, and it was thousands of them, in Bucharest. I went into like 50 internet cafes, and all of them I virused. I put keyloggers on all the computers, and all these people now, when they come and log in and join, they access their stuff. I can see all their emails, all the root servers they are hacking, all their exploits, all their rootkits, everything to my hand. All the scam web pages like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, whatever, you name it. um, yeah, so it was crazy.
You ever heard of Let Me Rule? Yippee,
Who?
Let Me Rule. Let Me Rule.
Uh, on Undernet server, it sounds familiar
Yeah,
to
it's an
me.
old school Trojan.
Uh-huh. Ah, yeah, but the guy, um,
You like
yeah,
it was a neat Trojan. You could instruct the fans of the computer to spin the
yeah.
opposite direction, and
Mhm.
you could open and close somebody's CD-ROM drive. You
Yeah,
could
yeah, yeah. But
post messages
it
on their
can give
screen.
you a lot more access to much more things,
Yeah.
but you have to actually look into that program because, yeah, you get admin and root access
Hmm.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this was for Windows, something very much
Yeah.
like Spy Tector. Spy Tector was also some sort of a keylogger. Um, but the nice part of it is it was making you a file, like 100 kilobytes, pretty small. And now you use this file, it's a executable, and you can bind it with a program installation, or anything you find on internet, a program to install, like Adobe Photoshop or whatever, AutoCAD, any program or game, you know, you bind
Hmm.
it to the exe.exe file. And when this person now downloads this program and installs it, yeah, is actually installing this Trojan.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you were paying like $100 a month to Spy Tector, uh, they were ensuring you that your signature will never be in Norton's or Bitdefender, any antivirus database.
Mm,
So the signature is not known, so no antivirus can detect it. So
that's
when you
called
download that,
corruption.
yeah, The trick is, I know how you have to do, but yeah, for me now it's like 15 years, almost 20 years since I haven't worked with it. you know,
Cool.
yeah. But I was using this one because it was very comfortable for me, and I was not even paying for the service. There were hackers which I hacked, and um, they were using, like, really buying this program, and I just took it from them. So, yeah.
All right. So we have To the Moon and Back. You may say hello to the moon and back.
To the moon and back.
Hi.
Hello. So, do you believe in the moon landing?
No.
No, he's not talking to you, Parker.
The other guy, yeah, to the moon
To the
and
moon
back.
and back.
Yeah.
To the moon and back. Do you believe in the moon
To
landing?
do you believe in the moon landing?
Yeah, do you believe the moon landing is real? Was real?
Was it real, dude? Why do you care if
Yeah.
I believe, bro?
Yeah, like, do you
It's an
believe that
icebreaker, the conversation starter.
those guys really went, landed on a spinning dry ball, and they were walking on it, on a spinning ball? Experiencing 1/6 of Earth's gravity?
What a riveting conversation, I tell you.
Yeah.
It's kind of like one way, though.
Yeah, I'm being facetious again. Why join a server and why join a voice chat if you're not going to interact? Well, only to
Listen in.
listen. And that is what I will give you. Listening pass. There you go.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, but when you use such a name, for yourself, pseudonym, to the moon and back, and you come in a flat Earth server, how can you expect not to be approached by by us, the flat earthers? I mean, his name is very provocative to us.
Yeah. It's a silly, provocative name, yeah.
Yeah.
69798. I have not had a conversation with test subject here.
Yeah.
I did. I did that, Platt. You don't. Consent is not required. Well, you had PAT, so I changed it to PLAT.
Can you tell me why you did that?
Yeah, because of the word flat. It's called a play
What's your
on
name?
words.
What's your name?
Gospel bearer.
If I change your name to Clown without your consent,
Are you offended by
we
the word flat?
no.
Okay.
I just want my real name. What's your real name? Do you want someone to change your name without your consent?
Vlad, can I suggest you something? This is good example. You go now and make your server and call it whatever you want, and then you call the gospel to come on your server, and then you change gospel name whatever you want. Can you do that?
Why would I do that?
That's a
That
fine
your
question.
that your satisfaction will be done.
Here, you
You
want
think
your
it's
name to
a good
match
way
your.
to make people understand?
You want your name to match. Pat, you want it. Glad you're hot micing. Do you want it to be SLAPTH?
Yes.
Okay. You came in here with Pat 92. Nobody made that up, right? You came in here with
Why
PAT
did
92.
you make it flat?
Huh?
So why adding a L?
I added the L because you're a Frenchman, and I was playing with the words because you had PAT. I added the L because of the word flat en français.
Because we are on the flat earth server 24/7. Maybe it's a joke, maybe it's not a
Yes.
joke, looks nice, it look nice or whatever. It's not so offensive that can hurt you so much, is it? Or it
I
is?
accept it,
Oh.
but I can't change it.
I changed it, bud. Are you okay?
So you laugh, but it's definitive, so it's not funny.
C'était une blague.
You know, a joke, you do it 10 seconds, it's funny, and after that, it's not funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but in the sense, I remember that people were speaking with you, and in that moment, I was remembering you more like a flat 92 than now slapped, for example.
Yes, we got it. It was funny. No, it's not.
Okay.
You tell a joke,
Okay,
somebody
okay,
laugh,
great.
okay, you move on.
And now we
End of a
change the
joke.
name,
The
everything
end.
is okay, joke, it's past. Let's now be serious and let's find the curvature.
Do it
Yep.
yourself.
Do it yourself. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was Very modern. That was some modern behavior. The there's a
Did he
lot of
leave?
he left the VC. Yeah, there's a lot of offensive behavior.
I was offensive. Sorry.
Anyone here play chess?
Yeah,
What's your rating?
and mid 1100s.
Nice. How long you been playing?
I don't play much anymore, mostly because of other interests and how I use my time. But I guess I got started at like 11 or 12. I think around 11. Speaking of, I was just teaching my 10-year-old chess just a week or two ago. I mean, she's played other times, but like reteaching all the rules, all the setups, openings, that kind of teaching.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were way younger.
No, I've got three.
10-year-old.
Got three niños. Two niñas, one niño.
Gotta have one.
Apparently.
I'd much rather have boys than girl kids, you know.
I'm thankful for all my children.
Of course. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
As a man.
My son is the 12th 12th generation naturally born American. I am an 11th generation naturally born American.
Naturally Born Killer. That's a good movie.
I don't know about all that. I'm just saying my people have been here a long time.
Not much left to you guys.
Well,
They put you guys in fucking camps. Reservations, dude.
Well, I'm not talking about. No. My people came here in the late 1600s.
You can elaborate. Oh, I thought you were native.
No. 11th generation, not like 30th generation.
He said naturally born in America, not that he's a Native American. That's different.
Yeah. So some people are only like third generation Americans, fifth generation Americans. I know that I'm an 11th generation American.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
11 generations. That's like
Paternally. I'm only
most of the time,
referring to my
like 700 years. You know.
No. 30-ish, 20 to 30 years, right? Because people aren't usually having their next child at the age of 70. I mean, people have children in their 70s.
What?
But most of
No,
my
they don't have kids in their 70s, dude.
my No, that's untrue. My great grandfather was having
It's
children
an
when he was.
abnormality.
No. Okay, yeah, you can father a child, but you cannot. There's no mother that's having babies at 70.
I don't know about that, but my great grandfather was fathering children into 92 years old. So yeah, my
Well,
gr-
11th generation, that will be like 330 years ago.
yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
My people mostly had children in their 20s.
Yeah, but one generation is considered 33 years old. Every 33 years.
Yes, that's a
That's
rule of
one generation.
averages.
Yeah. So you will be anything between 200 and 300 years.
Yes,
Yeah.
they came. The first person in my paternal line came over sometime in the 1680s,
Yeah.
From where?
England.
So why do you say my people?
My
You're
paternal
American.
lineage.
Yeah, fathers, ancestors.
Yeah,
A lot of people do that where they say they're German, but they've been in America for like, their
yeah.
whole life.
Don't
Their
claim it.
grandparents are American. You know what I mean? It's like,
I don't claim England.
my people.
Well, I could say my people in regards to Shem and Japheth, but that's a little too far back.
Anyone here do anything cool?
Yeah, I'm staring at snowdrifts that are there's a 4-foot snowdrift just on the hood of my car. It's pretty absurd looking.
A snow drift?
Yeah,
What is that?
That's what you
that's what I do. I look at snowdrifts out my window.
do.
It's one of my skills in life.
Yeah, I kind of getting back into it this last winter. Got into getting back into snowboarding again, and I'm with my daughter who's 8, getting her into it also. And now we're as more of an off season training. We're skateboard. I'm 40 years old, starting to get on a skateboard again since.
It's a lot of
So,
fun, man. I'm glad you're doing it with her.
Am I stupid for saying don't be afraid of wearing wrist guards?
Oh, not at all. Do it.
I got myself a good set of pads. I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got really nice fancy wrist guards. Actually, these ones are cool because they're designed to work both with like for skateboarding and for snowboarding. You can take the plate off the palm so that gloves will fit over them.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. And they're the D30, like that foam that like on impact it gets strength, so it's flexible, but then on impact it stiffens up.
Oh, like Oobleck.
But I also got some of those the same like they're G form impact shorts where they have that D30 stuff also as like tailbone and hip protection.
Nice, man.
So,
you decked it out.
I don't. Yeah, I'm too fucking big to like fall hard.
I hear you, bro.
Well, don't ever say that now. There was a kid earlier. He asked. So when Gospel was talking about snowdrifts, he said, Did you say what's a snowdrift?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you, sir?
19 years young.
19. Okay. And I take it you live in a climate moderate place.
No, I've seen my fair bit of snow. I might know exactly what a snow drift is, but I can't associate anything to
No
the
one's
Okay,
ever
term.
used
you
that
know what
word.
a sand dune is?
Yeah.
Same thing, but with snow.
All right.
Yep, and it's on top of his car, which means it snowed like crazy. Right, Gospel?
Yeah, bro. It's like the hood of my car is taller than the roof of my car. It's really awkward looking.
I love it. And last thing before I go here is Lou. I'm excited that because I'm a skateboarder, snowboarder too, and I'm excited you are doing that with your daughter. That's amazing.
I'm not a fan
Yeah,
of
man.
ski sports. Man, I had such the first time when I went skiing on the mountain. Um, they gave me the ski, and I asked, okay, but how do you turn left and right? And they told me, well, you lean left or you lean right. Okay, so I put the skis in my feet, and I'm going downhill. In a couple of seconds, I was like 40 miles an hour speed, and I begin to feel like those shocks, every bump in the track, you
Yeah,
feel it very hard in your feet. And I start leaning left, nothing happens. I'm going full straight. I lean right, nothing happens. Still straight going. It doesn't work. I said, oh, these keys are broke. They, yeah. So,
the
and
skis are broke
then,
then, huh? Okay.
yeah, the direction, the steering,
Sure, the steering.
Yeah,
Yeah. The steering apparatus is
yeah.
malfunctioning on the skis.
So I started shouting at people, hey, make way, because I'm coming fast, like, and still accelerating downhill, going in a straight line. And I was, I felt my heart beating, the adrenaline and everything, because, yeah, I saw that there's no way slowing down, I tried with those things you hold in your hand, like put on the ground and hook myself on the ground, but no way. They are no use, useless. They cannot break you.
French
And
fries and pizza, right?
yeah, and I saw down. It was fog, and I saw like shades of trees, and I was so afraid, man, if I go with 60 miles an hour into a tree in that fog, I'm not going to see the tree, but even if I see it, I can't steer left or right.
Little
So
Christopher Reeves
straight in
action.
the tree. Yeah, and then I throw myself on the side, and wow. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
man, it's
twisted
funny.
my
When I
leg.
was a kid learning how to ski, I always thought fries were like an appetizer and pizza was the main dish. Fries appetizer, pizza main dish. So I was always
Yeah,
like, wait, how do you graduate from pizza slices to
yeah.
the
Uh,
fries? You're supposed to have fries first. But when you're skiing, you do pizzas first, slow down, right? And
yeah.
then once you get that down good, you start slowing down like a big boy and a big girl with French fries.
Yeah.
And then you can do moguls and all kinds of shit. But yeah, pizza and French fries. That's how you learn how to ski.
Well, I don't know. They showed me like you have to push your legs and make the skis like in a V shape.
A V shape. That's
And
the slice of pizza, right? The V shape.
yeah,
If
yeah. But
if you've ever done
that
ice
didn't
skating,
work out. I mean, I depart my legs, and I was like going straight, like Jean-Claude Van
That's how you
Damme
slow
spagat.
down with the pizza.
You
That's
know?
how you slow down. I'm
Yeah,
sure you
but
got it. Yeah.
it didn't work. They were still straight,
Skiing
the
is
skis.
tough to get used to at first. Once you got it, you
Yeah.
got it, I think. But yeah,
if
as a
you've
kid, I was frustrated.
if you've ever done ice skating, like played hockey or anything, it comes pretty naturally though. Like I as a kid, played hockey and stuff. And when I got on skis, it was just instant. I took off, like was racing everybody to the bottom. Took a jump the first time down.
Well,
Like it was
I
too
can
simple.
understand.
That's
I
why I went over to snowboarding. I think.
Yeah, I can understand rollerblade and ice skating. I'm good with that, very good. But skiing, no way. And yeah, I had my foot, the knee and ankle dislocated. I didn't broke anything, but dislocated, and 2 weeks I had to stay with my foot in
Yeah, if you cross your tips,
immobilized.
you can get into some
Yeah,
trouble, especially if bindings are too tight. But
yeah.
yeah, you don't have that problem with snowboards.
Mm. And oh yeah, before I went downhill with the skis, they told me like, look, when you're standing still, you lean on a side, and they were like showing me how to move the skis. But yeah, I didn't figure it out how to do that. And when I was leaning left or right, the ski was coming off of my boot. And I said, well, this clipper here, holder, is broke. I mean, my foot comes loose. If they come loose from my feet, then what? I'm gonna slide on my boots. That's crazy. You can't. At that speed, you're gonna fall. So I tightened that holding system, and they were stuck to my boots. Like the skis, they couldn't come off anymore. And that was a bad thing, uh, which they didn't tell me, because when you fall, the skis have to come off your feet when you twist your foot on the ski too hard. If they don't come off, then they break your legs. Yeah, when you fall.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that's neat. Kind of old school, right,
Like
Lou?
the skateboard, the
Yeah,
skateboard.
yeah.
It's yeah, it's a kind of a rare one. I searched around hard to find something like this. It's a cruiser board, so it's got the bigger wheels, like longboard wheels,
Mm-hmm.
trucks, but then it's got like the double kick. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's pretty unique. It's pretty unique, and I like the wood grain and kind of like old school, like I don't know, almost like '70s looking paint job on the bottom.
For
Like,
sure.
uh,
Good, decent grip.
oh, it's got these wheels are because they're like the longboard wheels. Yeah, they got great grip. They're soft and smooth,
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah, I see the divots in the bottom of the board for turning.
Yeah, I can get a lot of I can really lean into this thing. There's some small risers on there too, and I still get a little bit of a wheel bite actually. I could probably go with taller risers. Um, but that's kind of yeah for like carving hard into turns and stuff like that. Um, which that's kind of more like I said, it's more for like snowboard practice. So that's kind of why I like this cruiser
Yeah,
idea.
that makes sense.
But it was important though for that to have the double kick, and I really, like I said, I couldn't find one with the nose um, kick up like that. So like, but I want that so I can practice doing butters and things like that, which is just whatever, like doing 180s and 360s and stuff, and kind of hard
Gotcha.
to do that without a kick on the nose.
That grip is brutal. Oh man, so much snow.
I'm not that big.
You got plenty of time.
Oh shit. But yeah, so my daughter's first day when she got her board this last weekend, we spent like 2 hours on the parking lot, in the parking lot at the park across the street, just flatland stuff, get used to it. And she was, I was like, well, we've been out here for a while. Are you about ready to go home? She's like, yeah, let's go home. We made it like 15, 20 yards from where we were when she said that. And she goes, actually, I want to go to the skate park. I'm like, all right, let's go to the skate park. So we went to the skate park, and literally her first day, she was already dropping in on some small ramps and stuff. Like,
Wow, yeah.
and I was doing it on this thing too, which is not what I ever intended. I wasn't going to take it to the skate park, but my daughter's making me.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
Yeah, you can't really tell also gospel, but this board, uh, I mean, you can kind of tell, but it's got a lot of convexity to it, or like it's like a canoe. It's got a round bottom,
Oh,
basically.
okay, yeah. And what does that help?
Well, one that raises your edges a little bit, so again, you have more room for your wheels
Okay.
turning, and then it gives you an angle so that when you are leaning like that, that you have more of a flatter angle with your foot. as you apply the
Makes sense.
pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. I'm laughing because someone could hypothetically, if they were just stupid enough, they could misconstrue what you just said to mean that curved is flat. Only because you said the two words in the same sentence, basically.
Yeah. Let's just let the Globers come up with that genius.
Oh my gosh, my car. I'm just not exactly dreading, but I'm not looking forward to the amount of snow moving that I'm going to have to do. Some people would be like, "You're supposed to do it along the way." Yeah, yeah. How about you do it along the way when the winds are 50 miles an hour? How about you do it along the way? Tell me to do it along the way. It's so futile. You can't mid blizzard do it. Like the street plows have not been out yet. All the roads are shut down. We are we are in a special position.
So it's still snowing.
Yeah, yeah, like even more right now than it has been. It's coming down pretty good. But the wind is reducing. Like we're only getting like 45-mile-an-hour gusts right now, so that's better than it
Yeah.
was. We were up to 70-mile gusts like 2 days ago, which is like really bad.
We've got the wind here too. We've got a wind advisory all day today.
Ta-da. I can't tell who joined. No, Level waterometer is back. This guy. Hey, welcome back, level water.
So you guys have any measurements of the flat Earth yet? Hello?
Yeah, what kind of measurement are you looking for?
I don't know. You guys keep on saying that the Earth measures flat, yet I haven't heard anyone actually measure it.
Yeah, how do you measure flat exactly?
Well, that's what I ask. And you guys name me level waterometer because I ask you how you measure flat.
I remember you. Didn't we already cover the fact that what we're really doing here is trying to falsify your model?
I thought you were trying to prove the flat Earth. So you guys are not flat Earthers, you're
the
globe
flat Earth
deniers.
is pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not afraid to say that.
Okay.
We've already been over this conversation, like almost word for word.
Well, I'm looking for proof of the flat Earth. I mean, you guys say the Earth is flat, and I'm looking for proof.
But so like this is Whitsitt used to be saying this a lot. Like, if there is no curvature anywhere, then what is it?
I don't know. You should have some measurements to tell you, but you
do you really
don't.
not know? Do you really not know?
I not know. I mean,
okay,
I'm
look
looking
up
for
the
measurements.
hold on. Look up the antonym for curved.
Oh, so you think because you can prove what
No. Look up the antonym
so if
for
my car is
curved.
So if my car is not white, it's
Do I
black.
need to do it for you? Do I need to
That's
do
a
it for
false
you?
dichotomy.
If
You
my
don't
car is
understand.
not white, it's black, right? Because that's the antonym.
No, that's a false dichotomy. There are more options than
No,
white and black.
exactly, it's the same. There's
No,
more
it's
options
not.
than.
There aren't more options.
So the
than
answer
flat.
is
there are
you
more
do.
options for the globe.
No, there aren't. It's either flat or it's curved.
Well, so
That's
my
a true
car is not
dichotomy.
white, therefore it's black. Got it. Thank you.
No, that's not a dichotomy because there are other colors than white and black. There aren't
Well,
other
there's other
options
shapes other
besides
than
flat.
flat and.
Okay,
and sphere, aren't there?
hold on. Because here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Okay, because I did your homework for you. I look up. Look, this is amazing. I look up. This is really amazing, actually. Look up synonyms for curved, and it gives me this massive list. I look up the antonym for curved. Oh my gosh! It only gives me one word.
What debate? What are you guys posting?
It's in Livestream voice text.
Live.
I did your homework for you.
I don't think I can see it.
So Blue.
Okay, no, he's right. He's right. Hold on. I'll go VC verify so you can get view of the. So now click on Livestream voice text.
Thank you.
He has said something wrong.
Yeah. Hold on. So do you see the Livestream voice text now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I posted synonyms for curved, and then the exclusive solitary antonym for curved.
I'm getting straight, actually.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So what does straight mean?
The opposite of curved. Well, there's more than one word, though.
Straight is more than one word?
Well, there's.
I provided the synonyms for curved, and then I provided the singular solitary antonym for curved. So you tried to provide a false.
I don't know. Here,
You provided a terrible example by saying white. The opposite of white is black, or whatever. That's not appropriate. There is only one antonym for curved.
Interesting. This one came up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Let's see.
Okay, what are these other antonyms for curved?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Can you read them?
These? 10, what are they?
Oh, you can read them right there. I just posted.
He just posted.
You didn't post.
Opposite of having a curve.
Straight away, level, even, erect, upright, aligned, square, true, symmetrical, flat, inline, straight backed, symmetrically, unbent, unbowed. Okay, that's very nice.
Yeah, it's more than one, isn't it?
I don't think any of those are antonyms, are they?
Dude, you're arguing against us because we didn't name 11 other fucking things that said the same thing.
He said there was one opposite, just a singular.
Are any of those?
But you just proved yourself wrong 11 more times.
No, not really. Not really. Well, I said
Okay,
you said
one.
but you said there's
Pick
a
one.
singular.
Well. Can I now or no? So when you gave the example of different colors, like obviously that's not a true dichotomy, red and black.
Well, neither is yours.
Also, curved or spherical and flat is also not a dichotomy because flat is not a shape. Curved is not a shape either. They're both aspects of a shape.
Gotcha.
Adjectives, not nouns.
So your whole argument against the flat Earth is semantics.
No.
That's what you're playing so far. You've done nothing but semantic games.
It's not semantics.
Earth measures flat. Or at least it measures not to be curving anyway.
I've been asking for evidence of the flat Earth, and so far all you've done is play semantics with me.
Well, we falsified the globe.
Measures flat, straight away. Most of those antonyms that you posted there will qualify as what we're talking about when we say how it's measured. Like when we have a straight line of sight to something that has no obstruction in between. Like I'm at point A, there's point B, and somewhere in between, there's calculated to be curvature. Except there actually is none because I'm looking straight away from A to B and can see what's at B. Because there's a straight line of sight.
The initial claim for clarification was that something that isn't curved could be a number of different things. And the point that I was making is it the opposite of curved, or something that is not curved can only be one thing. That one thing has synonyms, but it can only be one thing. It is dichotomous.
Yeah, it's almost like you want to take us down a semantics rabbit hole yourself, my friend.
You guys are playing semantics. I've asked for evidence of the flat Earth, and so far all I've gotten is semantics.
Okay, so here's the evidence for the flat Earth. It's outside your window. When did you go and measure for the curvature that you defend?
I'm not asking for.
Why don't we just give him? Why don't we just give him?
Oh, the black swan. Oh God.
Why don't we? Why would I have to give you the? Why would I have to give you the black swan? Why are you an asshole? What?
No,
stop. Hold on. Time out. Let me moderate for a second. Why are you here? What do you want from us?
I'm here for proof of the flat Earth, please.
So what do you want from us?
I want
proof of the flat Earth.
Yeah, proof of the flat Earth.
Okay, so if I give you the black swan, what's your opposition to it? What's your opposition to it?
Well, it's been debunked. Other than that, not much.
Well, how has a logical syllogism been debunked? The logical syllogism that includes your initial claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah,
Tell me how it's debunked specifically.
That's right. And where's your debunked?
That's done by Mr. Logic himself, QE, right? So
where's your debunked data?
Yo, Glad.
He muted. Go ahead.
Are you going to answer the question or what? Or are you just going to keep mumbling QE's name?
Daddy?
So are you going to answer the question or no?
So hold on a second. Wait a minute. Is that mass?
Are you going to answer the question or no?
So wait a minute. I'm looking at this mass and it looks like a piece of spaghetti.
Are you going to answer the question or no?
You're basically on the flat Earth is a highly.
Are you going to answer the question or no?
Your proof of the flat Earth is a highly distorted picture.
Yo,
is that true?
Can you mute him?
Yeah. You mute me because I'm asking.
I asked him a question. I said, "What's wrong with the logical syllogism that include?" Okay.
Because the answer is no. He's been here before. He doesn't.
Like,
Well,
because
he answered a
that's the
question.
lowest level of, just real quick, for people that want to engage in that behavior and mirror it. That's the whole purpose that they do it. So you can get into a back and forth shouting match instead of saying, hey, it's kind of silly that you aren't answering a question that's very simple. It is a logical syllogism. It does include your initial premise. So what's the problem with it exactly? Now, I'm not going to get into no shouting match. I asked a perfectly reasonable question. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, Elijah, I would like to point out something that he answered your question with a question, which is completely rude and non-responsive. Worse than non-responsive. It indicates that you're not going to have a discussion with him. Period.
Well, every time he jumps in, you can hear the hostility immediately in his voice. You know it's not going to be.
I would call it sanctimonious. Sanctimonious.
Because they don't want us to point out how absurd. And I wish AI. I mean, because he's the one that shared this sentiment. They try to make us look absurd to hide the fact that the tenets of the globe are absolutely absurd. They don't want us to talk about it. They'd rather us argue and look like chickens with our heads cut off instead of actually getting into the actual information. The information that comes from them, by the way.
Well, I think it's important that the audience realize that person was unreasonable. So I think you remember back in the day when you'd answer the phone, you'd go, "Who's this?" And if someone asked you back, "Who's this?" that would be considered very rude. So answering a question with a question is very rude. And like I said, it indicates that that person was not here to have a conversation.
Then I asked him in text because that's all he has. Because he ran away. What is sufficient evidence for you that would falsify your belief that Earth is a ball?
Oh, did you ask him that?
Well, not verbally. I just wrote it, and
okay.
And look what his answer is: a question.
Bruh. Is this what y'all been dealing with all day since I've been going? Like, has there been anyone that was actually having? Oh goodness! Because when I left, it was like
So
what?
I'd also like to point out his question: Is this picture the one you rely on? The only one you rely on for evidence? And the answer to that is no.
Yeah, of course not.
Anybody in the audience idea that he got banned or he left or he got muted for because we couldn't answer his question? Answer to his question is no. It's not the only image. It's not the only black swan image. That's actually the one that's most favorable to the globe. Because there's 5 more that are even worse.
Are you including Lookout Mountain in this list?
Oh, then there's 5 more of that same observation, and then on top of that, there's everything else. Lookout Mountain, Canigoo, the laser test, literally everything else.
I was just talking about Black Swan.
Oh, okay,
I was
gotcha.
talking about just the oil rig images. That's it. There's 5 more of those, and they're and the distances are worse than that one.
Yeah, the latest Black Swan, where it's like what 30 miles to the, and it was like what observer height was it?
1.5 feet to Anacapa Arch, and I think it was like 31 miles. Yeah.
Why don't we do like a Black Swan 2.0 or something? Why don't we like update?
Yeah, I've been kind of. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna say I've been talking about it, but I've been wondering,
No,
for
I've
a
heard you
while.
talk about it before.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have. I just haven't made an issue out of it. But yeah, that like there's some of
I
these
mean, why are we married
newer,
to that one?
better observations that yeah, we should be including them and not just talking about the minimum one. And even with the original Black Swan, when we say that that horizon is 10 miles, we can pretty just like say with pretty much certainty that that's way farther than 10 miles. Like in fact, I had already figured it to be around 30 miles based off of the islands in the background right after that one came out.
Well, what I'm saying is, why are we married to that particular one?
I
When
think it's
there's a bunch,
because
when there's videos, and we could take any frame that we wanted to out of those videos.
I think because it's forcing to say refraction because of the oil rigs being distorted. And that's an
Why would we
admission
want to do that?
because that's an admission that they're saying that the horizon isn't a physical place.
Oh
Yeah, they
yeah, I
would.
guess yeah. That's a good. That's like a 1-2 combo, I guess.
We could switch to the 31.82 miles to the arch, but they would do the same thing with that. But that might be a good thing because look, that's 1.5 feet and 31.82 miles.
Why don't we just make one image with all the images in it, or an
There you
animated
go.
GIF that scrolls through them?
Oh yeah, that'll be good.
And to keep these in categories like
We'll call it the black.
over land observations, that's another category. Over water observations, that's another category. We should keep those separate because they actually are separate. Not
We'll
that
call
they're.
it the black.
Go ahead.
Sonny, we'll call it the black flock of swans. And we'll just have
Yeah,
an animated GIF that shows all of them.
Flock of black swans.
it's a murder of crows. It's a gaggle of geese. What is it for swans?
That's a good question.
A gaggle of geese. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there's a gaggle of geese. A murder of crows. What is it for swans? Or I think they're mostly solitary though, aren't they? So they probably might not even be a word for that. Like there's like one or two of them at a time usually, right?
I don't know, but a group of baboons is a congress.
For swans, it can be a bevy, a group, or a flock.
A bevy. Let's go with bevy.
I like bevy. I'm with bevy.
Bring out Bevy.
And that's a 3-punch combo because we have to define bevy for them.
A bevy of black swans. It's got a bee in it too. Perfect.
So many swans, we got a bevy. The evidence be heavy.
That's so heavy.
Oh, he's already rapping on it.
Black swan so heavy, got a bevy. Y'all, that's heavy. Your flock of crows gonna be murdered by the black swan. Black swan bevy.
So that's a good idea of compiling all the black swans, taking images from the videos, marking them up. Whoever has the tech savvy to do it, or the software programs. The thing about the original Black Swan is it's got multiple distances that are known, which is good to use. Like the original Black Swan with the oil rigs, you've got known distances to objects within the shot. So it's a good one to ask, where do you see the horizon? Do you see it in front of the first oil rig? Do you see it in between the oil rigs? Do you see it behind both of them? It's a good one to use for educational purposes.
Isn't there another one of his videos that shows like off to Habitat Grace and a couple other ones, rigs with the islands also visible in the background at the same time? I think there is. That's a killer. If you can see the shoreline all the way back to those islands 29 miles away, plus all the oil rigs in between. God, I'd like to get that shot myself. Don't worry, we can't tell if you're in the YouTube chat or not. So there's no way to tell for sure if Glatflub was in the YouTube chat or not.
We've been having some issues with people not knowing how to be decent humans to each other. So, So now you'll never know if I'm watching your chat messages or not, kiddos. You fucked up pretty bad, so there you go. And I'm talking about YouTube Globers, nobody else. Other than that, how's everybody doing?
Pretty good here. Doing better and better.
Better and better. Good, Sonny. It's good to hear. Are you eating something?
Yeah, I'm eating some granola.
Oh, you're one of those, huh?
Well, sometimes it's the only thing I can stomach.
No, granola's awesome. Yeah, for sure. If it's got like a little cinnamon on it.
Yeah, it's quick. Or actually, you know what's a really good thing? If you're really dying and you can, like, you're really hungry and you really can't eat, like you just don't feel good, just make you some oatmeal and make it really, really runny. Cook it, and then just drink it down, the whole thing, just warm. Like, that's a good way to get quick.
I feel like
nutrients.
I've had to do that on
Me
occasion.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. You got a couple packets of oatmeal laying around. Everything else takes a while to cook. It's like, all right, well, here we go with this. But it's funny because it's like, if you don't cook it even just a little bit and you try to get the dry oatmeal down with water, you're going to feel like shit the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah.
It's weird. But if you cook it just enough for the oatmeal flakes to be full of water, then you're good.
With regular oatmeal?
Instant oatmeal.
Oh, right. But like if you do that you can put water in granola or milk and heat it up too, and it makes a really good bowl of oatmeal.
Yep, and unlike instant oatmeal, you can put that in like a thermos and it'll last all day because the granola is thick.
That's true.
Even though it won't be great by the end of the day, it'll still be food. Yeah, I like granola a lot. And it's good to have around for like if I ever run out of food, like meals to prepare or whatever. I've always got a little bit of granola hanging around to get me through the next hour or two while I'm hungry, while I can get another meal.
Never added eggs. I never added eggs to my oatmeal, but I could do it. Yeah, I could do that. Put
Eggs?
like scrambled eggs in the middle or
Oh,
something.
that's Jemsy said, yeah.
I could eat that.
Yeah, I could totally eat that. Be good flavor. The yolks would be good flavor.
Mhm.
Good texture.
Just make it salty instead of like sweet.
Right.
They have instant oatmeal with protein now.
Oh, sure they do. Yep. But it's whey protein. It's either whey or soy protein, which are both bad for you.
You know what? I try to keep milk protein, like powdered milk, around all the time if I can. Because when you run out of milk, like I couldn't walk recently. I couldn't carry any freaking milk.
Are you talking about like the calcium and the protein and stuff in the milk?
Yeah, just to get protein, quick boost of protein. You know, plus it goes great with your coffee, like creamer.
Yeah. So the other day, a Glober offered me a new product that they're really excited about. Do you guys want to hear it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
They gave me some powdered water and told me it's their new favorite product.
Powdered water.
Yeah.
Now, how come NASA didn't think about that?
That's what I'm saying. It's a new development.
How do you hydrate it?
Just that water?
Exactly. Its existence can't happen. So it's like they offered Earth curvature would be the exact same kind of thing.
Exactly, right? Yep. We got Earth curvature here. Just had Earth curvature.
Yeah.
We'll get started right away here, I'm sure. When did they say they're going to get that Earth curvature again?
Powdered water, Earth curvature, jumbo shrimp. What are we talking about here? End of the day, all you can do is laugh, man. Earth is going to remain flat and stationary and enclosed no matter what anybody says.
That's the best part. That's why what you said the other day, Glatt, was so profound.
Which part? What'd I say?
What was it? The last one? The one? It laughs last? The something about?
Class.
The class clown laughs what? What'd you say? Say it again.
You know, when you make oatmeal, it lays flat at the end with some topography.
The class clown gets the last laugh.
The class clown gets the last laugh. Yeah, Jemsy, though. I got you, bro.
So like
level.
So like you grow up in school. What? So you grow up. Hold on. You grow up in school, and you got bullies bullying you, popular kids bullying people, all that kind of stuff. Class clowns getting made fun of and told to go to the office and getting in trouble all the time.
Sounds like my regular day.
Yeah. And now those dudes are severely injured, wanted to go pro from college football players that can now only just sit and watch their favorite team get victories that they steal the valor from. It's a sad deal. And we're still standing up straight laughing, having a great time.
That's right.
How many sports fans out there think that when their team wins, it's their team winning, and say, we win? Kind of like we went to the moon. You know what I mean?
Now here's something the Glovers could do. I just thought of this. Couldn't they each take an angle measurement of their water that's sitting still at different locations, since they're so well connected, the anti-flat earthers? So Why don't they all get together and have this so they show the surface of water in each location is tilted at a different angle because it's a ball. Just another little tidbit there.
Ooh, yeah, I got one. Yeah, keep talking. I got a picture for that.
I was just going to say, yeah, that's all they'd have to do. Got your little buddy, one over in New York, one over in California, one in Singapore, one in
Yeah.
like freaking. Of course, you got friends everywhere like that. In Moscow, I know you're rich and highfalutin, and got to spend all day of your entire life doing nothing but rail nonsense gibberish against people that are trying to tell others to think for themselves.
Well, all they got is right? We got all the science in the world that we've been doing for years, and all they got is no, because science. Check this out. Look at the live stream voice text. We're supposed to see it like that if it were curved. We don't see mountains like that. We don't see buildings tilted. Look at that. Yeah, anyway. We don't see anything like that.
Yep. And no one ever did. People have been sailing away from cities on days.
Can you imagine being
clear.
I mean, listen, this isn't perfectly scale to the fucking 25,000 mile circumference nonsense, right? But if it were curved at all, right, we would see something like this going on. You'd see tilted shit at some point. We never do. Ever.
Yep. Tilted to the side and tilted back. Your eyes would pick this up.
No, wait. It's just refraction, dude. Come on.
Your eyes would go like, this is not right. It looks weird.
See, look. It's just refraction making the tape roll look curved. That's all.
That's why in paintings of landscapes, people don't paint with curved, like everything dropping away off to the sides and backwards. Think how weird that looks. If someone do a painting, a picture, someone just try to do that, it would look so weird. Your eye would just go, that's not natural, immediately.
Well, the paint wouldn't sit right, but yeah.
No, not the paint not sitting right, you numpty.
I was waiting for somebody to snag that one.
Hell no, I'm not letting that go by.
So yeah, when do we see buildings, mountains, anything tilting away from us at any degree, ever, anywhere? Go.
This would have to occur over water too.
I know.
But where do we ever see that? Like, we talk about the Black Swan a lot, right? Because it is a phenomenal shot. I mean, that whole video right there. But everything of what the LSV does, just awesome. But like, you would have to see things tilting away from side to side, as well as this supposed, like, where ships are going over this non-existent geo edge. Never occurs.
Hey, think of this. How much curvature is in between the rigs themselves?
Where, yeah. Exactly.
Kind of like another 6 feet?
Hell yeah.
So there should be a 6-foot bulge in between the oil rigs on top of that?
Exactly.
Water hills.
So how do you see the lights flashing in the water, right? Like someone was saying before. There's just so many ways that it just bludgeons the
Water hills, dude.
Water hills. Where does it? That's why we're never gonna see any attempt.
Don't you see that everywhere? Don't you see those hills of water constantly fighting to keep water at the top of the hill?
Yeah, the Globers could never even attempt to bring that because they know themselves in reality.
Here's what you'd have to do, right?
Water doesn't do that ever.
You'd have to get a ball, and then you'd have to put magnets on the ends. You have to dig a hole out of the center of the thing, and then you'd have to put magnets all around the inside of that. Hold on. Then you'd have to super magnetize the water, polarity wise, right? You have to put a bunch of little metal pieces or whatever, and then only the metal pieces from the water would conform to the ball. And the rest of the water would fall off like it does any and every time you pour it onto a curved surface.
But technically, it would need to be a magnetic ball of molten iron.
No, well, given their story, yeah, but we know the Curie point, so that's gone.
Which one? Yeah, so there you go, right there. Right there. But where are we talking about? We're talking about at the center of something that doesn't exist.
So that reminds me of Professor Dave. His reputation of water is flat was there's tides. So because water isn't the exact same elevation, that water's not flat. That was his supposed destruction of the premise, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And then here's the irony of all that. So Dave has his little sun clock calculator, and he was bitching that it's imprecise, right? That it's just like, it doesn't show like exactness, right? That if say if I showed a time zone map on the globe, which actually has no exactness either, but that was his bitch. It doesn't show exactness. So saying things like, oh, because there's tides, the water isn't flat. Well, still, even the highest tide isn't going to make up for curvature, right? The lack of curvature. What's the highest tide? 20 feet? Right? So when you're missing like 1,300 feet of curvature, what is 20 feet? Nothing. So like he was imprecise and he was precise when he wanted to be, and when he wanted to be. He's a total disingenuous tool.
Yeah, and then they tell us we don't understand any of it, but it's like, okay, then show us how we don't understand any of it. Show that your dumb shit matches reality, and then we can try to understand it.
And
can you do that, Globers? Can you ever do that?
And that's what we're still waiting for all this time, waiting for any little shred of what Glatt just said. Like any kind of proof at all, like we're doing it wrong, we got it all wrong. So they're like very staunch about how right they are. So why are there so much lack in any response to something to substantive information that refutes what we're saying? Since they're refuting what we're saying, right?
With their words, they are, not with their evidence.
That would make sense. Like if I was saying like if somebody made a statement and I'm like off on the side and I'm like, no, you're wrong, I better be able to show why it's wrong with something that can stand on its own, right?
Okay, and here's the deal. You're right. So, and since space-time and gravity are both manipulatable, right? I'd like to see a space-time gravity sandwich. Can I have a little bottle of gravity, please? If it exists.
I
Please
know
show it to me.
it's past lunchtime, so yeah, it's time for a big old gravity space-time sandwich.
Yeah, I would love it.
Maybe some of that.
Would my face go to a different dimension at that point? Just ridiculous. It's awesome. Oh, so I'm going to keep bringing it up to Moonfall, the movie Moonfall.
It's hilarious.
It's crazy, dude. They're making fun of all of it. They're making fun of people who believe in space. They're making fun of people who believe in aliens. All that.
I know.
It's cool. It's a funny one, and they just keep getting worse too. Not to mention Space Force's second season on Netflix, making fun of Globers, and Moonbase 8 on I think it's Amazon. That's another space show making fun of people who believe in outer space, planets, and such.
Hilarious. So now
and they're awesome shows. Like now that I know, truths, I can pick out who and how they're making fun of, and how they're doing it in these shows, and it's kind of brilliant. To be fair, a lot of these jokes are brilliant.
I started watching Altered Carbon, and I think they may be making fun of the people that believe in AI. Actually, in some
AI, time travel and all that.
They start making fun of that, but it's a pretty cool show. I didn't think I would
Altered Carbon's pretty cool. The first season is my favorite one still.
I'm gonna go back to watching it, more of it. I haven't finished it. Anyway, Anybody got suggestions for good documentaries or things maybe I've missed in the FE realm, like long documentaries? I don't know. I've like devoured everything I could find, and I'm
Well, I
still
don't.
looking. So
I mean, the bottom line is none of these globers or anti-flat earthers would have to address us if the Earth were a globe. We wouldn't even be here.
exactly, what would be the need? There would be no need at all. It would
No,
be
because it would
what
be
do they
obviously a globe.
what would they call that? What would they call that? Ubiquitous, right?
Yeah,
Everywhere.
yeah, yeah. Good word.
It would be everywhere. It would be, and like there would be so many documents. Yeah, any kind of technical information, manuals, like operating instructions, all kinds of
Oh,
things. It would be
tons of
in
them.
there.
Dude, the word curvature would be everywhere. Everywhere in like schematics, architectural plans, just all kinds of road building. What do you got? Where's the word curvature in any of that shit?
Smart kids on the block would be going, look, from here to this side, there's this much curvature underground. Look, and I can prove it. And he could go and show you the bulbs.
Yeah, and to this day, they've found less than a handful of government documents that say the words account for curvature of the earth, but you know what it is? They're putting hypothetical situations saying if we need to account for earth curve, here's what we do. It's not even we do account for it, it's just in case we run into some. Here's the ballistics that we are going to try to perform. It's pretty great. Can you imagine pilots trying to learn how to fly over a spinning curved surface? Got to be out of your mind to try to become a pilot on a globe Earth. Yeah, we got to have fun in here. Unless somebody wants to give us direct physical Earth curve measurements. Anytime, ever. Here's the thing. I would have to, if you shut the server down with one instance of Earth curve measurement, because that's all it takes, by the way, just one, which you can't even do. But then the server goes away, and then I don't know all of you anymore. So the good news is that'll never happen. Curvature will never be found. It's kind of like asking a squirrel to do your taxes. Not going to happen. So that'll be good to continue to know you guys forever, since we're not going anywhere, since there's no Earth curvature. That's pretty cool. I dig that. Well, shit, if there ain't no topic, maybe we could do some music going on? Something. We gotta find something to do while we wait for the Globers to get their stuff together and measure the Earth once.
What's up?
¿Qué pasa, Mufasa?
To answer your earlier question, Elijah, yeah, there's been a little bit of there's been a few casualties today. Just a few.
You mean Glovers?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it sucks because ultimately all we want to do is go, hey, we kind of came across this piece of information and it's problematic because I always thought one way and this right here says another thing. What you think about this? Well, really, you thinking about it wrong. What you need to be thinking about is if the earth is flat, then we'd be able to see everything from anywhere.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
It's annoying.
Yep. Pretty much.
Who came on? Who came on earlier?
Which one? Which one?
Which one?
You're not talking about level water armor. You're probably talking about somebody earlier.
Yeah. Something happened, so to say.
Oh, are you talking about SC Montreal?
See Montreal? No, after that.
After that,
Nothing. Guess not.
Just a young guy. That's the only other one I remember. But maybe scrolling through chat. What triggers some memories? Zach was asking some questions, but they were just, just asking questions. Well, that's about it. We talked to Parker. We talked to Zach.
Who's Zach? Is he from a different server?
No, Zach Hartsign, some other young person that was just asking clarifying questions.
All right.
Or Zach lesser than sign 3. While we're putting candy bars in the chat. This is one of my favorites right here.
Got a drawer full of them, Gospel.
Do you?
It's a guilty pleasure.
Man. Oh my gosh. It's like if I want to torture myself with my teeth and my body, just because it's just all sugar. And but yeah,
Who do
super
you
good.
miss? Who do you miss hearing in the server?
Jedi.
Nice. Me too. Yeah, it's been such a long time since he wasn't here.
Who, Gravity?
No, Jedi.
Yeah, Jedi.
Jedi.
Also Vlad.
Oh, sure, different people have different answers. Jedi would be my answer.
Yeah. Mine is Ariel.
It sounds familiar. I don't know if I remember that voice.
Yeah, she's a lady from UK. But the last time I spoke, she had her Discord account hacked.
Oh.
And now she's a deleted user, something like that. But I haven't heard her coming back.
Hmm.
Yeah, what's up with battle mode? He was absent also.
This is Watcher Under the Bridge. Get me get. I'm pretty sure we've already talked about this.
Oh, Watcher?
Water Under the Bridge.
Aha, I see.
According to Globers, a measurement doesn't require measuring. Mm-hmm. I don't see what's wrong with that. Isn't that the normal thing that they say? Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. Vanguard. Interesting. Monkeytron. Monkeytron, how far along did you get in the conversation?
Literally nothing. I've just joined, but the way you said it made me amused because you went Monkeytron like you were raising a fist and shaking it.
Yeah, no, not at all. Remember, I was the guy that you talked to down in Chill Chat.
Yeah. Voice, yes.
Yeah. Well, that night you involved yourself in Ladies' Night, I believe, and I don't think it lasted very long.
Did it not? God knows. When was that? Recently? Christ.
That was a couple of weeks ago. Anyway,
No, I joined something and then I went down and found you in another area. Unless you're talking about something after that.
No, yeah, it was. I think it's after that. Anyway, do you have any new understanding about the topic?
No, I was looking for a chill chat just to chill with people. But if you're going to speak about anything, I'm happy to go along with it. Listen,
nothing too intense.
That kind of thing. Yeah,
I tend to be pretty chill. So here's my question. I've been asking folks.
Go on.
What would be sufficient? What would be sufficient falsification of your belief, or for your belief in the ball?
Yeah, it is my. You're correct to say. I don't know. I guess it's kind of in the same way. I'd want to see it for myself, kind of thing. Like back in the day when they made the old maps, and there would "Here be dragons" and stuff were written in the corners because of what you didn't know about the world. Yeah, and people assumed that then there would be a big falling over waterfall at the end of it or something.
Sure.
That kind of thing. That would be, because that's not been on TV. I would be like, okay. But I guess I wouldn't get to say anything, would I? Because I'd be immediately going over that waterfall. Okay. Shit.
No, yeah, not at all. But must that be the only answer to?
No, that's the best one.
That's the best one?
Yeah, seeing it for yourself is probably the best.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I mean, must there be a waterfall somewhere in order for the concept to make sense to you?
There has to be an edge, doesn't there?
What?
Or hang on, are you suggesting that if you walk past the edge, then you come back on the other side, like in those?
No, retarded.
You would. Yeah.
Retarded.
So there must be an edge then, yes. So I'd like to see an edge physically.
Okay.
Edge of
Okay,
what?
but hold on. What if you can't get there?
Oh. What do you mean by can't? Good question.
Okay, so I'll give you a fairly relevant example. I have 3 feet of snow behind my car, or 5 feet of snow on the right side of my car.
Like a forest that's literally impossible. Or, and then you blow all that away with fire to try and get there, and then there's a massive fucking stone wall or something going on, so you still can't get there.
Yeah, and it's at negative 210 degrees Fahrenheit, and
Or it's too hot. Yeah, exactly. Something like that starts happening.
Negative.
No,
Negative.
I'd like to try and be
Negative 210.
well, why does it matter? either way, it's
Because
unpleasant.
you cannot survive that temperature, only that.
Sure.
Yeah. So you get too close, and you're like, well, that's a bit cold, and I'll go the other way. That's a bit hot. Actually, I'll just go back then. Forget it.
Yeah. So anyway, my point is, here's my point. You've got a table somewhere in your room.
Yeah.
Do you need to explore all the rest of your room and everything else in your house in order to know that your table is flat?
Okay. Let's see what your question is.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Thank you.
I see what your question is, and I'm trying to think about what you mean by that. But if I was an animal at that table, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a $1 million question or what's going on?
No, it has implications in it. It's obviously a very simple question, but obviously it has implications. I'm thinking about implications, that's all. I'm not trying to avoid it. I answered it straight away. I said no. Didn't I?
Yeah. And I think that's why I enjoyed my conversation with you last time we talked, is because
you were just a cool guy. That was the reason. And I didn't even know, if you remember, that I was even in the flat earth thing when we were speaking, did I? You disappeared.
That part of the table on the earth till 60 degrees of south, it's flat.
I don't get it. I don't hear you.
Okay, if you are, let's say, let's go north. Let's say Norway. Everything left, everything left right till the 60 degrees south. It's flat, and behind that, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but if you go to like Scotland, it's very, very hilly, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Is it? You're
Yeah,
saying that is not.
I've been there, and it's
You're saying that is not flat. That what is hilly.
definitely not flat. Well,
Okay.
comparatively,
Can you tell me where is curvature going through that land?
I was me and my family went up there, and we did a boat trip on the Loch Ness. Yeah,
yeah.
And we past is it Ben Nevis? I think that's the big hill.
And how we measure that hills? How we measure that hills?
Just with sight. I didn't do it. You know.
Yeah, but the height of the elevation of that hill. How
It was
we measure
bigger than I was. That's all. What? That's.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Do you know how we measure that hills?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. From I don't agree with this as well, because it's like where you measure it from matters a lot, doesn't it? Because if you measure from the lowest point on the ocean, right, that's what you should do. But the people don't. They measure it from where the hill starts to go up or something, don't they? So you can.
They measure from the sea level.
Do they always?
Yeah, always. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Even in the middle of the, let's say, USA. Now, my question is, which sea level they are using, from the east coast or from the west coast?
Well, are you saying that sea levels are different levels at different places? Because they could be, I guess.
Yeah. What is level?
Well, I don't know. That's why I would prefer it to be. I reckon it would be
what
better.
Is for you? What is for you level?
For me, the level would be the lowest point that we have got. Well, basically, what's the lowest part of the Mariana Trench in the ocean? Right, everything should be that's 0, and everything else counts off there, because that excludes water levels and swells of water in different areas at different points. You know, on the moon. Well, you don't probably believe in the moon, do you? Or something?
Can you use water to measure level?
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it can swell, can't it? You can get, if you knock a spirit level, right?
Yeah, but
for a bit,
let's say,
bit of time, it will be telling you incorrect information. Correct.
Let's say like this. Let's say that we put apart water and humans, and now we say humans saying this about water, this and this and this. This is how water behave in nature. And now we put and see what is water really doing in the nature. Which we will choose, that what people saying about what water is doing in the nature, or what water really is doing in the nature.
Well, obviously what water is really doing, but how do you know that? Because you can't know something that people aren't.
I don't know. I believe photographers or some. I believe my eyes, something like that.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's why I went with. Well, that is why I went totally to that side. What would make me believe that the world was flat? And I said, if I saw it for myself, I literally went there.
Yeah.
When he asked me. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a call at the funniest time. But the conclusion to my sentence was because you tend to be logical, and I appreciate people that try to be intellectually honest and logical. So that's all I was trying to say. It sounded like you all were just having a little bit of back and forth, but not necessarily any progress.
Well, no, they know where I'm coming from at least. I know where you're coming from at least, and this is fine.
So, tiny ant on a table. So the question is, how do you determine with such a huge discrepancy between your size and the thing that you're on? And that is, we see what we see. Well, that's not very specific. That's quite vague to say we see what we see. But if you describe what you see, the appearance. What's that?
You could be wrong as well as the ant, couldn't you? The ant on the table thinks that only the table exists. He thinks when he goes over the edge, it just curls around and goes underneath and carries on.
Well, an ant on a table may not ever actually have.
It's the ant.
Hold on. An ant on a table may never conceptualize an edge in the first place.
Yeah, I'm imagining a really smart ant. Yeah, like
why?
I don't know.
What? Why?
Good point. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Okay, so here's what I mean. This is why I keep asking why. Why an edge? Why a waterfall? There's nothing in our reality that indicates that either the water is draining away or that things are falling off anywhere. There's no evidence that there's an edge. So the question of where's the edge seems to be an unusual one to me. And let me follow that up with everything that we have, whether it be water or land or especially air, must be contained. See,
It does seem to be. I agree with you completely. And if there was water spilling over the edge, you're saying, well, there's no evidence that we're running out of water. And if there is, and if the flat world that I think you're talking about existed, then water would be going down unless there was some water coming in, which we're not seeing.
Do you think that we think that Earth is like a spinning disk in the space?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well that's why but that's why water is flat but isn't, because we are
that's the model of what globe Earth position, or how to say, made for us.
Can I just get the phrase?
Can we get some clarification on that double speak? You just said that's why water is flat, but it isn't.
Yes. Can I? I would like to. Because because it's being sucked down by gravity because of the mass circle, the big bit. That's what I think. I could be wrong, honestly.
Yeah,
Just
it's a cool
let me
story.
explain what I mean. And
Here.
it's all.
Can you see the live stream? Hold on, guys.
Sorry.
And no, it's just, it sounds like three people are talking at the same time. That's why I'm saying. So can you see the live stream voice text?
Hang on. Gotta lock that door. Yes, I can. I'm there.
Okay. Do you see what I typed?
It's not the same as isn't.
Yeah. Would you agree or disagree?
Absolutely agree with that. Yeah, that's
Okay.
impossible to disagree with, though. You know that.
I do, but it is what it was part. That's the sentence you just spoke regarding water.
Oh, it is. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
But I didn't mean that. Maybe I did. Yeah, I needed to say it better then, maybe.
Yeah, and that's why it was referred to as doublespeak and so on and so on.
Sure.
So here's the thing. It's one way or the other.
Something is true or it is not.
Yes. So it's either straight or something else.
Yes. That.
Okay.
Of course. Yes.
So there's a claim. So it appears to be straight.
It appears to be flat. I mean, that's the main thing, isn't it? That's what people thought. And,
yes.
And their minds over time. But and
hold on. Then a claim is introduced that it's something else.
Yes.
And then that claim has specific geometry.
Yes. And it needs proof as well because it's an alternative view. So the bit of proof is definitely on that.
You would expect proof. I agree. But even without proof, the claim is there. So with or without proof, we can take the claim and we can take the details of the claim and test it. And then when that claim is tested and it is invalidated or proven to be false, then you dismiss the claim and return to the default.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Which goes back to my very first question, which is kind of a tongue-in-cheek question. It's a little cheeky of a question.
That's all right.
Because what it does is it suggests that you may be unwilling to accept falsification. So the question that I'm asking people is meant to expose, not for my sake, but for your sake, whether or not you're clinging, right, dogmatic, right, you're pursuing bigotry in reference to the curvature claim. But if you are wanting to be intellectually honest, then you scrutinize the details and you say, okay, you are telling me that the curve claim has been falsified. Show me. Would be the intellectually honest thing to do. And then you look at the evidence.
Oh, I see what you wanted me to say that rather than, it would be running off the edge or something along those lines.
Yeah.
I genuinely was trying to answer, honestly, though.
I know. Those are inadvertently or on purpose. Those are straw men. Conceptualizations that you perceive to be the counterclaim, that then you can easily dismiss or attack because they're ludicrous. But I'm not focused on any of the modeling or any of that. It's merely there is a claim that goes against the default, and there is evidence that falsifies the claim. And I would like anybody that's intellectually honest to address that and choose for themselves whether or not they're going to accept the falsification or not.
The reason, if I'm genuinely honest here, and I should be, I mostly am. I don't know why I'm saying if I'm honest. I normally am. Sometimes you have to not be. But in this scenario, and the reason that I liked and joined this thing is because I'm interested in the arguments for this case.
Okay.
Above and all else.
Oddly enough,
I
it's
do
not
not
actually an
think
argument.
I do not currently think that this is the case, but that doesn't matter. I want to know what the arguments are, and like you just said, if I'm suddenly wrong on something, then I want to be right. I want to be right, mostly. That's my goal. That's the point of logic, Ed.
Yeah, you want to be right, but do you want to be more right than truth itself?
No, I want to be right because the truth and the right is the same thing in my mind. Maybe I'm
Ooh.
wrong.
No, yeah, you could be right. So let's for instance think that you're right that I'm a racist.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm going to make it very clear that I don't think that.
No, I know. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm right. When I use examples and extreme examples, I usually throw myself under the bus because I'm okay with that. I'm not really. I got thick skin and stuff. My point here is you can think a thing and think that you're right about a thing, but truth supersedes your capacity of thinking how right you are.
Absolutely. If I think you're a racist and you're not, then I am wrong.
Yeah. So yes, we
And I
all
want to be right.
we all want our rightness to well, not all. Some people want to be right and they actually have knowledge that they're wanting to be right about a false thing. And this is usually referred to as cognitive dissonance, but
no, interesting that cognitive dissonance thing. If we can get into that would be great.
Could I just wanted to add
really
this.
example. Well, sorry, you speak first, but I've got
A
a really
lot of
good
us
example when I met my dad recently.
in your pursuit of wanting to be right, that's how a lot of us ended up where we were. We tried to prove the globe to ourselves. And the more we tried to prove it to ourselves and the more we saw the lie, we couldn't accept it. So we ended up here.
Happy, yeah, exactly. I've ended up here for different reasons. I just wanted to know what you're going on about, and obviously this is an argument. And
okay. Monkeytron.
Oh, sorry, is that a bad?
So check this out. There's a lot of people here, maybe not everybody, because I can't speak for 50,000 people, but there's a lot of people here that are chiefly, supremely concerned with that which is true, not that which is right. Because in the form of debate, in the form of argument, might makes right, oftentimes.
This is linguistic incorrect. Yeah, right. When I say right, I mean correct. How about that? It's a better word.
Okay. So you care about truth.
Yes.
Okay.
What's real and what's true?
I thought so.
Throw one in there. No, this is cool.
So I know that you're like really good with the debate stuff and all of that, but what about geometry and visual spatial reasoning?
I'm not an expert in any of the things, even the ones you credited me with there. No.
I didn't say expert. I just, I recognize real kind of. Anyway, how are you on visual spatial reasoning? Like if I say circle, do you envision a circle, for instance?
Can you take the duper's delight out of your voice too, please, Monkey? I'm having a hard time thinking you generally want to be here and learn.
What does that mean?
Just, I said what I said. Go ahead, Gospel.
If you told me what it meant, I could do it.
Okay, so what he's referring to is a tonality that comes across as these petulant little children couldn't possibly teach me anything. I'm here for entertainment value only. That kind of attitude is what he's picking up in your tonality.
Okay, sorry. If that is coming across, then it must be there slightly, and I apologize for it, and we'll try and get rid of it, because that's not what I wanted to do.
Well, here's what's really interesting. The way that you just said what you said actually removed that component of tonality.
So yeah, just keep an eye on that. I mean, you know, maybe you could actually learn something from us. Who knows, right?
I agree. I think ultimately, sorry, right. I'm quite
I
good
just find that really fascinating.
I'm humorous, right? I try to
Oh,
joke.
here we go. He's going to perform damage control on it. Here we go.
No, I'm not.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'll go away. I just wanted the audience to hear you stumble and suffer on that one. Okay, thank you, Gospel. Continue.
All right, Monkeystron. But yeah, the fact is there are evidences, and if you're interested in looking at them, very many people can provide you with them.
Sure. Okay.
So, is there someone? Is there someone available to do that? Because I'm
Where are we
juggling
going?
right now.
Where are we going with this? Black Swan?
And or any variation of that. Yes.
Did anyone
Sure,
walk the
I'll get it
gentleman
ready.
through the 3 points? Sorry.
I have it. We've talked about that before. If you want to readdress it, that's fine too. But this was I set this up in regards to the concept of falsification. So addressing the claim, describing the claim, the implications of the claim, and then showing and demonstrating the evidences that falsify the claim is the point. So I think you were about to do that. Maybe I thought I saw some central banker.
Yeah, I guess it was me. Well,
Hey.
I just posted the Black Swan. Are you familiar with that, Monkeystron?
I'm familiar with the Black Swan event, which is like an unexpected event in like stocks and shares and that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, this is a logical syllogism, that says if, well, essentially, I'm not going to go into the syllogism stuff. I'm just going to tell you that the horizon is at 10 miles. It's measured to be at 10 miles in that picture, which is a geometric impossibility on the globe.
Oh yeah, let me have a look at that. I think I've seen
Yeah.
this before, actually.
You know what?
This,
I'm wondering if it would be okay if I interject, because I believe that it's a little too early. It's good to speak with you. You're calm, pretty well calm spoken, and if you wouldn't mind, anyone else, so I would love to go. Yes, I would love to go through the 3
away.
points.
I can go away. I can go away and talk to my friends.
No, I want to talk to you, Monkeystron. I actually want to ask. I was going to ask you
Sonny.
3
Sonny.
questions.
Sonny.
Pardon? Yes.
That conversation literally just happened, where someone asked, "Should I do this?" And Gospel Bearer just said to him, "Yes, I've done this." I just set up in a way that we would present exactly what he just did.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah,
I
I've talked to Monkeystron for a couple of hours. It doesn't mean that those points can't be readdressed, but just real quick, the logical statement is what I wrote. That modus tollens. If this, then that, not that, therefore not this.
Yes, but it still gives
Flatter day.
open an opportunity for something. That I think, doesn't it? Sorry, I just really was interested in that the picture of the ships.
Yes, I know. I'm just flatter day. I'm just deleting this. Okay, it's just not. You're messing up the.
Forget Elon Musk or whatever he's doing. Come on, you don't have a sense of humor.
It's just about timing. It's putting a huge meme in the middle of the screen when we're trying to talk about a thing. So do you hold on, Monkey? Do you follow the logical statement? If this, then that, not that, therefore not this.
Hang on, because it is a little bit of a twisty, turny thing, isn't it?
I know. I tried to simplify it to the most base level I possibly could.
It's still you get into a kind of double negative kind of concept whenever you too many.
It's not a double, and it's not a double negative. Just read it a couple of times and let me know when you're ready.
Not that, therefore not this.
Yeah, if the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959 miles, it has to have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles in that picture.
Yes, but can I just talk about that picture very quickly? Because you can
Probably not.
certain place on a hill, and you can see two sunsets. You can see the sun below the horizon, even though you can't see it, and you can see it above because of the way light refracts across the
monkey.
Apparently,
Let's just stick with
it does.
let's just stick with the oil rigs.
Hold on, guys. Monkey.
Sorry.
You're going somewhere else. You have to fully understand what's being demonstrated before you start making your arguments. So asking clarifying questions would be the better way to proceed than to try to make arguments that are based off of your assumptions of the argument rather than the actual argument.
Sure. Okay. I hear you.
Okay. So can somebody go through why this is relevant and why it matters?
Why the horizon being at 10 miles is relevant?
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's geometrically impossible on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
Let's add in there for the gentleman that the observation height is only 1 foot off the ground as well.
Right.
Off
Yeah,
the water, off sea level.
Yeah, that's where you get the horizon distance from on your globe. So the distance to the horizon would get further out the higher up you go. At 1 foot, it has to be at 1.2 miles. It's just a geometric consequence of what the globe is. If it's at 10 miles, that is completely impossible. That is 2 orders of magnitude of error for the radius of the Earth that they've claimed. It's just geometrically impossible.
So again, if you don't understand what was said, ask clarifying questions.
Can you just explain it again?
Yeah.
Just specifically.
Yeah, here, I'm going to give you an analogy. Is that fair?
Yeah. Go
All
ahead.
right. So we live on Earth. We look outside. We see the grass. We see the trees. We see the mountains. We see water. All this stuff. If somebody said that Earth was a car, right?
That's right. Okay, that's a lot of different angles.
Yeah. I know. I'm just making up another thing.
What about
you would expect to be able to find the side view mirror. You'd expect to find the windshield. You'd expect to do all these things, right? You'd expect something.
Yes.
Okay. Well, with a ball, a 3-dimensional circle, you have a necessary. There's something that's necessary, and that necessary thing is curvature. Now, from point A to point B, based on your elevation, there's obstruction from point A to point B. Sometimes that obstruction is insignificant because you're too close, right? Like, let's say 5 feet away, point A to point B, unless you're on like Little Prince.
Well, I don't know. If you hold a tennis ball in your hand and you put a cocktail stick in part of it and then put another one a little bit further back and then roll it away from you.
Yeah. So the Little Prince, right? But we're not on Little Prince planet, right? Monkeytron.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by Little Prince planet.
I put a GIF in the look in the chat.
Oh, sorry. Scroll down. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah.
Not our reality.
I see him. Cool. Okay.
Right. Not our reality, but a really cool story.
Yeah.
I like this story personally, but anyway, they make a claim, and that claim is a radius claim. That radius claim lets you fill in the blanks, so to speak, on what the curvature is. You follow?
Kind of, yeah.
Because again, a sphere is a ball, a circle that has a radius in all directions.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So because that number is provided, we can then do the math, which I can pop in some calculators for you if you want to look it up or anything.
Fine, I'll assume that's fine.
But we can do the math and determine what from point A on the surface to another point B on the surface, what the obstruction would be, and how much the obstruction would.
Oh, hang on. Do you mean this? Right. If there's two locations in space and time, but they are on a sphere, therefore directly from A to B, if they could go straight through the surface, that would be 9, or let's say 10. Why am I saying 9 to make the maths harder? Right. If it was just that to there, it's 10. But the obstruction would be the curvature. Add to the distance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and there's a rate at being there's a rate. It's an exponential number. So the greater the distance, it's exponentially larger in what the obstructed value is.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be less?
No, it goes up faster the further away you get.
The bigger the globe thing, right? If you just you're let's say you're in America, I'm in the UK, whatever. We draw a line directly from you to me, cuts through, and say it was a globe, it cuts straight through, and it's 10 things big. The curvature of the Earth, right? If I wanted to travel that distance, because I can't tunnel through directly to you. The curvature of the Earth, but based on its size, the smaller it is, the bigger that distance would be. Whereas you would drag it out, the flatter it would be.
Yes, you are starting to understand how that works. And here's what's interesting about that. In order to see a horizon at 10 plus miles, or 20 miles, or 30 miles from 12 inches off of sea level, the radius would have to increase to such a degree that it's a big fat joke. And let me explain why it's laughable. So the claim is 3,959 miles, but observations and reappropriating and having to adjust the R value to make that work goes up to numbers like 250,000 mile radius, or even as much as 17 million mile radius. Do you see the problem of why seeing too far is detrimental to a curvature claim?
Yeah, kind of. It's interesting.
Okay.
Sorry, I muted myself because I'm coughing a little bit. That was why. I thought that was, polite.
No,
sorry, I didn't realize I was unmuted. My bad.
Well, I was talking, so it's all. Oh no, nobody was hot micing. I would say something if somebody was hot micing. So anyway, that's the point, is that these long distance observations serve as a falsification of the claim in the first place, and
rather than a proof kind of thing for something else.
yes, except for.
Couldn't you with that thing though? I mean, I'm thinking of it.
Hold on. If not curved, then what?
Flat.
Correct, and that's definitionally so, and also observationally so.
I'm just thinking, right? I'm thinking, and obviously you can shoot me down because if what I'm saying you disagree with, that's fine. I have to think genuinely. If you could, you don't have to go horizontally around. If it was a globe, you don't have to go all the way around. You could actually run from the north. The top of Canada, right? No water, just all land, all the way down to the bottom of Chile. You could do that, couldn't you? That should be curved if the world is not flat. So if it wasn't flat, it would take so long. And if it was flat, it would take a different amount of time to travel there, wouldn't it? Surely
Why?
that's what needs to be done. Because flat, because if it's curved, it's longer. I'm sorry, if you get a football, right?
Yeah.
String, come on. Just a football, right? Put a string
But
at one
here's
and
my
the
point
other,
to help you back.
one of the strings is longer.
Monkey.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Good.
But whatever the
genuinely
bro, not in the middle of my sentence.
Sorry.
Whatever the length or distance from one place to the next is. Again, it's a mutually exclusive point.
Okay. Don't get that. I think I just kind of proved that it's. Well, I haven't because I'd have to go there and do the run.
Whatever the distance from one place to another is mutually exclusive, because whatever it is. It's mutually exclusive of the feature.
No, it isn't, because if there's a hill in the middle, it's going to take you longer because you're going to have to go over the hill, which will make the distance longer. Because if you then take the
longer than what, Monkey? There's nothing to compare it to. My point is there's no comparative value.
There is.
No. Hold on. It is what it is. No one's making any claims that you would be able to counter. Do you get my point?
No, not really. I'm
all
trying.
right. So I get what you're saying in that you take a plate, right, and or any other type of flat.
A bowl
Sure.
would.
No, well,
A
you
bowl
start
or
with
a
the.
plate.
Oh my God. Yeah. Those two objects, right? And you say this has this distance, this one has this distance. But here's the problem. No one's making the claim that point A to point B is a thing, except whatever it is. So you wouldn't be able to prove anything with that, and it's mutually exclusive. It's referred to as a red herring, as was said in the chat.
Okay.
I was also going to mention, if there was so much lack of other experiments that have been done to prove the flatness, i.e. the laser test across bodies of water, the infrared photography, then maybe he might want to try to do that trip. But there's no need to do the trip because so many other experiments have been done to disprove the curvature. There's no need.
Just from a very silly point of view, it'd be. I'd quite like to do the trip just for fun. Imagine that.
Making trips is a lot of fun. I get it, but I would also mention that this is a matter of not experimentation.
Yeah,
This is a matter of observation and measurement.
Yeah, and I've got to go because my friend's ringing me as well. But I honestly, I'm not messing about.
I'll see you next time, Monkeytron.
Yeah, exactly. Good.
Right.
Don't back me from it. All right, I like you guys. In a bit.
Yeah.
It was interesting listening to you, Monkey. See ya.
Yeah, Monkeytron, have a great day. That was awesome. Gospel does such a great job. And yeah.
Well, I already had a background in speaking with him, so I knew his mindset and how he thought about things. So
interesting.
I wasn't trying to dominate here, guys. It's just I've had the conversation with him. I know what he's capable of. I had other conversations about other topics that I was able to get him to think in new ways about. So he appreciates logic. So that's what I'm appealing to.
That's good. That's a good method. Slow
You're
and
the man.
got to go slow and easy with some people. You're right. Absolutely.
You're the man for the job.
Yeah, my vote's for
Sometimes.
gospel fair.
I'm not very good with people that are illogical or irrational, though.
Yeah,
we
me
don't
neither.
suffer.
It just pissed me off.
We don't suffer those very well, do we?
No.
Nope.
No. Anyway, we've got mystery, interestingly spelled. Maybe mystery is a meteorologist that appreciates the factors of unknowability about weather prediction.
Or maybe
mystery, would
just
you
like
like to say hello?
the gas type of water vapor, gaseous water vapor, mist.
Mystery.
Could you tell if we're right, mystery, or if we're wrong?
Mystery. It's a mystery. If you even have a microphone.
Everyone's so different because the first time I heard my name called in here to be talked to, I was excited to answer, Oh, hey, they noticed me. Hi, how are you guys? But this mystery person seems to be here and just wants to be a listener, I guess.
It happens about 30% of the time.
For all we know, he's not even listening.
Never know. Mistreated.
Oh, there you go. Hello?
Mystery is solved.
I saw you light up, Mystery. Go ahead and say hello.
Don't be shy.
So now you're going to play hard to get?
Don't mistreat them.
Don't mistreat.
Wow.
It's a
Don't
shy
be
fella.
mistreating anyone in here. You've got to slow it down.
Who's Big Wild Hard Fast?
Yeah, I saw that. I don't even know if I want to touch that.
He's more sane than most people.
I guess somebody unserver muted, so somebody saw that fit.
I haven't heard that guy speak, so I'm not sure who that is.
Maybe they're a member of Daft Punk.
Slap the.
Daft Punk.
Yeah, harder, faster, stronger, better, technologic.
Is that the person that got slapped? They say slaps.
Slapped is the French person who was previously under the title of Pat 92 or Plat 92.
Oh, okay. All right. Bonjour.
He's been around for a week or two or three.
Bon nuit. Wherever you may be, it may be a bon nuit and not a bonjour.
Nice one.
It is nighttime in France.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's this mystery going to stop being so mysterious?
But in Martinique, it may still be lit.
Mister, you might... Oh, he just muted himself. Come on, Mister, come on.
Yeah, stop being a mystery to us.
Tell us what you're about. If you want me to stop speaking like I'm French, like I'm crazy, then you better come into the voice chat. S'il vous plaît.
Globe
At
model.
least say hi.
Slath doesn't like to joke around, just a heads up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Some people have good senses of humor and some do not.
Don't. Okay, relax, Sonny.
Mystery.
If you make jokes about certain people, they
I'm here.
claim
here.
victim status really quickly.
Mystery.
Okay. So what are we talking about now? What subject? What are we on?
Oh, Northern England?
Northern England.
No. Far from where I am, but okay.
Okay.
Scottish?
Yeah, I'm Scottish.
Oh, yeah.
How is Northern England far from where you are?
It's all relative, man.
Okay.
If you're south, then it's far from where you are.
What subject are we on? What part of Flat Earth are we on?
What are you on about? What's your favorite?
What's my favorite? No. What are we on? What subject?
How about curvature?
Curvature, okay.
Curvature of Earth. Do you know when it was ever measured?
Yes, it was measured. Well, I don't know when it was measured, but we know that the Earth moves at 15 degrees per whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Okay, how was that measured? How was that detected? What technology was used?
You answered the curvature question with a different answer that didn't actually explain how anything was measured.
He wants to switch
I wanted
to
to change it because I don't know any shit about that. Do you know
Okay.
one of your flat earther friends debunked it on a movie
What?
on Netflix?
Oh, he's talking about Bob.
Bob.
Oh my gosh.
Who
Do
wants to
you
play
use
that video
mainstream
game?
TV? Do you use mainstream TV for all your information? Uh-oh.
Why go on?
That
What?
could be a big problem. Anyway, yeah, curvature.
now-
When was that directly
And
measured?
now,
One at a time.
sorry,
Yes, one at a time, please. I'm getting upset.
Yeah, when was the curvature measured, please? S'il vous plaît.
S'il vous plaît.
Souple.
S'il vous plaît, isn't it?
Est-ce que s'il vous plaît?
He said Scottish, not French.
I know. I'm just trying to piss him off. That's what the French do. What the fuck?
Why'd I get pissed off by French?
I'm only kidding. It's probably my own. Don't mind me. I'm just a silly American
Oh no,
sometimes.
I've never minded anyone.
But I'm being
I've
serious
never
about
minded anyone who's been a flat fucking earther. I have to tell you that. My idea of flat earth is stupid.
Okay, well, when was the curvature of Earth measured then?
Hey, I would get this up on a published official site.
Yeah, it should be a Nobel Prize. Should be a Nobel Prize attached to
We've been
it.
waiting. We've been
no one
waiting.
here ever
I've
thought
been
to
waiting
Google
8
it.
years.
Yeah, if flat Earth is ridiculous, I guess heliocentrism is just genius.
Dude, did he say he had a professional published website we could
Yes,
go to?
yes. Please, everyone
So
shut up
Earth
because
curvature-
we've been waiting. I've been waiting 8 years. I don't know how about you guys,
Everybody,
so please.
please post the information then.
Yeah, I never thought to
2,000
Google it.
years
What a
ago.
great idea.
Go ahead, Mystery. Go ahead, post that information in the live stream voice text. Thanks. We're waiting patiently.
Guys, for the love. Okay, for the record, he said, my idea of is
Flat.
stupid.
Idea of flat Earth.
Yes, I heard that too.
Okay.
Yes.
So
It is.
that's fine. You need to figure out what is it.
What
Not
is
your
it? Yeah.
ideas, not your imaginations, not stories. What
Okay,
is
so
it?
tell
Yeah,
me
we
this
could
now.
share this with you, Mystery. If you have the idea of a disc floating in
If you would like
space,
me to give my ideas and my
We
opinions,
need to find out what his
let me
conception
know.
is first. Hold on. Mystery.
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to say. If he's thinking it's a disc in space, none of us think.
Let's find out from him. Is that what you think it is, Mystery? According to
No.
us. Do you think
I have a different idea of it, but my
Okay,
idea.
what do you think we think Earth is?
Please shut your mouth. Don't ask me to talk, and then
Don't
don't
tell me to
let
shut
me
my
talk.
mouth. I'm a gold plus here.
Yeah.
but no
What's your straw man
gosh.
conception of the flat Earth? Let's hear it.
What's
The
the name, Bob?
conception of it is people say that everything's projected, the sun, the moon. If you try and project something into complete darkness, into complete blackness of space, it would not work. You need
Okay,
a
that's-
light
We're not
or some
talking about
background to
anything
reflect
like
it off
that.
completely
Yeah, we're not
black
doing
and
that.
my
We're trying to
opinions.
ask you what your conception of flat Earth is.
Well, he's
It
talking
says
about
what it
celestial
is,
stuff.
flat.
He
It's
thinks
flat.
that that's
It's like a plate. It's like a
No,
slab. It's
no
like
one
something
here
flat.
thinks. Listen, no one here thinks it's a plate or a disc spinning in space.
But
No
why
one,
does it say
not
that?
one of us.
Why
What?
does it show that?
We don't say that,
Flat,
Mystery.
listen,
We
because it's
don't
flat,
hear.
It's because it's Flat Earth Society. They're a known disinformation group, psyop
Bad
group,
people.
to go against their opposition on purpose. Do you understand? Like CIA.
Okay, so if you
Believe
would
that
like
flat
to show me
earthers
the
are all
proper version
crazy.
of the flat Earth, I would love to see that.
That's made up
No,
shit. None of us here
we're
believe any
trying
of
to
that.
tell you. There's no
We can-
model.
We can show you some measurements of the Earth's surface that prove that it cannot be a globe with a
I
radius
would
of
love to see the
3959.
measurements of it.
Okay, here,
I would
one
love to
sec.
see it.
We'll do it again.
Good.
1 sec.
Good. We'll show you what we have.
Right now, who is measuring the whole circumference of the Earth itself?
Oh, we're just doing enough of a measurement
no.
to debunk your radius. That's all.
It's right here, Black.
Yes,
Can you see the live stream?
We are also asking who did that?
Hey, do you see the live stream voice text?
Who measured that?
Mystery. Do you see the live stream voice text?
Yes, I
Okay.
see it now. Yes.
You see what Justin posted at 27 minutes after?
Yes. Give me a
Okay.
sec. Let me look.
Can you read it? Or
Okay.
can someone read it? Modus
So is it a
tollens?
picture? A picture.
Yeah,
you
hold
see.
on. I'll read it
Hey,
anyway.
I will
So
read it because I have eyes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, you read it. No, you said you read it. You read it. I want to hear it.
Okay,
Well,
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So, in other words, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. That would be the geometric horizon based on the Earth curve calculators. Are you okay with that so far?
Yes.
Okay, so if not Q, in other words, if the horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles in the image below, then therefore not P, Earth is not a sphere. Can you look at the image and tell us where is the horizon? That would be the place where the sky apparently meets the sea. Where is the
That's the
horizon
thing. The
before?
sky
Is it
never meets
is
the
the
sea.
horizon? It's apparent. That's why we say apparent. Yeah. So is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs? Where's the horizon in this image?
It's everywhere. It's just
No, it's only in
not
one
everywhere.
place. It's in one place where it
You are speaking
appears
over
to
my
meet the
voice, and I'm trying to
sky.
voice my opinion. I'm voice the facts.
Okay,
Where's the
well,
horizon?
even that's a ridiculous answer, but even if it were everywhere, that would still falsify your globe because it has to be in that one specific 1.2 mile location on your globe. So, I mean, even by your answer, it's not there. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
So, welcome to Flat Earth.
Nah.
But tell us honestly now, like, where's the
Validity is
horizon?
not right.
Look, here's another one. See the darkened one at 2 minutes
Okay,
after?
tell me this now.
Where's the
Look at
horizon
the
in
oil
this
rig.
image?
This is not
Mystery.
Stare at the oil rig. And
Stick to
look
the
at the
topic.
bottom of it.
Stick to the top.
Oil
Stick
rig.
to the
If
topic.
it just
Mystery.
disappears,
Where
the bottom
is the horizon
something that
in the
disappears from
image?
the
all right,
bottom of
Sonny.
the
Can you
Earth
stop?
would.
2 minutes after.
Please hold on, Sonny.
Mystery.
Hold on. Mystery, I've muted you for just a moment. I need everybody to stop. You're talking over each other. It's frustrating me profoundly. Okay, I want it to stop, and other people chiming in over on top of each other. It's not working. Okay, you must define your terms. You must have agreed upon axioms for the conversation to work. If you are disagreeing of the foundational definition of horizon, the conversation cannot proceed because you're operating on different axioms. That never works. So, in order for the conversation to be able to continue, mystery, you must read and understand, or hear and understand the definition for horizon. Would you like to hear it? Mystery. You're unmuted. Would you like to hear the definition for horizon?
Oh,
Okay, so apparently it hurt your feelings for me to mute you. I was trying to regain order because, Sonny, that was not working. You were speaking over each other.
Okay,
It's
hello.
like, okay, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Would you like to hear the definition for the word horizon so that we can be all on the same page as the expression goes?
Go ahead.
Okay. Where the sky appear. Are you playing games?
No, I accidentally pressed the wrong button.
Okay. Where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth. Whether that's the ground or the water or whatever, it's one of those two. Well, yeah. Are you new to Discord, Mystery?
No.
You're deafening yourself quite a lot. That's why I'm asking that question.
You saying I'm playing games?
No, we didn't say that.
Okay, so anyway, did you hear the definition for horizon?
Yes.
Do you understand it?
Nothing from Flat Earthers I would ever understand.
Mystery.
So
I'm
you
not
can't
talking.
answer the
Stop,
question.
Sonny. Mystery. I'm not talking about anything except for the definition of a word.
Okay.
It's not a bias. It's the definition for the word. Do you understand it?
Yes. Oh,
So
maybe. I don't know.
repeat the definition so that I can confirm that you understand it.
I do not want to repeat the definition because I don't want to sound like I'm brain dead.
Where the sky appears to meet the surface. Say it. Because you had a misunderstanding of what the horizon was. That's why I'm beating this drum.
Drum. What? I can't hear a drum. I'm sorry. What?
Oh wow.
You demonstrated your misunderstanding of what horizon meant. That's why I'm trying to aid you in the process so that there's not wasted time.
I thank you for that. And
Okay.
what I would like to ask.
Okay, so do you understand now?
Be told over, because I got asked to speak. I got asked if I would like to speak. I said yes, and I'm getting spoken over. So that's saying
That's
no
correct,
to
and
my
that's also
opinion.
why I tried to regain order in the conversation. Take turns talking. This is like normal etiquette. Take turns talking, right? But nobody should talk at all if you have a misunderstanding of the basic definition of a word, horizon.
And that is wrong, because if you let me speak my voice and what I want to say, and the misunderstanding happened, you wouldn't cut nobody off. You'd wait till they finish, and then you would say, okay, going on to the subject, you're wrong on this. And then you'd go on and on and on.
Okay, so we can move on now that you have an understanding of what horizon means.
So you do understand that horizon means where the sky appears to meet the surface now, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So could you tell me where the horizon is in the image at 2 minutes after the hour? Before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
Horizon will always be around you. Every position on the earth.
I'm asking about where it is the actual
and
image.
don't cut me off, because this is not how misunderstandings work. I will
We're
voice my
talking about
opinion, and you correct me if I was wrong.
He just went to lengths to tell you.
Image. We're talking about the
Wherever
image.
you are on Earth, and you look around you, the horizon will always be around you in the distance where the curve starts happening. And then I want to get on to another subject after this.
Great.
Dude,
Okay,
let's just
can you
talk about the
show me-
horizon.
Can you show me where it is in the image? Only in the image that I posted at 2 minutes after. Could you tell me where the horizon is before the oil rigs, between, or after the oil rigs? Could you tell me that?
Tell me.
He doesn't know what horizon is.
Can he?
I know
Can
what
he?
horizon is. I want you to tell me so I know if I'm correct or not.
I contend he still doesn't know what the horizon is.
Yeah. Gospel Bear just went to lengths to explain it to him, but it's just not sinking in.
It's like not triggered in his head. There's something that's just triggering in his head.
Oh, so
for
you're
some
calling
reason.
me a fucking...
No, you're seriously not
No, I
getting
get
it
it
because
now.
you're not
I
explaining
get it
to us in this picture where the horizon is. If you understand where it is, you should be able to tell us where it is in this picture. End of story.
Okay, good. End of story. Touche. I would like to go into another subject because I requested that. At the
You
first
just don't know the horizon. That's what we're trying to say. We're here helping you, but you just don't want our help because you don't know what the horizon is.
Yeah, you really made a fool of yourself here.
Okay.
By
Just
not
keep on beating
answering
him
the
up. That'll help
question.
him. That'll help him
Yeah.
too. Mystery.
Yes, that's me.
Maybe you need another example. I'm trying to find another picture here. I'm gonna post a couple of these.
I would.
Hold on. Do you see the picture I just posted?
Yes.
Is the horizon where on the left side where the land is at, or is the horizon over there where the sun appears to be?
Horizon is in the distance behind the land and be where the sun is.
Okay. So I posted that picture to establish whether or not you could identify a horizon in a picture. Now that's what's being referred to in the other picture.
Okay.
So there. Thank you, Miguel. That's perfect. This is a horizon line.
Okay. So I would like to ask and say, when the horizon, look at them pictures and then look at the one with the oil rig. You see how some of them are closer up and some of them are further away due to the lens zoom and stuff. Also with the atmospheric pressure and heat and temperature and stuff like that put into it, it looks very different on other things.
The only thing you need to tell us is where the horizon is in the oil rigs picture. Where is it, before or after the oil rigs?
Between.
No.
Where between? There's a boat between. That means everything after the boat is disappearing. We can still see the furthest oil rig. We can still see where it enters the water. So where is the horizon in this picture again?
One of the two oil rigs.
It's not. Are you clowning us?
No.
Okay, we'll look again.
Okay, it's after the oil rig.
Yes, after the
Which
furthest oil rig. Sorry.
He ran out of choices, but he got it.
Here.
Well, maybe because he's after.
Can you hold on, Mystery? Can you see that the horizon is where I drew that beautiful arrow?
It's such a beautiful arrow too.
Mystery? I couldn't hear your answer.
I said, agree.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's the point, and that horizon line is in great excess of even the second oil rig, which is merely a measuring stick, because both of those are known distances from the shoreline.
Okay.
Okay. That's not where the horizon. That's not where the horizon line should ever be capable of being.
Should it never be able to be being?
It's orders of magnitude beyond the constraints of the globe radius. 2 orders.
If it was a sphere, it should never be where it is being observed, is what he meant to say.
It
I
should
think.
be
Sorry. Go ahead.
1.25. It should be 1.225 miles.
Geometric
far away.
impossibility on the globe.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Are you talking to me, or are you just trying to agree between each other?
We've been talking to you this whole time.
Okay. I know you've been... Okay. So I would like to ask, how we've got that agreed and we've got that sorted out, I would like to go into a different subject.
You do know the title of the server?
Yeah, Flat Earth.
Okay.
And this isn't going on to a subject of the round Earth. Oh, I forgot my idea now.
Ask your question.
I forgot the idea now because you've talked on to the horizon and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe it'll come back to you.
Maybe it will. I still would like to voice my opinion about how the voice should work. I didn't like how I got muted when I was trying to voice my opinion. I didn't like how I was over when I was...
That's not why you were muted. I explained why you were muted, to regain order in the conversation, so we can move on from...
Need to get angry at it. No need to raise your voice. I'm not raising my voice at you. I'm not raising my voice at no one.
But look, it went good. You know, we are the other people speaking with you nicely. We explained to you what is going on in reality, and why are you complaining now? Everything is okay. This is only information. That this is reality. Nobody wants to offend you or something.
Yeah, and try to keep your feelings out of it, brother. This is about what's what.
So do you see how that horizon is impossible on the globe?
He definitely himself.
Ah, shoot. Yeah. Just doesn't want to hear it.
Well, he's already demonstrated that it is fumbling with his usage of Discord, so I wouldn't judge too quickly.
I've been there. I've been that guy.
It was inadvertently muting and deafening himself moments ago, so I'm not assuming that it's because he doesn't want to hear. be more than one explanation for this phenomenon.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trolling. I don't really know what his deal is.
You back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay.
I had to go talk to someone.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So you got any proof for the globe?
Well, I think we just established that it's not a globe. You seem to be fine with that.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't establish that it was a globe or was flat. I never established that. I would like to establish it that it is a globe.
Well, we've just falsified that notion.
Man, listen,
You agreed.
This is very, Mister. This is very important. Maybe you're trolling. Maybe you're trolling. Maybe you're trolling.
Because there's a bigger crowd here.
You agree? You agreed that the globe geometry, as claimed, is impossible in reality.
You're trying to put words in my mouth now.
Well, that's what you did. You said, "Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about something else now."
Yeah, because you're putting words into my mouth, and
no, he's quoting you verbatim, actually.
Yeah, you seemed okay with what we showed you, so I just figured that we had resolved the issue that the Earth is not a globe.
We're going to change my mind that the Earth is flat.
Well, it's been measured to be impossible for it to be a globe.
Okay.
The horizon, the distance to the horizon has been measured at impossible distances on your globe.
So tell me now. I would like to know if the Earth is a globe. What is the actual shape of it? What makes it a globe is the atmosphere, the different levels and sections of the atmosphere.
That horizon measurement just got rid of the globe, though. So why would we talk about that?
He goes to the sky and space. It's amazing.
And the word with sphere in it.
Okay, so tell me your people's examples of the sphere. The sphere. What is it?
The sphere is a model mystery that you're believing in. If you look at the chat right now, you'll see two different images, what you see and what you believe. If you let that soak in for a minute, you'll understand what's being discussed about here.
Another thing I can give you, Mystery, is as open-minded as I am, I didn't just start identifying with and understanding the flat earth topic immediately. It took me a while. More than just one 5-minute video debunking flat earth. I did hours and hours, weeks, months of investigating it.
On atmospheres, on space myself.
If you're not interested in being interrupted, don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences either.
That's the thing, that's double standards. You do it to me, I'll do it to you.
Quid pro quo.
I don't remember interrupting you. As I was saying, I didn't just come to the truth of flat earth immediately myself. So it may take you more than 10 minutes or an hour and a half of conversation.
No, I'm good. Like to
yeah, but you came here, you didn't go to cinema.
I've watched many things to understand that the earth is round. I've understood it many
No,
times.
you just don't understand where you are here in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We don't believe it's your globe you believe in. That's what we're trying to tell you. So anything that you tell us, we already know about the globe because we've been through it. We're trying to get you on our page so that you can catch up.
I deny that. That is basically trying
I
to
know
push
you
it
do, and that's exactly where we were. We're trying to tell you that.
No, I would not like to be told that.
So now
you don't believe any of us
you
went
don't
through any
like to be
degree at all? None of us have a degree in here. Is that correct, Mystery? Is that what you think?
Go through a fucking degree.
Exactly. But we're proving you wrong right now. Exactly.
That's irrelevant. What we've just done is measured the horizon to impossible distances on your globe. So why are you talking
Mystery,
about credentials?
no offense. Okay, but go out to the kitchen, get a glass of water, and come back with your big boy voice. Nobody can hear you.
I love the tea.
Yeah, I got him turned way up.
Why are you talking about people and credentials now, Mystery? We've just demonstrated that your globe is a geometric possibility on Earth. It's impossible. It's been measured to be impossible.
Yeah, speaking of the globe, do you even know what the radius dimension is, Mystery? Kilometers of
See,
work.
got it. It's nothing that I talk about every day.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. Anyway,
So,
moving on.
well, everybody else here knows, so why are you arguing with us? Maybe you should find out a few things about your claim and then try the
Well,
argument.
I mean, I did hear you ask us why it's a globe. So I'm confused,
No,
or
I
you're
never asked
confused.
why.
So who's
I
confused?
asked your example. You would like to explain your example of the globe? Love to hear.
What?
When you
Can
mumble,
anybody hear anything he's fucking saying? Because all I'm hearing is mumble, mumble,
No,
mumble.
he's very low.
Yeah,
He's speaking very
while
low.
you're mumbling while other people are talking, and then you can't be
Yeah.
heard. It's not an effective way to communicate.
He wants our example of the globe.
He's talking in whisper, like he doesn't want his mom to hear him, that he's talking on the
Well,
phone or whatever.
That may or may not be, but anyway, that's why we go through the 3 points. That's the reason why, because there's no curvature measurement, there's no axial rotation detected, there's no such thing as gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
And so we have the black swan, that the radius has been falsified mega times over. If you look in the same video at 1 foot above the ocean level there in Santa Barbara, you can see the islands off to the background. They're 30 miles minimum. That would make your radius of your Earth more than 2 million miles. So why do we have observations that are bludgeoning the globe to itty bits?
You said you saw the islands off in the distance. You only see them. Why? Because
Okay.
again, let me talk.
Yeah.
The pressure, the temperature, atmospheric pressure, and stuff like that. That is included.
Okay, great. Can you show us the documentation for this image then of all of that, what you just said? A citation, please, from somebody that did a test that can verify what you just said about how this light works.
Yeah, can you quantify it for us? Give us the calculations that you used to get
Yeah,
your
because
globe
you're going by
horizon to that distance at that observer height. How did you do that? I don't think you appreciate
you're going by something, so we just want to know what reference material you're using so we can be let in on what you're doing.
I will show you in a minute. Let me get it up and then I'll show you.
I don't think you appreciate the magnitude of the error here. I'm just going to post something that might help you understand it. 1 sec.
So you're going to show us how light can project to show that your globe is millions
Flat.
of miles in diameter?
And flat.
And that's still okay.
Yeah. So you understand that your globe radius has been claimed to be 3959 miles, and that to have a geometric horizon at 10 miles at a 1 foot observer height, like you see in that oil rigs picture, you need like a 250,000 mile radius globe. So where are you getting that amount of light refraction that it's expanding the apparent radius to that extent, 2 orders of magnitude?
Yeah. And the light is bouncing off a reflective surface that has angled back away from you and 70 feet, nearly 70 feet below the side of your eye line.
Yeah, so just so you know, that's not what's happening. That's just a ad hoc fallacy reification argument that you're using to just prop up your globe, which is clearly geometrically impossible.
So yeah, all you got to do is go out and show us those 3 things.
Okay, I would like to ask you something.
Oh.
I'm in. Hey, if I'm in the UK here, and you are over there in America, there's a time difference. So think of light. If you shine light on a desk or on a flat surface, okay, shine light on a flat surface. You see it all around.
No, you don't.
Do.
No, you don't. You see it in a local area over the desk with your lamp.
Okay. Tell me now, how far away is the sun?
No one's saying how far away it is. Show us the curvature and we'll get started. Where's the measurement and we'll get started because you
You're
can't go to the
ignoring,
sun without the curvature measurement.
ignoring my question, which
No,
is
No,
no,
the
you're
sun.
missing the foundation. You're
Nobody
missing the
can measure.
hold on,
Listen.
hold on. You're missing
Yeah.
the foundation of the question. You jumped up to 3 steps ahead. No, it doesn't work that
Yeah.
well. The foundational information first as a standard. Earth's radius is number 1. The foundation supplement that you need to go anywhere else. So we need that radius dimension. Where's the curvature measurement?
where's the curvature measured?
Where is it? I'm asking you. You think it's a globe. Where's the measurement?
You believe it exists. We know it's false.
It's like
It's
someone
fake.
telling you there's a law
Yeah.
that you have to tie your shoe from right to left over that way. If you do it the other way, you're going to break the law. Oh, really? Can I see the law? No, you can't see it. That's what you're
Yeah.
trying to tell us. You can't see. You believe in a law exists because someone told you and you're
Yeah.
obeying the law, but you've seen no proof of said law that it was ever written by anyone. That's what the globe is.
So over the Earth radius is R is
How?
6,371 kilometers or 3,959 miles
63,
based on
63,
numbers.
6371. So
Given-
how was it measured? When, where, and how was it measured to
Yeah.
verify that?
By which
When?
method?
What method was used to measure that?
Method.
On the surface of Earth. Tell us, please.
Yeah.
You sec.
You know,
to read this out for you so you can
Said
get the idea of the
what
curvature.
I said. I know I said when, where, and how was that measurement, was that verified by measurement on the surface of Earth?
The Earth measurement calculator that you disagree is true.
No, how was it physically measured to validate it to use it as a reference?
you haven't given us anything to disagree with, by the way. Like, we're asking you what this measurement is, you haven't told us, and then you tell us we disagree with it. What is it?
Sure you know. Cannot show you. Why? Because I don't have permission to send any pictures, I don't think. I don't. So I can't show you how it's measured or what it's measured as.
Just private.
No, I want to know when, where, and how it was actually done. Because if you're telling us that's what it is, then we want to know how is it actually done to prove it.
Okay, on this place, on this way I see it is somewhere in America. And the explanation of it is the Earth's radius is 6,000, in the bit that they measured, 6,371 kilometers or 3,959 miles, based on numbers from Wikipedia, which give a circumference C of C equals 2.
You're giving us numbers. You're not
How?
telling us how they were measured.
How did they get the numbers from a measurement to put into that formula? How did they get the measurement? They had to physically, directly measure something to get reality numbers. You have to measure something in reality.
Yeah,
so what part of the surface or what method did they use to validate or verify that we can use those numbers as a reference or a standard of measurement? Are you familiar with manufacturing at all? Are you familiar with manufacturing?
Are
you familiar with manufacturing at all?
You know, when you go to a fashion
what the
designer,
fuck? Are you familiar with manufacturing? Jesus Christ. Get.
When somebody's repeating
Sorry,
themselves,
go
that's
ahead.
not the cue to join in.
Mystery, are you familiar with manufacturing at all?
No. Manufacturing what?
Okay.
Exactly.
Anything. Like in machine tool making long plates that have to be, let's say, perfectly flat. Like, machine tools that make this stuff, So they use reference standards in the shop. They use standards. They're in climately controlled rooms. You go and use the standard to calibrate your instruments.
What I heard
So there's standards. There's a standard of measurement. So where's the standard that they use that we can verify that this is the standard we used when we said Earth is 6,371 kilometers. I mean, I need the standard. How did they get that data? What they had to use a measurement, not a calculation, a measurement.
You're saying you're asking what measurement device they used.
Yes.
When, where, and how. Yes, exactly. How did they measure it? When did they do it? And what method was used? Yes. Who, when, and where.
Yeah, where did we get those numbers? It's one thing to tell us the numbers. How did we get those?
So that's why we're here. We want you to go find out when they actually measured it, Mystery, and you can come back anytime you want and tell us the results of your search.
So, what we can use deficit angles to measure curvature.
We are talking about a direct measurement of the surface. We're not talking about calculating something on a notebook or in your head or conceptualizing. We're talking about actuality measuring something physically.
Here, we'll ask this question, Mystery. Are you under the impression that someone has dug to the center of Earth at any time ever?
You cannot dig to the center of the Earth, you die.
So that's a no?
Okay, tell me why you're laughing. Do you think that's
no,
fake?
Please stop. So that's a no?
No one can dig to the center of the Earth, you would just get stuck there.
Okay, so you can agree that no one directly measured the radius of Earth if it were a ball. Nobody's actually directly measured that. You can agree with that?
Yes, because you can't measure that.
No, what are the other ways, mathematically, what are the other ways that you would be able to measure a ball? What other necessary parts would you need in order to measure a ball?
Okay.
Well, you can measure the circumference of the
asking,
ball
oh my
or
gosh,
diameter.
get
Go ahead, sorry.
not your question.
Let Mystery answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you had a football or a ball. Put the measuring device. So I know it's probably not the efficient way of doing it, or my idea right now that I have is you'd get a ball. Let's say you'd use a protractor on it. You would do some other math. So I don't know. Let's say it was 70 degrees. You'd use math. You'd calculate the distance over that ball and how far it is using measurement you got from the projector or whatever else they use.
Okay,
good. When was that done on the surface of Earth? Perfect. When was that done? Measure the curvature on the surface of Earth. Thanks.
Apparently 2,000 years ago. Apparently.
Okay, and let me ask you an even more basic question. Why do you think that why do you think that story even exists? What do you think it is that led anyone ever to ask that question in the first place? What sort of thing do you think might have happened for people to even try to do that? What observation was there that made people go, let's try and find this out? Can you think of the thing?
The idea I have is...
I can give you the answer. I can give you the answer.
No, I would like to say my example, please.
Okay. If you don't understand the question, that's why I'm happy to give you the answer.
Maybe correct, I may be wrong on it, but 2,000 years ago, people may have went to space. They have. Cut me off on it, let me finish it off. And people went to space and they may have said that the Earth looks like a ball, looks round. I don't know what they said exactly back then. And then people on the ground may have said, well, prove it to me.
Okay.
How would you prove that? You'd have to physically measure it. They maybe went up to space again, measured it with whatever tools they had back then.
Okay.
2,000 years ago?
Yeah. It's okay. That's a neat story. Okay. So an observation from up above somehow, some way. Okay, that's interesting. Would you like to know their actual answer to the question that I was asking?
Depends which sense it's coming from. Is it coming from a flat Earth sense?
No. They being the ones who make the claim that it's a ball. I'm just going to tell you. They said boats were going over the horizon. You understand?
Let me tell you this. Every
Hold
boat
on. It was a yes or no question, mister. It's a yes or no question.
Tell me it. I want to hear.
They said that boats were going over the horizon. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. That's the claim. Did you know that claim can be invalidated?
Know that it wouldn't always be correct with boats going over the horizon. Know that it wouldn't always work.
That's right. Did you know that on a flat surface you can make things disappear from the bottom up?
Negative, you can't.
What?
You can't make anything disappear from bottom up.
Yes,
No, you
can.
can't. You can. You actually can.
It's called air refraction index.
Tell me that again.
Air refraction index makes objects disappear from the bottom up the further they go away in the distance on a flat surface.
Yeah, the name of that refractive effect is called sinking.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question about it.
Pay attention to the chat because people are providing supporting material to help you be able to visualize what's being talked about. So I know that you're demonstrating skepticism. That's a useful skill. To be able to be skeptical is a fantastic thing in this day and age.
Okay, I would like to ask Intro Banker what exact camera lens was used for the coin doesn't disappear.
For the coin disappearing bottom up on a flat surface like a table, I'm not sure what camera they used for that picture, but there's lots of videos and pictures of this stuff happening.
And what I heard, which is most likely correct and is fact, is that the Earth, stuff made on the Earth that's meant to be flat, is meant to be done the curvature of the Earth. Stuff isn't made full on flat.
Wait,
flat
what?
Isn't a thing on Earth. That can't be a thing on Earth.
Well, we just showed you that it is, but what do you mean? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, everything that's made on Earth is made because it's a flat Earth. Architecture, like everything.
Talking
Like
about hills, buddy.
Railways, bridges.
Hold on, Mystery. Yeah. Are you talking about hills?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about man-made things, tables, anything flat. It's
level flat. Yeah.
I can't hear everything that Mystery is saying because people are talking at the same time as him. What are you talking about?
Stuff on Earth. So the table, I know it's really small. You have to have a massive thing to see the curvature of it. But stuff that's made flat on Earth, around a sphere, stuff made flat on Earth would be made towards the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. So you're under the.
Small, I would like to finish my example off. The atom is so small, you cannot see the exact curvature of it. But if you use a certain lens, it will show you the curvature of it.
Okay, that's what we already did. That's what we were showing you with the horizon measurement at 10 miles. That's impossible on your globe with the curvature that you're claiming, remember?
Yep. I don't know if you're picking up what everybody's putting down, Mystery, but that is the claim. What you just said, that everything is curving, like there is no such thing as flat. I know that's the claim. We get it. That is the claim. You know the word claim, right?
Yeah.
Like I claim that you live in a red house, right? I could claim that, but then you could prove me wrong, right?
Okay.
Claim. So the point is you just expressed the claim that there is no such thing as flat. Guess what? With proper data and details, you can test that claim. And the point is, it's been tested. And it tests false. It tests
Can you show me the
negative.
resources that told you that, please?
What?
I'd like to see the resources that you looked at to get that claim to be wrong.
We showed them to you.
Yep, one has been shared with you. That wasn't understood. Do you think that 5 more that say the same thing will begin to help you understand? Do you think quantity will increase your understanding? I'm not trying to insult you, but the point is, it doesn't seem like you've understood the point in the first place. So giving you more examples that prove the exact same point doesn't seem to be helpful, although there are plenty.
Okay. Show me more and waste your time.
I just dropped another one where the horizon is measured at an impossible distance on the globe. It's a pretty common thing.
What's going on here? But this is a heated debate.
Yeah, it's heated.
All right. Hello, I'm just here. Let's not hot mic.
Are we hot mic'd?
No, hello, I'm just here was hot micing.
Don't know what that
Okay.
means, but cool.
So, what I'm saying is that my claim is meant to be right. It's meant to be right.
Okay. Well, it's not.
It is.
Okay, but
what?
remember,
Yes.
there's geometry to your globe, right? There are certain geometric constraints to it, like where the horizon can be. There's a maximum distance at where it can appear on your globe, because that is a consequence of the curved surface of the Earth dropping away from the observer, right? So we gave you the math at where that should be at 1 feet of height. That would be at 1.2 miles. We see it at 10 miles. It's totally impossible on the globe with the radius of 3959 miles. In order for that to be a geometric globe horizon, the globe would have to be like 250,000 miles in radius. It's just not possible. So what's not sinking in?
What's thinking is that I haven't been listening this whole time. You're wasting your time.
Okay, that's kind of funny. So go ahead and stay as long as you want.
Bye bye. Go to watch NASA live stream and everything. It's all right, man.
Okay, move along. Move along. We'll take him at his word.
Can I ask Mystery a question, please?
No.
He gone.
No, don't waste time.
He just said that you.
Yes, pay attention to the details. Just take people at at their word. Hello, I'm just here can be spoken to at this point now. So you mentioned this being some type of heat. What is with you people and your low mics?
Oh, that's just, I put it really far away from me because I don't want it on my desk.
Understood. You can be heard better now. Thank you. Watch the hot mic, Old Haas. You're hot micing. Old Haas. Hello, I'm just here. The reason I wanted to clarify is just so that you understood that there
No,
isn't
fair enough. I just, brain not working at the moment.
Okay.
It happens.
I was just in shock and awe that I'm like, this is at the bottom of the barrel of my lots of Discord servers, and there's like 34 people in this voice chat. I'm just sitting here.
Isn't it funny? We're the best one. We're the best
It-
one down all the way that far. Isn't that amazing?
It ranges from
top priority.
5 to 85. You know, there could be any range of number of people in here. You know, the conversation ranges. But
I mean,
we're not just sitting here. Some of us are listening, waiting patiently.
Fair enough. I'm not convinced the Earth is flat. I kind of sit here to bird watch, like just watching them go by, like, oh, there they go, they're doing their thing. It's just funny. But I'm not going to argue against you. I don't care enough to put in the energy to do that. So
No, you
I
don't
guess
care
I'll
about the
just,
truth. That's fine.
I
Live
guess
your
I'll just mute.
fantasy.
I hate that argument so much.
Live
I'm
in your
just
fantasy world.
You don't have
my fantasy world.
Is it funny to you? Is it funny to you listening to the Glovers that come in?
It is
just
genuinely hilarious listening to this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it hilarious because there's no globe proof? Is that why it's hilarious?
I mean, there's a lot of globe
Like
proof,
Globers
but
come in here
well,
and
my one thing
and
that I have
bring
with the
zero
argument
evidence of the
is
globe.
it makes no difference to me whether or not the Earth is a sphere or if it's a big old frisbee on a turtle's back or whatever you believe in.
Still, again, I don't understand why people are not.
Hold on, let him
human.
finish. Let him finish,
They're
please.
here.
What I question is the significance of that. If the Earth is a little old disc spinning around, what does that mean for you? What do you gain from that knowledge?
It's really none of your business, man.
Who said this disc?
You know.
Can we
Who said this disc?
So you don't see. Let's please all complain about straw men. Please, let's talk about a straw man for like at least an hour, guys, because that's such a good idea to just get up in arms over the straw man argument.
It's none of your business.
So can I just quick?
Why isn't
hold
it
on.
none of my
Can
business?
I get a mic check? I don't hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Wolfgang. Please take the floor.
That's also none of your fucking business.
Sweet. Hey, Glat, chill, bro. Hello, I'm just here. You still there?
Hello.
So are you saying that if the Earth isn't a globe like you believe it is, you saying you wouldn't want to know that if it wasn't?
I
Or
mean,
you
I would
don't?
want to know, but I don't really care.
All right.
It's not that
Why
I
would
can do
you?
much with that.
Why would you want to know if it's not a globe?
Wait, I'm not even sure what that question means. So,
Like you just said, if it wasn't a globe, I'd want to know. I'm just asking, why would you want to know if it wasn't a globe?
well, I don't really want to know. I guess if someone had 100% evidence, then I'd be like, okay, cool. And my science taught me that this is the way it is, and I'd be like, okay, cool. And I would go about my day, and it would make no difference to me in my everyday life.
So that's why I'm asking, why would you want to know if you say it wouldn't make a difference to you?
Because it's just something to know. Human species love knowledge. It's one of our most compelling pulling points is learning new
So you like
this is
knowledge
a-
then?
Yes.
So you're not? Are you not human?
Okay,
are you sheep or
okay.
something? Like, don't you think
Well, that's
where you
all right.
are is pretty
It's a good
essential
start.
knowledge?
No, it is very essential knowledge. It's just, what am I going to do with that? I mean, the
Yeah,
way it is
there you
I can
go.
go outside, I can jump up and down. Gravity is pretty normal. That's fine.
Well, hold on. Well, quickly, you said you liked knowledge, right?
If I was an astronaut, maybe I'd like to know it so that I could, like, not slam into the edge or something. I don't know. It doesn't.
All right, but it's safe to say you appreciate knowledge generally, and you would like to have some knowledge of where you live.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
Okay.
gist of it.
So if I were then to ask you, okay, thinking about the knowledge of where we live and what you believe you live on, being a globe, do you have knowledge of who, let's say, measured the surface to be curved for it to be a globe? Have you looked into that?
Measured the surface doesn't mean much of anything. More or
Well, they
less.
say the surface is curving.
Well, yeah, because it is. At least that's my belief. I don't want to argue about the idea that it's round or not.
No. We're just talking about knowledge, right? Because you said you would like knowledge of where you live.
Mm-hmm.
So part of that would be, if you believe that the surface is curving, then knowing how that was proven, because you don't observe the surface to be curving, right?
Right.
Yeah. So to have knowledge of the surface being curved, you'd have to know of someone who went and measured it, presumably, since you don't observe it. Otherwise, it's not knowledge, it's just like a belief, right?
Well, knowledge is a belief. You can believe in atheism.
No, knowledge is not a belief. Listen, I can tell you why. Imagine me, I'm sitting in front of a $50 million mansion with a sign for sale. Now, you come down the street and you see me and you say, oh, I want to buy myself a $50 million mansion. And I tell you, oh, great, here is my bank account. Yeah. So wire me the money, pay me the money, and I give you the mansion that's behind me. Yeah, and I'm telling you, I'm describing you the mansion. I'm telling you, it has this many rooms, and it has a couch inside with 3 stains on it. Yeah, and before you wire me the money, you will say, "Well, I can't just wire you the money because I don't know if the mansion is yours. So let's check it out." We go inside the mansion, and you find out that there is no couch inside it in any of the rooms. So you have verified my story. You didn't choose to believe it. Yeah. You verified. You entered the mansion. You see there is no couch there. So you found out that I'm a liar. This is knowledge. This is what knowledge does.
Yeah, so you get the distinction. Hello, we're just saying
Yeah.
beyond what you think or assume, you've got some evidence for it, or you've seen evidence for it, right? But that's okay. Most people don't know who measured the curvature. What about motion of the Earth, right? The ground spinning, according to your belief. Do you know who's measured that?
I don't really. No, I don't know who measured it because you don't need to measure. It's not. You don't use the word measure, grammatical, whatever, English. Really, all I am just asking is the simple question of now that you have the. I'll play along with it. If you have the 100% Earth is flat, cool. What? How does that help? What does that do now that you know that?
Well, now that you know that, you should know that it was made for you and it is yours. But because you do not know this, that it's flat, and you believe it's a globe, because these people are telling you since when you are a child that you live on a spinning wet ball, and you believe this, when you confirm to them that you believe this story, they know that this realm does not belong to you because it cannot be yours if you don't know anything about it.
I mean, as well, earlier, hello, I think someone asked
Yeah.
you why you'd care about the Earth, and you said it's essential knowledge, just being where you are, right?
Yeah, it's just where you are.
Get
Yeah, you want
beget,
to know about where you are.
Hey, Jenny.
get beget. I loved your example. Good on you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Jenny. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
So, hello, I'm here. I mean, you can get into why it matters so much, but I mean, you kind of already agreed that you want to have knowledge of where you live. It's kind of evident why you'd want to have knowledge about it.
Yeah.
And if you're believing something that isn't correct about it, you'd want to know that. Again, just because you want knowledge of where you live for endless reasons, really. And it sounds like you don't really have that knowledge of where you live. You have a belief of where you live, which is fine. A lot of people do. We all did. But are you interested in looking at the evidence that
The evidence is poorly
contradicts that belief?
photoshopped like Facebook posts. I love these. They're so funny.
No, that's what the evidence for the globe is.
You're kind of jumping ahead. So what you're kind of dismissing any potential evidence against what you've just conceded is a belief, something that you don't know of any evidence for, and you're going straight to, well, any oppositional evidence to that belief I have won't be
I'm not
valid.
saying
Is
all.
that what
I'm
you're
not
doing?
saying like every single one of them is, but like 90% of these are so funny to look at. I love these.
What, like
the
measurements of the
evidence
surface?
photos with the big old red circles around them. They're funny.
Okay.
I like those.
So we spoke about the curvature earlier, and you said you don't know who's measured it. Do you think anyone's measured curvature?
Is of like a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Plenty
curvature of a
people,
ball.
probably.
Okay. Do you want to Google it
Probably.
and see if anyone has? Because we're telling you, no one has.
Who's measured the Earth?
Yeah, we will stumble into Eratosthenes.
Well, hold on.
All right.
Spoiler.
I don't know how to pronounce that. That's old Greeky words.
Yeah.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. How do we pronounce that? Yeah. That guy.
Okay.
Oh, there's a Khan
So they're
Academy.
saying.
I love Khan
So
Academy.
they're saying he measured curvature of the Earth. Is that what they're saying?
That's the gist of it. There's this
So
big old
how
bald
are they
guy in
saying
the
he did
photo.
that? So how are they saying he did that?
Compare the position of the sun's rays in two locations to calculate the spherical size of the Earth with reasonable accuracy. He was born in Greek colony in Cyrene, the city of Santa Libya. As a young man, he traveled to Athens to pursue his studies. Blah 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 blah. He used the sun's rays with a big old peeler and looked at the shadows.
Any assumptions in regards to the sun's rays?
Yeah.
I'm also kind of curious. Do you is the also do you prefer the heliocentric or the geocentric model of our solar system?
We don't have such preferences.
Well, I'm
It is
wondering,
about what we prefer. No, we are not talking about what we prefer. We like to talk about what we can tangibly touch, measure, and feel.
Okay, so do you believe then that the solar system is heliocentric or
No,
geocentric?
for us, the belief belongs to the religion side. When we talk about experiencing with reality, that's not a matter of belief. Doing science has nothing to do with belief system, with religious systems.
Okay, so then is
Science is not
no
religious.
use of the word belief, just is solid fact. Is it geocentric or heliocentric?
Well, obviously it is flat and stationary, motionless. They invoke
So if
that
it's
we live on a...
motionless, you believe
Listen,
geocentric.
the heliocentric model is invoking that we live on a spinning ball. So when you are in a rotating frame of reference, that means you are experiencing constant acceleration. Constant acceleration is something that we can measure with acceleration measuring instruments, interferometers, accelerometers, etc.
My favorite subject. And then what happens is, because it's all relative, your actual acceleration. This is really cool. I love this subject.
Acceleration is not
gravity.
relative.
It is
Acceleration is
very
not
relative.
relative. No,
Hold on.
it's
Before
not.
we go off down to this, and we weren't quite finished, right? Because we can go to motion of the Earth next, but we were on Eratosthenes, right? So, hello. So now that you've learned just now about the person who supposedly proved this globe, did that story convince you that he had measured or proven the Earth to be a globe?
Yeah, that's pretty convincing.
Okay, what if I told you it works if you assume a flat surface as well, and a closer sun rather than a far one?
Why would the sun be closer?
Well, it's not a question of why, it's a question of what you assume, right? Because Eratosthenes didn't measure the distance to the sun, did he?
Well, yeah, but it's not really something that you can just be like, oh yeah, that's right next to me.
It was not something that you can be like, all right, that's millions of miles infinitely far away, and it's putting down parallel sun rays when you don't observe that, right? So if you assume that the sun's far away putting down parallel light rays and the surface is curved, you can get those results. You can get the same results if the surface is flat and the light rays are divergent, right? Both of which, well, one you observe because we observe a flat surface and we observe crepuscular rays, divergent rays from the sun. One is the other assumption, which you don't observe, but he made those assumptions.
Sorry, not to interrupt you. You're on a great rant. I just think that if the sun was this close, we'd all kind of be like deep fried chicken.
But
you're still making assumptions.
You're still, that would be making assumptions about its strength, its size, whatever, right? Obviously, it's not It's not boiling us all into chickens. So you would just scale it, right? But either way, the point is, he wasn't measuring
heliocentric
curvature drop
delusion.
over a center. Focus,
Sorry.
hello.
Oh shit! I not.
He wasn't measuring point to point on the surface and saying, "Yep, look, curvature drop." Was he? He was looking at shadows on a flat surface and assuming it was curved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you think anyone's ever done that kind of measurement where they've gone point to point and evidenced a drop due to curvature? Do you think anyone's ever done that to confirm Eratosthenes' assumption from the BCs?
Feel like
You can't be telling me that the globe evidence
Yeah.
is based on the BCs, right?
You're talking in the most confusing way possible, and then you're twisting the words on me to make me the wrong
How am I
person.
talking in a confused way? I'm saying who's
Strange,
done a direct
delusional,
measurement.
self-oriented kind of tone. It's
It's
really
okay. Now,
interesting.
what's
I'm just
what's
fascinated
confused
by the
you?
way you're talking to me.
What's confused you?
No, it's just you're trying to be confusing. I'm comprehending it somewhat, but like
Right. So when I asked who's done a measurement from point to point and evidence drop due to curvature, do you think that's been done?
probably, I don't know.
Okay. Well, probably would be a belief. Do you want to
That
know?
okay sounded like a therapist writing something down.
I know it's challenging
Oh
to
yeah,
have
my
your belief
brain don't
challenged
work.
like
No
that.
good, sir. I can't serve in the military.
I know you're coping a bit, but I mean, we're just having a
Coping.
civil conversation, right?
Yeah.
So
You said
you said you assume someone has done the measurement. Why don't you Google it? Like you just Googled.
Wait, I don't even know what
the
I'm
first
Googling.
time. Well, who's directly measured the curvature? Because Eratosthenes didn't.
That's what it says he did, though. That's the entire purpose of his whole feast
No,
here.
it says he assumed curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So who didn't assume it and measured it?
Yo, Ronald McDonald saying Cope harder?
So is that
stay
no
on
one?
track.
So no one's measured the curvature of this ball that they tell us we live on, but they also tell us we can't observe. You're saying no one's measured it?
Not saying no one measured it. I don't know.
Well, we are. We're saying no
Okay.
one's measured it.
That's great.
Okay. Do you
Okay,
disagree?
so your whole life paradigm is based on a blind belief.
Okay.
That's fanaticism.
Well, you
All
told
right.
us you wanted knowledge. Do you want knowledge or do you want
Yeah.
belief?
I like knowledge. I like belief. I don't know.
Okay, so let's get the knowledge of who measured the surface, point to point, for curvature. We know people who've tried it.
Louis Natick shouting out my ADHD in real time. 4K.
You're proving him correct.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. That's the point. It's irony. I love irony.
The point is to get yourself. Okay, cool.
That's true.
So do you want to know if anyone's ever proven your belief to be true by measuring it?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay.
Nobody.
Don't make me Google it. Tell me yourself.
Nobody.
Well, I mean, I can give you another chance to Google proof of your belief if you want. I don't know if you're giving up at Eratosthenes or if you think there's something else you can find.
What is that?
So I guess we can do the Black Swan quickly.
Yeah,
You seen the
Wolfgang.
Black Swan before?
Wolfgang, sorry to interrupt.
What the heck is
Can
this?
I ask him one question in regards to Eratosthenes?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks. So, what do you know about collimated light?
It sounds like something that I haven't heard of before, sir.
Oh, so would you believe that we can have a light source which emits parallel light rays? Do you think that's physically possible?
Yeah.
Well, you're wrong, because physically it is impossible. The physics of light declares it impossible.
It clears it. Oh, okay. So wait,
Yes.
okay. So
Lasers, let me tell you, let me explain you. Lasers are not parallel light rays. They are very focused, yeah, and they have the lowest divergency angle, laser light. So it looks like it's shooting in a straight line. But actually, the further you go, the further you are shining that laser dot is increasingly growing its surface with distance.
because
That
of the
means
diffusion of
that the
the
light
atmosphere,
rays, no,
right?
not because of the diffusion of the atmosphere.
That's
That has
kind of the
nothing to
basic
do
physics of light.
that has nothing to do with the laser divergency. The air has nothing to do with the laser divergency. This is happening even in a vacuum.
Where
Laser
you get the
divergency
where
is
I'm actually
happening
curious. Where did
also
you get
in
that?
vacuum. Yes, so collimated light rays
Well, no, from
is
the
a
vacuum. I mean, where did you
physical.
get that? Where did you get that from?
Get what? Sorry?
Like what study showed that the lasers do not diffuse within a vacuum chamber or vacuum environment like space or
I
something like
didn't
that?
say they do not diffuse.
You said that they don't even in a vacuum. That was one of your main
They
points there.
diverge. Yes, when
Yeah.
you shine a laser through a vacuum tube, yeah,
Hmm.
from the source to the uh, place where it is shining to, yeah, you have a laser ray divergency. So if you had like
So in other words, the beam spreads out.
a vacuum
Sorry.
a vacuum tube of 1 meter in length and a vacuum tube of 100 meters, yeah. Now you shine a laser through both of them, yeah. In the 1 meter laser vacuum tube, at the end you will see the laser dot with a couple of hundreds of a millimeter bigger than the light source. But in the in the vacuum tube, which is 100-meter long, yeah, at the end your laser dot will be like 10 centimeters in diameter, and that is like
No
100
way, dude, no
times
way.
bigger than the laser source.
And I don't want to be derailed here really quick. If
Yeah,
you would give me the honor of being able to speak from what I
sure.
understand of light physics, is
Yeah.
that with that, if you were to have there's a cool experiment I've seen this online where if you take a light source, put it up against a mirror and then a one-way mirror, so you've got like glass on one side and mirror on the other side, and that allows it to bounce back and forth infinitely within its own little chamber, and then it bounces back through the window. You can kind of create your own parallel light, and of course, the light from the sun is not going to be parallel because perfect parallel doesn't exist. But
Yes.
it's not that it's not possible. You can have general parallel, right? So with the sun being so far away, the light's going to diffuse a little bit, right? But um, it's still going to be parallel because of the
Well, listen, from the sun to the earth in the heliocentric model, from the sun to the earth, yeah, the light from the sun is propagating through the vacuum of space, correct?
right.
So it's propagating through a medium which does not affect the light almost at all. It's negligible. So that means that the light rays divergency from the sun, from the source, yeah, the divergency, they have it at the source, yeah, they keep that divergency all the way to the Earth, yeah, and when they enter the medium of the air that we breathe, yeah, it's changing the medium of propagation, so it will start refracting, yeah, a little from vacuum to air, because it's two different mediums. But once in the air, the light from the sun, it will still keep the same light divergency angle. To change the divergency angle of a light source, you need to use lenses to focus that light into a point, yeah? But after that point, it starts diverging back again at the same rate as the light source.
So, how about that horizon, which isn't geometric?
Yeah. Well, Wolfgang wanted to go with him through the Black Swan, so maybe you can take it.
Sure. Let's see, I'll just post it again. Or Wolfgang, if you're still here, if you wanna, whatever.
Yeah, you can do it, but just to set it up, I'd like to ask Hello a couple of questions. So, Hello, since we're talking about knowledge of where you live, do you know what they claim the size of ball that they tell us we live on is? Hello, I'm just here. You still alive?
No, I died tragically.
Okay. Well, do you know what size of ball they claim we live on?
Like roughly 4,000 miles diameter.
Radius.
Or radius, sorry.
Okay.
He's a Norman.
Yeah.
He wouldn't know the diameter.
So that's okay, but that's just so that we agree that they give us a certain size of this ball, right? So then there's a certain geometry to the surface with curvature, yeah? And it would be calculable based on the size of ball that they tell us we live on. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Like you should be able to see how much curvature there's going to be over a given distance based on the size of ball. And my next question would be, what do you think the horizon is? Like when you see the horizon, when you go to the beach, how would you describe that horizon? Like, what do you think is the cause of it, or whatever?
Once the curvature of the Earth goes too far down beyond the point of perception with your human eyeballs, then you can't see it anymore past a certain distance.
So that horizon line is the physical curve of the ball that we can't see beyond.
Right.
Is what you think? Okay. Well, that's not how it's defined. It's defined as an apparent horizon. But on that, central banker, do you want to go through this observation? And Hello, if you look in the live stream voice text channel, he'll post the video or the image and talk you through it.
Sure. Well, like you just said, on the globe, the horizon is supposed to be the maximum edge of the ball that you can see before it curves away from your line of sight, right?
Right, that's the gist of it.
Except that's not what the horizon is. I'm just going to post that black swan again. So in this picture, given the globe geometry at the radius of 3959 miles, it's a 1 foot observer height. So we should have that horizon at 1.2 miles. But where do you see it?
No way the horizon passes off at 1.2 miles.
No, that is the globe math. That's the geometry of it. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. The full formula is 1.2 times the square root of observer height in feet. So if you're higher
And
up,
you
you're
can
going to see
verify
further.
this. Sorry, bro. Just wanted to say you
Yeah,
can verify this with the Earth curve calculator. You can pull it up right now.
Yeah.
We're not the ones who made that. It was made by Globers.
It is made by those who gave us the radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah. And so this 10-mile horizon observation is 2 orders of magnitude of error for the globe Earth radius that's been claimed, so it's just not even remotely possible.
Yeah, so just quickly, hello. If you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, it's very simple. It gives you a box to put in your observer height. You just put in 1 foot and hit enter, and it'll give you the distance the horizon should be, that bit where the boats are going over, like you said, on a ball the size they tell us it is. So you can very quickly verify that that's what they say on Google by doing that. And yeah, you see the horizon, it's beyond the 2 oil rigs, the furthest of which is 9.4 miles. So not 1.2, over 10, and behind objects that it's supposed to be physically in front of. So do you see how that observation doesn't really match with what the globe numbers are saying?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
So
yeah.
the globe,
Sure
the
sounds a
globe
little
does.
Wait, get.
Yeah,
Sorry, hello, answer. You still there, hello? Do you get why that doesn't match the globe model?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you think the horizon is matching the globe model? You still with us, hello?
Hello.
Why do you think the horizon isn't
I just
matching?
got tired of arguing. I'm just gonna. Sorry, my brain's.
You haven't made an argument, bro.
That's
No
true.
worries. You can chill.
Before you go, tell us why the Earth is a globe, please. I want to trap you.
Gonna trap me, oh boy.
Well, he's just been
Snappy, he
shown
said
why
he
it's
won't
not.
interrupt you.
I mean, I've been
No,
shown
let him
why
talk.
you
Let
think
him
it's
talk.
not. I
Let him
don't.
tell us.
Is the thing is, it's not a. There's no reason for me to tell you. There's why on earth should I tell you if you're not going to do anything with it, right? There's nothing I could say to you right now that could make you change your mind about this because you're so far down this rabbit hole. It's not
Perfect.
worth the energy.
Wait a minute, you're
geometry?
accusing us of bias? You're the one that has anchor bias. You're the one that has sunk cost bias, right? And I admit, we all have confirmation bias. But you're accusing us of bigotry when you're the one that has never changed your mind about your cosmology. We have. So I would think about your bias before you go accusing others of their
Also,
bias.
Don't even
that's
know what
true.
that's
Also,
supposed to mean.
who's looked into this more, me or you?
Care enough to answer that question. Dude.
Who's
It's
looked
not
into this
worth
more,
it.
me or you?
You, and you can be happy with that. Have fun.
I just needed the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry, I got a little passive aggressive.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, God.
Hello, just be chill.
You might want
It's
to
all
take your
good.
feelings elsewhere, partner. This is a scientific debate.
Hold on, Glad. Listen, it's all right.
Using the
Hello,
word partner made me
it's a lot to take in. But could you try and answer the question I asked last time? Why do you think the horizon isn't matching what the globe model tells us we should be seeing?
That sentence means nothing. Can you phrase that in a way that a human being could comprehend that?
Dude.
Okay, the globe model says the horizon should be at 1.2, but we see the horizon beyond 10 miles. I'm saying, why do you think that is?
I don't know. That's fine.
I'll give you the answer if you want.
Yeah, it's because it's not a globe, like they told us. But
that's the answer.
That's cool. You can chill. Welcome to the server. If you have questions, throw them out.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in back. DJ's on the way. Bathrooms are on the left.
I forgot my profile picture was this really old haunted one. It's kind of cool.
So the thing is, we're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm sorry for speaking over you, bro. We're just trying to convince you to go check for yourself, because that's what we're really wanting you to do. Think for yourself, question authority for like the rest of your life. But you can believe whatever you want to believe. Like if you want to walk away from here and just, take the blue pill and pretend this never happened, it was a bad dream.
The blue
and
pill.
Yeah, you know what that is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the concepts.
Okay, cool. Or you could take the red pill and say, you know what? I don't know if these dudes are right or not, but I'm going to take the Earth curve calculator and I'm going to find a large body of water at rest. And I'm
God, I
going to
wish
find
I
out
was
for
still
myself.
recording that. All right, I'm gonna leave. Bye.
What?
You don't have to record. Everything's on YouTube, pal.
And it's just like that.
I cannot believe, but that this is happening. But I
Yeah.
cannot believe.
He recorded himself making a fool of himself. Great.
That's bizarre, man. How bizarre is that?
Hopefully he was recording it. Hopefully he was streaming it live.
Good for us. Wow, a great candidate for like our cause.
Thanks for letting us toss smack you in front of the audience, bro.
Yep,
Yeah.
totally did.
I mean, I'm sure their audience were impressed with his lengthy silences.
Yeah, all of them got flat smack too, by the way.
I don't know what collimated light is, so
Man,
that's not the issue.
First time calling us.
Oh yeah, you're roboting.
Well, he started out with, I don't know. Well, I think I know where I live, but why would it matter?
Why
He will be okay.
So he started out with like
He was asking, why does it matter?
carefree nihilism. Just la 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 la.
Listen, he will be okay. This is he only today realized that there is no.
I don't care. I don't care that I don't care where I live.
I'm now.
I don't care. Why would I care? He was sounding pretty deflated at the end when asked, why are they not matching?
You're hurting my feelings. I don't care.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, though, right? Like, why isn't the horizon? He couldn't answer that question the whole time. Did not answer it. Why isn't the
That's what
horizon?
I'm thinking we should take away from this.
Matching that globe. Yep.
He got the diameter wrong.
Yeah, no, he said the radius instead. But hey, I mean, at least he knew one of the numbers roughly. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he said the diameter is 4,000 miles, and then we corrected him. That's the radius. A rough approximation.
He knows nothing about his own religion. Yet.
Yeah, most of
he
them
defends it with his life.
That's a good question to ask. How is it that we know so much more about the globe than they do, and they come here? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's too much at
See, but
first.
that gets quite inflammatory too. Then when they start taking it personal, when they come in saying, "Oh, I don't care. Why does it matter?"
Yep.
It's quite easy to take to the place where
funny.
Like when they're coming in saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter," you do have to kind of walk them through why it obviously matters. And most of the time, they can reason it out for themselves if you just start talking to them about knowledge about where you live.
Yeah,
they don't really want to be. They don't really want to be saying, "Oh no, that doesn't matter," because they know that's just a ridiculous position. So they eventually just agree to it naturally, and then you can actually have the conversation.
So yeah, you just stick to the specifics of the topic, like the distance, that horizon. Where is it? You know, like just stay right there with it, and don't move
You
on.
want to fly off in every other direction.
Yeah, they all do.
But look, if I tell you how that horizon works on a globe, like you're just not going to care.
Yeah, like so, you almost just have to ignore that. Like it was hard for me too. You just want to get up and jump up and scream.
And that's the other bit, right, as well. Sorry, just to quickly, the bit about the black swan, with a guy like him, you want to set it up beforehand so that they're giving their honest answers with what they actually think the horizon is.
Yeah.
And that there's an actual physical where boats go over. Because if you hit them straight with the black swan before they've actually committed to these things, then they're going to get wishy-washy about it. But beforehand, if you just talk them through the principles of it, most of them will agree and say, well, that's what they say. It's a physical horizon that boats are going over, so it should be at a set distance. Get them on the curvature calculator so they do 1 foot or 6 foot by themselves so that they understand what they should be seeing or being told they should see. And then show them the black swan. It's like, oh, okay, I guess it's not that thing that boats are going over. With some of them, anyway, if they're going to obfuscate.
Well, there was that young boy before this guy, and I wanted to ask him, like, how many degrees do you see when you're looking at a basketball? You know, because when we look at a basketball, we see approximately 180 degrees of its surface. And the other 180 is the other side in the back, which we do not see. But if I ask this simple question to these kind of people, I'm pretty sure they are not capable to give you a correct answer to such a simple question. You know.
You are so far down this rabbit hole. There's nothing I can say that can convince
Yeah, I'm far
You are
down the rabbit hole.
so far down the rabbit hole with geometry and Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah.
You're crazy, man.
Yeah. How dare you use geometry on us?
You guys are all cray, dude. Science deniers, man. Damn.
So far down the rabbit hole, you're talking about the actual surface of the actual Earth.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're so far down the globe rabbit hole that you know the difference between the radius and the diameter.
Yeah.
And you're using
funny, right?
exactly where
Because
you are instead of imagining something else. You're using the exact. This is where the video was shot from. You know, at this height.
it's funny though, right? Because he was all excited to be talking about the supposed motions of the Earth and acceleration and all this kind of stuff, which really is way more. I mean, it's funny that they know or think they know about those kind of things, but they don't know about the radius or the general size of the ball. But they're mad to talk about how it's moving. Just funny.
Ask your
Well,
doctor.
just
Ask your doctor if thinking for yourself is right for you.
yeah, but I tell you, be prepared, guys, because this next generation that's coming are the children which are being educated right now in your schools of your country that mathematics is racist. So in a decade or two, we will barely be able to have any kind of such arguments with people, because when they will hear us talking about geometry and mathematics, they will call us as racist people.
I'm still trying to figure out the argument as to how math is racist. I'd just like to hear anybody explain
It was
that.
invented by colonialists.
Yeah,
That's
by
probably what they say.
Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Yeah.
Oh man, that statement itself is racist because it assumes that certain people have a disadvantage with their math abilities because of their race. So it's actually putting them down. It's not saying anything bad about math. It's just saying in a subtle way that a certain group of people that bear a certain race are too stupid at math. And therefore other races have an advantage. And since you have an advantage over them, that should be stopped somehow. So I guess we just need to get rid of math altogether, you know, and we could just pay our bills. If somebody says you owe me $500, we just give them $300, and we say we're not good at math. And if they say, well, why not? You'd be like, you're a racist.
No, you were obviously
This would save a
right.
lot of money, man. I like this idea. I could pay my half my bills with half the money.
But you're obviously right. It is racist. This how they define it, and so it is actually projection when they say math is racist. That's because they're so
Yeah.
racist. They project it onto everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, with paying half my bills in dark money and the other half with racist dollars, man, I'm going to be rich with everything I save. Holy moly!
I don't understand fractions. What your last sentence was racist.
It's okay. In 2019, NASA made the announcement that they are interested in hiring professional clowns. Yeah.
They're interested in, what do you mean? They're already been here.
Yeah, but that's like clowns hiring clowns to entertain the clowns, to make the clowns work together, better work together,
Yes.
you know?
So the failed recruits come in here, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, they are willing to hire a clown for the ISS and Mars crew morale. Yeah.
Well, the clown goes well with the NASA pig guy who trains pigs.
Oh.
Maybe they'll get them to fly someday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we go to Mars, I mean, we need someone to have fun with, you know, and do stuff, you know, distract yourself from the journey, you know.
Tend to the flying pigs and all. Yeah, that.
Into the flying pigs. I like that one.
Mudslinger. That's a nice one. The Mudslinger.
Yeah. The moon landing was fake.
How dare you say that? I saw it.
Blasphemy. Yeah. Heresy.
Yeah. Yeah. Back in the times, they would chase you.
Yeah. But you know, when you study history of educational system, and not just educational system, you find that vast majority of people believed that the Earth was flat, you know, and actually the heliocentric model belief was a occult religion. Nobody went out officially and declared anything about his heliocentric beliefs that
it's like on the
they
side
are
of a hobby,
living
for
on a
example.
spinning ball. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. What's going on?
It's only quite late after the 1900s, like 1920s. when they started heavily pushing the heliocentric model. I would say somewhere after the First World War. Yeah.
Yeah, we got My Slavery joining us. He's VZ verified. There's a couple in here who are not VZ verified yet. They can go up to VZ check-in and get verified if they want to speak.
My
Cool.
slavery.
Thank you, Drace.
Opinion on Elon Musk, guys?
Oh, hello. What about Elon Musk?
Your opinion.
Our
opinion.
Oh.
Yeah, with SpaceX.
Elon Musk is a boss.
He's doing good with Twitter, but SpaceX is a joke.
Yeah. Too much CGI, man. Sorry.
Understandable.
Boss, yo.
Yeah, so
When you know the tricks,
he's
you know that.
by no means he's a genius.
Yeah.
So there's nothing genius about him.
He's just popular. It's nothing else to it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm
Hello.
new. I'm new.
You are new. YOLO toys.
Yes, I like my name.
Why you speak like a... I don't know.
How do you... This is my voice. Do you like it?
I like your...
So I just verified this person, and I mean, I can't. I'm not going to make assumptions, but I'll listen in. YOLO. I mean, if you've got questions about the Earth, we keep it to the Earth topic.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Let's keep an eye on it, guys.
Yeah. Why
Okay.
does every nation... Shall I just ask my question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Why does every nation agree to the Antarctic Treaty? Why do countries not just invade this ice ring and explore it?
Wait, what? Why don't they invade and what?
Yeah, why don't they just go there and explore?
Who says they're not?
How could we know that? How could we know that what they are and are not doing? We're ignorant, just like you.
I thought
right?
only the Americans are exploring the ice. This, I don't know how to call it. Antarctica?
Antarctica, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're talking about why is nobody trying to violate the Antarctic Treaty?
Yes.
Well, because you will be at war with United States and all the allied countries that signed that treaty. So you will find
Including
yourself
Russia.
fighting against a giant military, a alliance military.
Who's supposed to be doing this anyway? Since, like...
So, yeah.
Yeah. These countries
Me, as an ordinary civilian, I cannot think to afford owning a yacht. That is beyond my ability. But actually, I would need a ship which can overcome any battle cruiser and airship carrier. If I want to get to Antarctica, I will need to have anti-radar stealth technology on my ship so that I will be invisible for them. And my ship also will need to have nuclear engines, yeah, so that I can have energy enough and for those engines to propel my ship with speeds faster than the army battle cruisers travel, you know.
But
Those military ships, they are the fastest vehicles on water, the fastest ships on water.
we
No
don't have
civilian
that.
boat can run faster on water than those ones.
I have another question. But why did every
Yeah.
nation agree to the treaty? That's so dumb.
Yeah, we are not the people in charge of those nations, therefore we cannot tell you why they made that
Yeah.
choice.
All right, just because we've got some new people in the chat, if you're in the chat and you want to speak and you don't have a role, you can jump up to VC check-in, or we can unmute you here and we can say hello. I'll quickly go through. BB Poison 8, are you there?
BB Poison.
BB Poison? Nope. Okay, who else have we got? My Slavery? You're already VC verified. Are you there, My Slavery?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
All right, sweet. Parker Laser Eyes, I think I heard you a bit earlier. Welcome.
What's up? What's up?
Scion Boy. This one might be spicy. It's got a spicy Steam name. Let's see. Scion Boy, you there?
I thought they would have a war immediately. If
What's
the
up?
Russians
I'm just
decided to attack.
Sorry, say that again. Scion Boy, you there?
I'm just listening right now.
Okay, cool. Well, welcome to the server. Feel free to talk. Parker Laser Eyes, I heard you speaking
Yes, I
earlier.
have a question.
Go on YOLO Toys. We'll get back to you.
I have a question.
Okay, what's your question with YOLO Toys?
What's the color of the dome?
Yeah,
Like,
how would you figure that?
Like, is it transparent or does it have? Is it? What is it?
We don't have a claim on either it being a dome or how it is or what it's colored like. We don't have those claims. You need to educate yourself on what our claims are before you ask about it.
Don't someone do a quick user check, by the way, on the date? If that's today, obviously. That's just a troll.
Yeah, see, the
Actually,
thing
says
is
the guy
that
from
the
yesterday
globe
with a
earthers.
different voice.
Oh, might not exist. Maybe
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, Hank, go for
the
it.
ceiling. Maybe there is
Well, then
no
how are you
ceiling.
breathing? How are you breathing?
But maybe there's no ceiling. Like the Earth is flat, but there's no ceiling.
How do you know?
Good.
How do we know
How do
there's
you
a ceiling?
how do you breathe without gas pressure
Yeah.
having a container? Does the Earth sit in a vacuum of space with no containment for the gas that surrounds the planet in your model? How do you have gas pressure setting in a vacuum
The
without a
air
container?
has
Can you
weight.
demonstrate a vacuum without a container?
Doesn't the air have
Does
weight?
helium have weight?
Go
How much does helium weigh?
I don't know.
How about hydrogen? How much does it weigh?
But the air's getting less the higher you get. It gets getting
So it
less.
would fuck off into the vacuum of space, like a propane tank, right?
I don't know if we need a ceiling.
Well, how else do you contain gas pressure?
Why is the gas pressure?
Because the definition
Obviously,
of
it's
gas
contained.
pressure is the number of gas molecule, the collision number of the gas molecules with the walls of the container. That's the definition of gas pressure. So to have gas pressure, you need to have a closed container.
I don't think that needs. We don't have gas pressure. Why do we have gas
Okay,
pressure?
so because we have a
So
container.
you
If you
can
think
breathe.
otherwise, please demonstrate.
Yeah.
Show us a model of Earth, right, inside of a vacuum with an atmosphere, but only on the Earth, not against the outside walls of the vacuum container. Show us that, and we'll believe you. We don't need a container.
It's also you appeal to the gradient. A gradient requires pressure for there to be any gradient. You can't have any pressure without the containment.
Yes. All
Gas
gas pressure has a gradient also. It's a,
Yeah.
the gas pressure antecedent.
Temperature, for instance, has a lot to play in, with pressure and gas. You take a helium balloon in a hot environment out into a cold environment, the balloon appears to shrink because the gas contracted inside the balloon. There's no less pressure inside the balloon. But there's still the same amount of gas there.
Yeah, but no matter what, how cold the helium gas is, it will still rise. That's the funny thing about it, you know. You can cool it all you want, as long as it's in its gaseous state, it will still rise,
It
no
will
matter
stop
how
at
cold
some
it is.
point.
Sorry?
It will stop at some point.
Stop where?
Yeah, when it reaches equilibrium.
In the
When it
air.
reaches equilibrium, right? So where is the equilibrium? Well, not next to a vacuum.
We're also
That's not an
asking
equilibrium.
we're also asking how does it stop? Because gas will fill the
Yes, wait.
available
It
volume,
needs to stop.
and yeah, you can't just claim that when there's no evidence that that's happening.
But
Like
everything has weight.
outside, you don't feel the weight of the air.
Oh, can you
All right.
repeat?
Okay,
I
so
suggest
tell
with
me.
Parker.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna. Well, no, carry on. I was just gonna suggest. I was gonna speak to Parker if he was there, but carry
I'm right
on. If you
here.
want.
What's up?
Yeah, Parker, you sounded like you were looking into this and starting to figure some things out. What's your thoughts on the topic now that you've been here for how long? You been here?
What do you mean flat Earth? Well, I've been
Yeah.
here like 2 days.
Okay. So, what's your thoughts on what you've heard over the last 2 days or see?
Well, I've come to the terms that there's two truths that are undeniable. In order to, like, you know, if we were moving around the sun in the way that the globe model says,
Mm-hmm.
we'd be changing speed to the tune of thousands of miles an hour, and we would definitely feel that because we feel the acceleration. You know,
Okay. Yeah.
we'd feel
So
the
you don't
change in
believe?
our direction. Yeah,
So you don't believe the Earth is moving?
it's not moving. We would feel
All
it.
right.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And the other thing is,
yeah, keep
someone
going.
sent me a really informative document. Then remember, it's by F.E. Core, and they measured
The
no
laser.
curvature in like 6 different measurements,
Mm-hmm.
and they did all sorts of verification. They did what's it called? Refraction.
They factor refraction also.
Yeah. You've cut out there, Parker. I don't know if you're still talking. Is it just me?
I don't believe there's vacuum. I don't believe there's vacuum.
Parker, you still there?
There's different levels of pressure because of weight. The gas is pressing each other.
Pressing each other. Okay.
The atoms of the gas are
Yeah,
pressing
the
each other.
atoms. The gas is not atoms. The gas is made of molecules, and the molecules are made of atoms, bonded atoms. That makes a molecule, a gas molecule. Like
But either way,
oxygen,
put pressure
the
on each
oxygen
other.
that you breathe is a molecule, oxygen 2, it's called, O2. That means you have a bond between the two oxygen atoms. And that is what you are breathing right here. And you are invoking that these two atoms of oxygen are heavier than the ozone, which is oxygen 3. You have 3 atoms of oxygen bonded together, and they are lighter than the O2.
It's also gas moves
Yeah.
randomly and freely in all directions. It's not just going down and it's not just pressing on the other gas. It's constantly bouncing off each other in perfectly elastic collisions. So, yeah, your ideas just don't match reality.
So, how would you explain it now?
Oh, what was the question?
Yeah, if I take 5 apples of the same size, yeah, and I separate 2 out of the 3, the remaining 3, you are saying that the 2 apples are heavier than the 3 apples together.
No.
No, but that's what you said, that we have these gases pressing upon each other, and the heavier gases are here below, and the lighter gases above on the top. But on the top, we have the ozone layer, which is made of O3. 3 atoms of oxygen make 1 molecule of ozone.
Because it's
And
lighter.
you are saying that those are lighter than the O2, than the oxygen 2.
Yes, everything that is on top is lighter than what it's below.
Well, tell me how 3 atoms of oxygen are lighter than 2 of them.
But they're separate.
They are not separate. Those are bonded atoms. They are bonded into a molecule. It's an atomic bond.
Each of them is lighter.
So oxygen is lighter than oxygen?
If it's on top, yes.
Yes,
On top what?
The higher it is, the lighter it is.
Yeah, that's just a if you don't have any evidence of that. However, I could use a practical example
in
of a hot air
water.
balloon
The
to
light
show that
things,
you are not correct. There is
swim up.
no downward attraction on cold air, for instance, causing the hot air balloon to go up, because the imagined downward attraction on that small cold air around the balloon is far less than the tons of weight that you're lifting away from the surface.
Yeah.
How come the air gets thinner the higher you get? Because it's lighter.
Yeah, no, that's your assumptions. I would like evidence for that. However, look at Charles's law and note that it is hotter down below than it is above. So, according to Charles's law, there would be greater pressure down below than above. Not to mention, if you look at where all the gas is generated at ground level. So, all the gas is created down here, so there's greater pressure here. And then the gas goes up, away from where you think it's supposed to be all attracted to. It's not going down there. It's going up. And then it goes up and up and up, and it gets colder and colder and colder until it condenses. And then it falls back down again. And so the air is removed, the gas is removed above because it condenses. So you have a cycle. We live in a dynamic system. We don't live in a cardboard box.
Well, only the water condensates in the air that we breathe. Oxygen, nitrogen, and any other gases, none of them is condensating. But if you heat oxygen, it will rise up, and it will release its thermal energy, and then it will come back down to the ground.
Why does it rise up?
Because of heat, energy.
And because
Input.
gas moves
Because it
freely
gets
and
lighter.
randomly in
The heat
all
makes it lighter.
directions, it is not limited to a vector of down.
Energy, it doesn't mean lighter.
And heck, how can something that is heavy go up? It has to be lighter.
Oh, really? So mercury, for example, liquid mercury, yeah? When you boil it, it evaporates. At 300 Celsius, the liquid mercury evaporates. It starts boiling,
Yes.
yeah? And that means you have mercury vapors, yeah? You achieve the gaseous state of mercury. So it becomes a gas. And the hotter it is, the higher it rises.
Yes.
Yeah, when it loses the energy, yeah, it will start precipitating, it will condensate. Below 300 Celsius, mercury starts to condensate.
Yeah, it's also, I think, YOLO, what is weight?
Yeah.
Can you come again? Why does what?
What do you think weight is?
Weight is mass.
Weight is a human
Okay.
conception that we have
Yeah.
arbitrarily decided upon when weighing things that are more dense than the medium of air. That's where we got the conception from.
Yes, it's more dense. That's true.
Yeah,
So it has
weight is
nothing to do with
mass.
mass.
And what is mass then?
Something similar or the same? I don't know.
No, it's resistance to acceleration. Yeah. And now to you're coming with Newtonian's laws of forces and motion, and you are telling me that the force equals mass times acceleration. F equals ma. Yeah. But the mass is the resistance to acceleration multiplied by acceleration, and that is the force. It's circular reasoning.
To put it another way, what you're saying is the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. Would that be correct, sir?
Yeah.
I have to look into what it exactly is, the mass.
We know that you don't know much about this.
I
They
was
have.
taught. Yeah,
But
I was
it's not
taught.
something. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was taught that the heavy thing that is below the light thing, the lighter a thing is, the higher it gets. Like in water, when you swim on the water, you are swimming on the surface because you're heavier.
Right.
Well,
you float because
you
you're
can
buoyant.
do that only if it's above 0 Celsius, yeah? Because that's when water is liquid and you can swim in it.
Do me a favor, YOLO. Will you
Yeah.
search the term specific?
Can you say what I search specific
Specific gravity.
gravity?
Yeah.
Let me also give you an example. We have a steel ball of equal weight to a steel ship. The steel ball has no air inside it, and so the steel ball falls straight to the bottom of the sea. The steel ship, however, has air inside it, and so when the hull is pressed into the water, the density of the ship is lowered due to the air cavity inside, and it floats. The weight was the same. So weight didn't help.
Weight is not the same. Weight is not the same.
The weight is the exact same. The premise is this. The weight of the steel boat is the exact same as the weight of the steel ball. The only difference is the steel boat has a cavity inside which allows for air.
But proportionate to the volume, it's not the same. The other one is weight on
So
a small.
you already forgot.
Exactly.
Your argument was weight. And so you just excluded it yourself.
Yeah. Listen, a roll of 100 meters fiberglass, a roll of this, and one bucket full of resin, yeah, all together, you put them in the water, they will sink to the bottom. But if I make a boat of fiberglass, yeah, I use the resin and the fiberglass to make a boat. That boat will have the same weight, but it will float on the water and it will not sink.
Yes, because of the volume. Compared, if you
Yeah, the volume
consider
that is
the size,
dislocating.
it's light.
Yeah.
It's super light.
No, it's not super light. It has the same weight, but that material is dislocating a much bigger volume
Yes.
Would you call an anvil
than when
super
it
light?
is a roll. Yeah.
Would you call an anvil super light?
Yeah.
And volt.
An
Yeah,
anvil.
an anvil.
What's that? That.
It's a large piece of steel that
T-shape.
blacksmiths use to make swords.
Yes. It's heavy.
Right.
Oh, it's heavy.
But heavy
Yeah.
for its size.
Yeah.
Well, it floats.
Yeah. Yeah. How many anvils were inside the World Trade Center? Yeah.
No, forget about that. Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
Let's.
The anvil
Yeah.
floats in mercury. Large
Yeah.
clumps of steel float in mercury. So the mass doesn't change, right? The weight doesn't change, but the buoyant force changes and things fall. When you drop your cell phone, does it fall down because you picked it up? Yes. Does it fall down because you let it go? Yes. But does it also fall down because the cell phone is more dense than the atmosphere around it and it could not possibly hold it up? But if
Yes.
you were to drop an apple in the water, it floats. So specific gravity is the real gravity. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you the Newtonian gravity they taught you in school was a lie. Einstein was a lie. There's no scientific method we can test. Only specific
What did he
gravity.
say about gravity? That it gets pulled down by the earth, right?
No, not by the Earth.
Center of the earth.
That's caused by the complex assembly of governing forces of nature, electricity, magnetism, and electrostatics, and also thermal heat, caloric heat, energy.
But that's
And we can use any of these forces, yeah. With electricity, we can achieve electromagnetic levitation, yeah. With magnetism and temperature, extreme cold, we can achieve effects of quantum locking, yeah, where a superconductor is actually levitating on top of a magnet.
have a question. Uh, are cold things heavier than hot things?
If cold things are heavier than hot things?
Yes. Because you said
Well,
heat is energy and it goes up, right?
There's not just one kind of nature's elements. Helium, for example, is the element which is different and opposite to all other kinds of existing elements in nature. So, vast majority of the elements in nature, they are attracted and they have this dynamic behavior. They are attracted to the negative Gaussian plane, which is the ground, the negative.
Just like on a battery.
Yeah.
So
But the ground
gravity
is the
exists.
Like in a
yes, but not in the way that
capacitor.
you were taught.
Yeah.
Not in the way you were taught, right? So
But
you were
in the
taught mass
way.
attracts.
Oh,
You were taught mass
continue.
attracts mass, right? You were taught mass attracts mass, Newton, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say I put a whole bunch of gas in a propane tank, right? And there's lots of mass of the earth pulling it down. Well, when I open the propane tank and the nozzle is facing the sky, it's going to spew out into the sky until it reaches equilibrium. Well, this is the nature, the natural way of everything is to reach equilibrium. So if you got a hot cup of coffee and you answer the phone and 30 minutes later you come back, all the heat has dissipated into the room until it reaches equilibrium. If you have a dead battery and a fully charged battery, you hook them up. The high energy is going to flow down into the low energy until both batteries are halfway charged, equilibrium,
Come to equilibrium,
right?
yeah.
So the gas pressure, the propane tank, equilibrium. If you take an object in any medium and you let it go, it's going to seek equilibrium. Rocks go down, helium balloons go up because of buoyancy or the lack thereof. So if I have an understanding of the scientific method, right? So it's really easy to understand. A caveman, he finds water boiling, right? And he says, I want to do this at my house. So he has a hypothesis. Maybe the heat is causing the water to boil. So he goes home and he builds a fire and he adds heat to the water and it boils and he removes the heat and it stops boiling. He adds the heat, it boils again. So if you think about it, you have an apple in a pail of water and you shoot the pail and the water drains out. This is the cause of the apple falling. It has nothing to do with mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space time. It only has to do with the medium and the relative density between the medium and the object. Things will rise and fall based on buoyancy or lack thereof. This is the real gravity. And gravity is, is the word that comes from gravitas. Weight. I don't weigh 300 pounds in the water. Maybe I weigh 150, 200 pounds, depending on how deep the water is, right?
Yeah, the water's pushing you up.
It's more like how buoyant you are.
Well, yeah, I would actually say, Hank,
You
that
got it.
it would depend on the water. Like in salt water, you could take it another way there. Salt water, you'd be more buoyant. You'd weigh even less than fresh water.
Well,
Because it makes the
yeah,
water
this
more
way you
dense.
can also emulsify liquid mercury into water, and yeah, then you will be like walking on water, you know. So yeah,
Did you
The
say
Earth pulls
multiply?
us down,
emulsify. Yeah.
or does the Earth attract matter? Because that was taught in the school.
Statics attract things, right? You ever rubbed a balloon on your hair? The balloon on. Well, the Earth is a natural electrostatic system. You've seen lightning, right?
Yeah.
What makes the clouds come together? It's not gravity, because the water evaporates and turns into a gas, and it goes up because it's very buoyant in a gaseous state.
Yeah, and there are no
Right? And
attractive
then the
forces
static.
between gases.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Generally, there are no attractive forces between gases, so there's no gravity between gases. But
Yeah.
however, when you charge it, you can make it attract.
Right. So the clouds start attracting each other because of static, right? And you see it. You see the lightning. There's no question that that's static, right?
Yeah. I have a question. Does the
So all
Earth
we're
attract
go
anything?
ahead.
Does the Earth attract anything?
The Earth attracts rocks because of the lack of buoyant force. It's not really attracting. It's the lack of buoyant force that makes it fall. So does the Earth attract? Yes, it attracts lightning, right? So I was wrong when I said it attracts rocks.
It only
I retract that
attracts
statement.
lightning. The
Well, the Earth does not generate this electric field and magnetic field that we live in and the Earth resides in. Nobody knows what causes the electromagnetic field and electrostatic. But we see these forces that govern the nature. So the elements of nature, they behave according to these governing forces. Electricity, magnetism, electrostatics, and energy, temperature.
Is there a film that explains it all?
Like what? Which
Because I
film?
have no idea about magnetics and all that.
You should start
Well,
at the very beginning, like at the very beginning. Like, look at
yeah.
look at my channel and start looking at videos from there. I'll drop it in the live stream voice text. Are you able to see that? I'll drop a link. Are you able to see the of live stream voice text? Is what I'm asking.
Voice text, yes.
Live stream voice text. Okay. So 1 second, I'll put a link.
Buddha.
I have over 200 videos in my channel. Lots of us here have channels, so that's a good place to start if you're interested in looking at more information on this, because it does take a long time, and
Not
no
on
one's
YouTube.
trying to convince anybody of anything here. Actually, there's no convincing.
Yes, I'll have a look.
You're going to have to just decide if you want to learn about where you are or not, and then you're going to have to make whatever actions you choose for yourself, depending on your curiosity level. So there's my channel. I put it in live stream voice text at 41 minutes after the hour.
Yes, one has to be open-minded to receive information.
Look,
Information.
I'll message you as well, because I know I forget things a lot.
Yeah, well, the term "open mind" is a fallacious term, but yeah, I kind of get what you're trying to mean.
Critical thinking.
Yeah.
I didn't know there are flat Earth channels on YouTube. I thought they delete them. I thought they delete.
try to
I
block
heard they
them.
delete
They
flat
shadow
Earth
ban.
videos.
They shadow ban all our channels, but and deleted the big ones. But You can still find them if you dig real hard or if you know where to look.
Because when
Yeah,
I
the problem
search,
is you pretty much have to know what you're looking for before you go looking for it. So, like, you have to know the name of the channel you're looking for or
Yeah,
something.
I was trying to find a video and I couldn't
yeah,
find anything.
if you just search flat Earth on YouTube, you only find the
Garbage.
opposite.
Disinformation.
Yeah, and flat Earth videos. Yeah.
Yeah. So my channel's managed to squeak by for 5 years since 2017, and March 23rd, I think it was, that I had watched 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay, and took me a few weeks after that of going out and looking at where I live over water all over the place, at beaches, across the harbor, like to the bridge, across to TJ, out to the islands. Like, I realized that every day I could go out and do another black swan on my own.
Yeah.
So that's all it took for me. I was like, water's exactly like we see it. Flat horizon. Horizontal means horizon means horizontal. That's why they actually call it the line of the horizon. A line isn't a curve. It's like, ask the navigators. They're the ones that know.
I read that the lead Google GPS designer was said that the Earth is flat. I read that somewhere.
That what?
The
Oh, that's
lead.
interesting.
What is it called?
The Google
Yeah,
Maps.
the leading function in Google GPS, and he said that the Earth is flat. I tried to
Oh
find.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, show us.
Oh yeah. Simmons. Yeah. Mr. Simmons.
I have
Rob
a quote here. I have a quote here from 16th of August, 1979, from Andrew Hill, who says, "Even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the Earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes, as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality.
That
We
manifests reality.
We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed Earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deductible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere, and hence perform go-around perforce go around the Earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easily because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be." If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of the Spectre may suggest. So, a Spectator. So, they have used and still use sextants and other devices which rely on the Earth being geocentric and flat, not curved.
Yeah. Flat and stationary. It's the main requirement for sextant navigation.
Do we have lava below us? That red liquid, deep.
No, lava is not everywhere below us. Lava is only in remote places in the world, underground, and it comes to surface. And we call those places volcanoes. But that lava is only there, local.
Why is
It's
it
not
hot?
everywhere.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
lava pockets, like we have pockets of oil, we have pockets of water, we have all sorts
Yeah.
of weird pockets down in the earth.
How did they get there?
Unknown. We didn't make the Earth or place it here.
Yeah.
But is there an explanation for why they are hot? Why is lava hot from the beginning?
Well, there can be some sort of electromagnetic induction, yeah, and there could be some metal deposits which are being heated up, superheated, and yeah, they will make pockets of lava on top of them. And that lava is shooting from the ground. It comes to surface.
I see.
Yeah.
You see the GIF?
It gets greased up, right? With
Yeah.
if Earth
There are
players are pressing against each other.
confirmed magnetic anomalies near all these volcano places, active volcanoes in the world.
But it's not in education. You are taught that the lava keeps the Earth warm. That's not the case, right?
No, in the heliocentric model, they say that we have a iron nickel molten iron nickel core, which is in some sort of nuclear spin inside the Earth.
And it's magnetic as well.
Yeah.
They claim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's
though-
actually.
Yeah, I was just gonna add.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to add, even though they do claim the temperature of this supposed core makes it so that it's beyond the Curie point for either nickel or iron, so it's not going to be able to be magnetic, but they still believe it is somehow, and they just don't have a good excuse.
Yeah, but here I want to add something. When we have, for example, molten iron, hot molten iron in a jar, it is not magnetic. But if you spin the jar, then that molten iron will be generating an electromagnetic field which will actually consume the heat, the energy from the metal, and it will accelerate its crystallization. It will help lose energy, that electromagnetic field. So then the metal becomes solid. It crystallizes much faster than if you just let him cool down.
But isn't that because it's cooling off again in the air? When you spin it, lots of air is pushing against it.
Well, the air is not in contact with the globe iron nickel core. Is not in contact with it. It is separated by lava and the Earth's crust.
Yeah, but that would even just make it even worse because it wouldn't be able to rotate with all that resistance.
Yeah.
And we would be able to hear it. I think.
The problem is, which you don't understand here, that when you spin that jar with molten iron, you have to constantly add heat, a lot of heat to that jar to keep that molten iron in a molten state. Because once you spin it, it starts, it will generate an electromagnetic field and it will lose very quickly energy. So to keep it liquid, you have to have an input of energy in it if it's spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't know everything about how everything in the world works. We only know the things that we can test for ourselves. So we can't for sure say how everything works underground. We can just say this is what we have seen. These are the options that we have on the table.
Yeah.
Irgendwas wollte ich noch sagen, aber vergessen. Oh yeah, just yesterday I watched a video, and in the video someone was talking about how there's sky eyes. Is that just rumor? Sky eyes in the Antarctic that was found.
Yeah, those are unverified rumors and unverifiable because of the Antarctic Treaty. However, there are many such rumors, and oxygen, once frozen, looks like clear blue ice, which is what is described in these sky ice stories.
Yeah. Yeah, the color of oxygen ice is exactly the same like the blue of the sky in daytime. The same turquoise color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the story didn't make much sense to me. How this sky ice can melt away, but then at the same time it can grow.
It would. I've heard this story, and the reasoning behind it is essentially because of the temperature in the area where they're examining the boundary where this sky ice supposedly is. It is constantly condensing out of the air itself, and so any attempt to dig into it just leads to the hole closing up automatically.
But it's producing cold by
But that's
itself,
the
right?
story. What did you say?
Yeah, it's a story. It produces cold by itself. So
Oh,
then
no,
it
no.
cannot.
There's no claim of cause of the cold. It's just the further you go in the Antarctic, the colder it gets. So if it keeps getting colder and colder, eventually you would reach such a place. The stories claim there is such a place, but we can't verify that.
Maybe you can also go infinitely into a direction without ever hitting a wall.
Yeah, we
Well,
don't have a
no.
claim of where the wall is. It can't be infinite because otherwise the gas would continually expand into that infinity and you wouldn't have any gas pressure. It has to have boundaries at some point, but we don't know where those boundaries are because we're not allowed to explore.
Yeah, your body is made of 70% water. If you have a room where you would have a temperature of minus 250 degrees Celsius, that's the temperature where oxygen liquefies. It turns into liquid oxygen. So the water from your body is one atom of oxygen and two of hydrogen. So this means that the oxygen that makes up your body, the water in your body, will separate itself from the hydrogen and it will liquefy. It will turn into liquid oxygen. So because you are made of water, yeah, you cannot enter in a living state in such a medium. And water itself will be pushed away from that extreme cold room. It could not enter that room in the state of water.
Can you come again?
What?
If you have a room where you have minus 250 Celsius, yeah,
Very cold.
yeah, it is the temperature where oxygen precipitates, condensates. So
What does
it
that mean?
turns into liquid oxygen. Now,
What's
if you throw a droplet of water, yeah, inside that room,
Yes.
yeah, through the entrance of the room, yeah, you have a
Jesus.
door, you open it, inside that room is minus 250 Celsius, and you take a droplet of water and you try to throw it inside that room. That cold, extreme cold from that room will make that water droplet bounce back towards you.
Impossible.
Yes, because water exists in a much warmer medium, and water in its liquid state, it means it is above 0 Celsius.
Or you can
So
freeze it.
the water needs to, if you throw a droplet of water in a room which is minus 40 Celsius, yeah, it will almost instantly freeze into a snowflake. Yeah. So it will turn into ice instantly. It will be ice. But when you have minus 250, that is such an extreme temperature that the water does not have the time to turn into ice, but it requires that oxygen atom to separate itself from the hydrogen atoms. And to do that, you need an energy input to make like the electrolysis of the water
Was that
to
tested?
separate the oxygen from the hydrogen. It requires energy input.
I need to see that in a test.
Well, I recommend you buy a freezer, yeah, which can achieve such low temperatures and try to drop or throw a droplet of water inside it.
Well, if
Yeah.
if I die the door, I die probably.
But definitely, yeah, 100%.
Popsicle cakes.
Yeah.
Look at the breakfast in Antarctica. It's a popsicle cake.
Yeah. In Antarctica, they
States.
say, yeah. In Antarctica, they say, um, in winter and when there is a storm, temperatures drop up to minus 80 degrees Celsius.
Shit,
At
you can just look
minus 8,
outside, catch a cold.
minus 40 degrees Celsius is painfully cold. It hurts. You know, it
I
can
don't know that.
cause hypothermia. Finger and feet they degenerate. You know,
Yeah,
degenerate,
yeah.
and
Oh, I get it. There's no blood flow, no nerve
yeah,
activity.
yeah, your finger dies. You know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
Now
know at negative
minus.
40 Fahrenheit, you're any exposed skin in 5 minutes will have frostbite.
Yeah,
At negative
frostbite.
40.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah, but I
Fahrenheit. I
was
don't know what
saying.
that is in Celsius.
Yeah, I was saying minus 40 Celsius.
And by the time you get
Yeah.
that cold, Celsius and Fahrenheit pretty much equal out.
Yeah. And
Your skin won't
minus
know the
60.
difference at a certain point,
Yeah.
though. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Minus 60 degrees Celsius. It will instantly hurt you. Like it will cause pain to every skin part which
Right,
is
and it doesn't even
exposed
have to
to
be
that
windy.
kind
You
of
just
cold.
yeah, it doesn't even have to be windy.
Yeah.
You just go there and
Yeah.
it's like, well, shit.
Yeah. So whenever
There's
you expose your skin directly to minus 60 Celsius, it will instantly hurt you, just like you will touching something fire,
yes,
something
they
very hot.
sure are some scrotal shrinking temperatures you're talking about.
Yeah. And minus 80 Celsius, that is deadly. Like on the spot.
You're gonna know it on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty much talking about flash
if you
people at that point, right? Like,
yeah, when you inhale, your
Yeah.
lungs will probably freeze together.
Yeah, when you, they say at minus 80 Celsius, people require a special breathing apparatus. You have to breathe. You have to breathe half of the air pressure, like
So
only 7.5 psi air pressure, and with a higher oxygen concentration.
Yeah, you have to be in a
Yeah.
total climate control suit and those kind of temperatures.
Yeah.
You wouldn't
If
have
you
to
breathe-
do any of that stuff
a
if
lot
it
of
weren't contained.
I mean, some of the Canadians, of course, they've got it worse. But I mean, we get
Yeah.
Some years. I mean, a few years back, we hit like negative 35 real temperature where I'm at. A little bit further north, like an hour or two further north, they were at like negative 55 real temp. But it doesn't have to get that cold. Once you get down to like maybe negative 10, 15, the weatherman starts warning you basically like you should have like a face covering to kind of warm up the
Yeah,
air.
you
as
feel
breathe.
it's cold.
Not supposed to-
It
yeah,
bites
you're
you.
not supposed to breathe it.
Can you hear me breathing, or only when I talk?
Only when you talk.
You're quiet.
Let me know if the wind or anything picks up. I'm going to leave my mic on, unless it's annoying.
Okay.
Okay, so can we go back to flat Earth?
Yes. Someone of you said before that if there was no layer that
You are
holds
hot
the
micing
air.
like crazy, Gospel.
Oh, I am. Okay, well, that's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Yep.
Give me a second. I'm
Is there
shoveling
not
my
an
driveway.
ozone
Good
layer
boy.
that holds everything together? The air, an ozone layer.
And how did you verify this ozone layer?
Because otherwise the air would just float away.
Try again. How did you verify this ozone layer?
There must be one, otherwise the air would float
There you
away.
go, but that's true. Gas and air pressure requires containment. Very good.
Yeah, so
That's not what the ozone layer does, though. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Also true. Yeah.
The ozone layer is ionized oxygen. Well, it's actually a single molecule, single atom oxygen, and the reason they say it's caused by lightning. So when lightning strikes, it splits oxygen atoms, and they're lighter and they float in the air, and it's supposed to absorb ultraviolet radiation, so we don't all die of sunburn.
The ozone molecule is O3, oxygen 3, 3 atoms
Oh
of
yeah, O3. Sorry.
oxygen. Bond them. Yeah, so it's 3 atoms of oxygen, and they are lighter than 2 atoms of oxygen, O2, that we breathe.
How does that work?
Fluid
Yeah.
dynamics.
Hey, there must be gravity because otherwise we would all float off into space.
What happened to mass? Isn't 3 oxygens more massive than 2 oxygens?
Exactly. Yeah,
Oh.
it's more mass.
Actually, I take my word back. I don't think it floats away because when there's no other substance around it, why should it fly higher?
Yeah. Hey, can you have gas pressure without containment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. How do you do that?
How?
It's the pressure of the molecules that press.
Okay, so a
against each other.
demonstration of anything in life where gas and air pressure exists without the walls of any container against which the gas or air may press. Hence the word pressure. Can you make containment of gas or air pressure happen without the container?
Like, have you ever had a bike?
Yes, there's pressure. There's
Okay.
even without container, there's pressure.
No, you can't have pressure without a container. False. Try again.
So, do you still have the bike?
It would be a different word. It wouldn't be pressure because it wouldn't be pressing against anything. It would be a different word if it could just willy-nilly.
Why does it need pressure?
Huh?
Why does it need pressure?
Because the word press, it has to press against something. Pressure.
No, but why does gas need pressure?
To exist anywhere, it needs to be pressed. It needs to be held somewhere. Otherwise, it would float off. What you call outer space.
Yeah.
Because it's defined in every.
It wouldn't even be here. You wouldn't have gas here. It'd be somewhere. It'd be all over the place.
No, it falls down. It falls down.
YOLO, can you find one citation saying that we don't need container for the gas pressure? Only one.
No, because you want to move it somewhere. That's why
You mean we wrote all our science books and everything where it's saying that we need container for the gas pressure, but there is no container because there is no container. Only because we can say that.
I don't believe there needs to be a container. I don't see any container. Where is it? Why can't I see it?
That's irrelevant.
Can you see gas pressure without container? Can you see that?
No. We want to know the same thing. Why can't we see it?
I mean, yeah.
But if there's gas above it, then it creates pressure as well.
How do you know that?
What?
How do you know that?
The world is full of gas, and the gas that's the lowest that obviously has some pressure because there's other layers of gas above it that is pressing down the layers
How do you
of
know?
gas.
Who measures that?
So, how the lighter gases presses on the heavier gases?
And who sent that to you in your DMs? Is it Professor Phil?
Professor Phil.
I'm serious.
Air's getting thinner.
Guy went from not knowing what oxygen is and then makes like a complicated Glover argument. Just out of the blue. What a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, we're asking for the citations, so we don't know where you're getting this information from. YOLO.
Yeah, I can imagine how stuff works if I don't know.
If there's a container, where is it? If it's invisible, it must be glass.
But this is the better question. If there is a sphere, where is the curvature?
No, I already know it's flat.
No, we know that it's sphere. Where is the curvature?
It can't be because there's no curvature. This is provable.
Okay.
But it is not provable that there's what is it called? A container. That's not provable. At least not yet. Nobody has proved it.
YOLO, you should clarify your position, I like it that you say you are a flat earther, but obviously you don't know all the information, knowledge about flat Earth, all the arguments,
Yes.
and I
Totally.
appreciate the fact that you're willing to learn. And also these questions, which usually come from a glow believer side, you know. I don't mind answering you, but yeah, you lack a little bit of science facts, you know, in
The
physics, in
science fact is not
geometry.
right.
Yeah.
It's not right.
So,
Makes no sense.
in relation to the second law of thermodynamics, you know, and gas pressure, I recommend you read that law and definition of gas pressure. And there is also literature about it, scientific literature.
You can send me a link, maybe.
Yeah, academic, you know. And you will understand that you said you had a bike before, yeah? So, yeah, if you take your tires off, yeah, you are left with the wheel, yeah?
Yeah.
And now, uh, how can you have gas pressure? Yeah, when you have your tires, you are pumping in gas pressure. I don't know, 2 bars or 3 bars of air pressure inside them. Yeah, to have the tires hard, you know, to hold you while to hold your weight while you're riding the bike. But now, how can you have that gas pressure if you remove the tires? To have that gas pressure stick to the wheel without the tire holding it there.
Um,
So you
This
can't,
is a particular
right?
situation because we want it there.
Sorry?
Because we want it there. But if I open the tire, the
Yeah, the
the air
valve.
goes out and it's just around
Yes.
me somewhere.
Yeah. And when your tire is flat, if you ride your bike, you're gonna be cutting the tire because you will have metal.
It's lots of pressure in a
Yeah, and
tire. But in our surrounding, we don't need that pressure, and the air doesn't leave. It stays on the
well,
earth. It's
around
held
us,
down
around
by
us, we
itself.
have one atmosphere, approximately one atmosphere, or approximately 14 psi air pressure. That's the air, that air pressure that we breathe. If you don't have at least, if you don't have this air pressure, then you can't breathe. If you
But
go in a vacuum chamber, yeah, if you put your head inside the vacuum chamber and you start pumping out all the air out, you will not be able to breathe in that chamber because there is almost no air.
And we're talking about
Yeah,
thermodynamic pressure, right? You know what the kinetic theory of gases is? So when gas has a temperature, the
yeah,
molecules move around in all random directions.
yeah,
So if you have like a container, right, at a pressure,
yeah,
the molecules are bouncing against the wall. They're bouncing everywhere, off each other, everything. But if
yeah,
it's in, say this container is inside a vacuum, and I take the lid off, this motion when they go out the opening into the vacuum, they just keep going forever.
yeah.
because of inertia.
True.
But outside the pressure is not that high. And
that's the point.
yes,
Pressure, low pressure really just means an absence of matter. That means
let me
there's
give you an
nothing for
example.
a gas to collide into, so it just keeps going forever.
It doesn't go forever. You can put helium in a balloon and it rises up, but eventually it will stop.
No, it will not stop. The balloon, the rubber will fail, so it will explode. Yeah, because at high altitudes it's very cold, and the rubber will fail at minus 60 to minus 80 degrees Celsius. So it will become, the rubber will become brittle. Yeah, helium gas pushing on the walls, it will break free from the balloon.
I thought it was because of the pressure difference that it
But
stretches
even if it
the,
wouldn't
it
break, it
pumps
would
it.
not go rise forever. It stops.
No, you don't have a empirical demonstration for that. And actually, quantum mechanics physicists, they say that helium rises in high altitudes where it's leaving the air that we breathe, and the temperatures are so cold there, but the helium starts accelerating to the point that it turns into highly charged particles.
Never seen this.
Yeah, they take also helium gas. They are accelerating it at the particle accelerator at CERN in Switzerland and France. Yeah,
It
and
must stop.
and they take helium gas, they accelerate it in these particle accelerators to the point where the gas reaches such high velocity that they don't call it gas anymore. They call it highly charged particles, protons.
I say it works like water. The water is pressing up things that are lighter, but when there's no more water, it can't rise any higher. That's the same with the balloon. It stops because there's no other material beside
It
it,
doesn't
around it.
stop.
It
The
can push it.
helium, it doesn't stop. The helium is accelerating. The
But
higher
if
it
it
goes, also the velocity will be much higher.
if that was the case, human would just make a kind of balloon that doesn't explode, and it would go infinitely high, and they would put a
Well,
camera on it and film it.
that's what you are theorizing, but mankind has already found that there is a ionosphere, yeah, and not just ionosphere, but also Van Allen belts, a area at high altitudes where we have highly charged particles. That means helium gas traveling, moving at almost the speed of light. That's what protons, highly charged particles, are.
Believe possible.
And based on these findings, yeah, they have built these particles accelerators.
Hey, I had a quick question about the Hadron Collider. You said they use
Yeah.
helium, but I
Yeah.
thought they use hydrogen. Do they use both? Or
Yeah, they can use any gaseous element. Um, I think they went even to heavy elements now, like mercury and, you know, stuff like that. But they started with helium when They first started the Hadron Collider.
Another question. Why is the sun not falling down?
Because it's quantum locked, I will speculate. So do you know what quantum locking is?
I've seen a video. There was something floating on a table.
Yeah.
In circles.
Yeah, you have a superconductor material, yeah, being quantum locked in a magnetic field.
But then why is the sun?
And
Does it have
listen. When you take a compass in your hand, wherever you go in this world, yeah, you will be able to see that there is a magnetic north in this world. So you are in the presence of a magnetic field, a giant magnetic field. And the sun is quantum locked in this giant field. So yeah, for me, quantum locking explains very well and physically demonstrates very well how the stars, the moon, and the sun are sitting up there in the sky, yeah, without falling, and they orbit above us.
But the sun is not
Because
flying
they are.
around the North Pole.
Sorry?
The sun is not flying around the North Pole, is it?
It orbits around the North Pole.
Orbits around the North Pole.
Yes. The word orbit means to move in a circular path around a center point. That's what the word orbit means. Before the space age era. So these people, when they pushed the space age era, yeah, they hijacked the term orbit. They change its meaning.
Do what?
To falling around the curvature of a ball.
Mm.
But can you show me, have you ever played pool, billiards?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you show me two of those balls spinning around each other endlessly on the table?
Played the game for a long time.
Huh?
I don't have an exact picture of the game. It's vaguely. It's like a
Yeah,
clock.
okay, but if you take two bearing balls, yeah, you put them on the table, yeah, and you start spinning them one around each other. And when you let go, do they still spinning one around each other? Do they continue to spin one around each other?
I don't know. What is the game called?
Not game. I asked you.
The ball.
Yeah, two balls. Yeah.
Two balls.
Yeah, you put them on the table. Yeah. And make them spin around each other.
How can I do that?
Well, with your hands, yeah, you start spinning them in a circle, yeah? And then you let go.
Yeah.
So, will those balls still spinning in a circular path around each other?
Yes.
Oh, yeah? That's interesting. I find that very fascinating.
Can you demonstrate that?
I spin a ball, it still has momentum, and then it spins, continues spinning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
I don't think you understood what you meant here. Let me try saying it a different way. So if you take one hand and have one ball in one hand and hold it still on a table, and then hold another ball in another hand and use it to make circles around the other ball, orbits around ball number one. And if you do this a few times, say 2 times, 3 times, revolutions or orbits or whatever, and then you let go of the second ball, will the second ball continue to make orbits around the first ball?
It won't. It stops.
No,
Yeah, it would stop. But the more important thing is, the point is that it won't continue to orbit it by itself, is the point.
Yes.
The moment when you release it, it will start moving in a straight line. It will not continue to move in a circle.
Unless that it is magnets, right? Sun is a magnet and the other
Well, ball bearings are not magnets.
But it has to. You said that the North Pole has a magnetic field.
Yeah, well, let's use plastic balls then, or glass, yeah,
They won't
which
move.
are not magnetic.
They won't move.
Yeah.
So it needs magnets.
Yeah, so you take one ball, yeah, and you make it spin in a circle on a table, yeah?
Yes. It won't.
And when you let go, it will start spinning in a circle, or will it just go straight in the direction which it has when you released it?
Straight. In the
Straight,
direction where
yeah.
last.
Yeah, so now they say the Earth is spinning around the sun continuously, yeah?
Yeah.
But you never seen that with your own eyes, and no man can ever see that with his own eyes except watching CGI on television.
That it spins around a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cannot see it. I cannot see it.
Yeah, those balls, yeah, floating in mid-air, yeah, and they are spinning around each other. You can never see this anywhere in the world. You cannot see such a thing.
No. I think they can. They can recreate it with magnets. Sometimes there's things with balls. So when
Magnets.
you release the one ball, it jumps
Yeah,
into
you
the
have
other
an
ball.
obsession
It goes
about
forever.
magnets, but listen, you have an
It goes
obsession
forever.
with the magnets, but there is a lot of, I mean, about magnetism, even I do not know much. I
Why
know
would
very little
you
about
recreate it with
magnetism.
magnetism? Wouldn't you
Yeah,
want to use gravity? Isn't that the thing that's supposed to hold all this together?
yeah.
Gravity is also working.
I think the reason for that is that magnetism can be proven to exist and gravity can't.
Yep.
Also, I think the sun is recreating itself. It's regenerating. Because it never burns out. It's probably eating air. That's eating air.
It's not eating anything.
Much air for it to eat in your vacuum, is there?
Well, to burn it should be a fire, but when I make a fire in the woods and I look at the fire, that is exactly what I do not see when I look at the sun. The sun and the fire in the forest are not the same to my eyes.
But they work similar. Something is
No,
burning. Something is.
no, they do not even look alike. They don't look like.
But you cannot create energy out
The
of nothing.
fire,
Something
listen,
needs to be consumed.
when I look at plasma, a fire, yeah, it does not look like the sun.
Yeah, but it functions the same.
No, it's not about function. We theorize, we speculate that the sun is a plasma ball, but we don't see that fire. We see that it is a light source. It is a light source, incandescent light source.
It is consuming something.
Listen, when you have a light bulb, yeah, the light bulb in your room,
Consumes
yeah?
energy. Electricity.
Listen. Is your light on in your room? Do you have the lights on in your room right now? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is the light on in your room? On, okay.
I had milk in my
Now,
mouth.
when you sit in your chair or your couch, yeah, you don't, you, the only thing you feel is that you see the light inside your room coming from your light bulb in the ceiling. But if you stand up and put your hand on the light bulb, yeah, you will feel that the light bulb it's warm, quite hot. Can you check that for me? Touch it to see if it's
It's
burning.
warm. It is warm.
It is warm, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Has anybody ever done that with the sun?
yeah.
Yeah, but so what's the point?
Well, the point
The
is that
point is that
it's not a fire burning in your ceiling. That's just a filament in an incandescent state.
Yes, it's not a fire,
Yeah, it's not fire.
but it consumes something.
So yeah, you've said this plenty of times. Let me just point this out to you. So you're right. The light bulb consumes power. YOLO. The light bulb. I agree with you. It consumes power. The fire, the campfire, it consumes oxygen. Yes, we concur on this. We understand this. We can observe this. We can prove this. But the thing is that the campfire and the light bulb on your ceiling, these are different light sources, but they're verified light sources. You know what they are. You can validate what they are. The problem with the sun is that we don't know what it is. We haven't validated what it is. Same thing with the stars. Same thing with the moon. You know, they're just unverified lights in the sky. And I'll admit, I feel a little surprised myself to think that, you know, I kind of wonder to myself, you know, what's powering it, you know, or is anything powering it or whatever? Will it ever burn out? You know, I wonder these things myself, but just keep in mind, there's still just unverified lights in the sky. It's as far as proving it, that's a whole different thing.
It has to consume something. That is logic. whether it's verified or not.
Well,
it
you
must
can
consume.
only say that after you've validated any claim about it, though. You can only logically say that after you've validated any claim about it.
No, you don't need to validate. It's common logic, common sense. How? Because nothing.
Maybe on the ground, but not as far as the sky goes.
If
Don't they
you
say
think
it's
it's
like,
not
what is it? I
consuming
always forget
anything,
mix it
then
up.
it's magic.
Is it fusion or fission that they say that the
Either it's
sun does? They
magic
say
or it
it's like
consumes
a
something.
nuclear reaction. That,
Yeah, it's magic.
I
Nuclear
don't believe in
fusion.
magic.
That's true. Nuclear fusion is magic.
Yes, it must look. It must consume something, and it must regenerate itself. Otherwise, it would have been burned.
Well, one
long
thing
ago.
it's not a perpetuum mobile.
Well, here, let me ask you, YOLO. So, do you know of any time when anyone's ever, proven the sun to be consuming anything? Has anybody
Yeah.
presented evidence for that?
Can you say it again?
Have you ever found any evidence of any kind that would, indicate that the sun is consuming anything, like oxygen, like you said?
Yes. It's
Okay,
making it.
what would the evidence be?
It's keeping the earth warm. It's sending out warmth. It's sending out something, so in return it must get something. Where does it get that warmth, that energy?
Well, according
It's from
to
itself.
the laws of thermodynamics, yes. For any energy output, you need also a energy input. That's true.
Okay, so what would the input for the sun be? Yellow, do you know that? Do you know of any
Just
way
like
of
a
proving
fire.
that to be one thing?
Just like a fire, the mass of the sun is the wood, and the oxygen is the air.
There is no
Oh,
oxygen
that's beautiful,
on the
but I don't
sun.
think it's true.
There is no oxygen on the sun or in the sun.
But it's definitely something is definitely feeding the sun.
The word of God, or what?
All right, like this is actually getting a little too far down the freaking rabbit hole here. We're not talking about how the sun works in the server.
Yeah.
Come on, back to flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I know another way how to prove the non-curved curved
Ooh, this will be
Earth.
fun. Yeah, let's
Yes.
hear it. I want that proof, C.
If the sky is cloudy, you see that the sky isn't curved.
You lost me at sky. I thought we were gonna talk about the Earth curvature.
Yes,
Yeah, no.
it proves the Earth is flat. The
Yeah, I
sky
see
is
what
never
he's
curved.
getting. Yeah,
A cloudy sky is never curved.
that's a very good analogy. Yeah, I like it.
Do you mean like when you see the bottom of the clouds and they kind of...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They extend very far away, and you see above you, it's like a flat ceiling on top of you. Yeah.
Wait, so he's not arguing for Globe? Okay, my bad.
No, he's not. He actually said he knows how to prove that there is no curvature. Yeah, that's what he said.
Yes, I'm smart.
Well, this is all
Yes.
my fault then. I'm sorry.
Well,
not
no,
a
man.
Glober.
No, you're not mistaken though. It's just an instant flip flop. Like he was all about the globe a moment ago, and then there's a flat Earth proof.
No, yeah, you misunderstood him.
I just have some
He is
questions.
new. He is new to flat Earth.
Right.
He started understanding flat Earth, and now he's like making more steps into it. Yeah, asking these questions. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I realized it's flat, but then I asked myself, well, if it's flat, then how does this work, and how does that work?
That's not a bad thing. And yeah, what I recommend is study the real science. It's not that much that we know. Science has many questions, unanswered questions, phenomena which are inexplicable. And just because we do not know the cause, yeah, it doesn't mean that we make up stories, nice storytelling, and that's how the world works. Well, it's not working worries, That's a good thing to learn science and discern between real science and pseudoscience, because astrophysics, for example, is a pseudoscience which infiltrated itself into the scientific community. And yeah, these people actually managed to get job positions in the academic world, and they are pushing their religion, their pseudoscience upon us.
They were probably chosen.
Yeah. By vote, by oppression, by terror, they took these positions. So yeah. There has been 2 world wars against mankind. And those are the most horrible wars which took place in the whole world's history. The First World War and the Second World War.
Yeah.
Those are wars against mankind. It was the system fighting with us, ordinary people, and they won. They slaughter our grandparents and grandparents.
I always try to explain life or the world scientifically. Always.
Yeah.
But now, if I believe the world is flat, then it gets really weird. It's because it's hard to explain. In my opinion, hard to explain.
People look at you like you are weird. Yeah, I know. People will. World is flat.
Well, the thing is, you've been experiencing flat Earth since you were born, man. You just didn't know.
Actually, I knew that the world was flat when I was a child, maybe 4 years old. But adults talked me out of it quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of ignorance.
Well, because you were a child, and if you ask them questions, they will even punish you for asking questions, to them, questioning their belief. So,
And you're not allowed
as
to.
a child, obviously, no child likes punishment,
But some beliefs I kept. I mean, most beliefs. Just I did not think much about the Earth anymore. But I still know that time doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I realized that as a
It's a
kid.
concept. It's a concept. Even I, what these physicists are calling time, I would call the flow of life, the path, like walking the path of life. It's life is not still, is not stationary. Life is always repeating motion,
And we die.
perpetual motion. Yeah.
We die. Now it's
Well,
over.
death is part of our lives, yeah. But according to religious text, death is not the end of life. So yeah.
God is unexplainable. Unexplainable. The problem I want to tell you is there's a problem. On one hand, it's impossible to explain how Earth was created, other than saying there is a creator. But then you have the problem of how do you explain God? How does He came into existence? What is He? It's also not explainable. So you create another problem by using God.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah, or by denying God, with Big Bang, they
Wait a second. Wait a second. Stop.
revoke.
Wait a second. Stop. What did she say? Yeah. Since you can't explain God, then you're bringing another problem into this. Okay. Well, I can't explain the aardvark's blood clotting cascade, but the aardvark still exists. So you're logically, I'm sick of hearing you drone on about nonsensical horse shit.
But you can't explain God.
So what?
Yeah, sorry,
What do you mean by
Kiwi.
explain?
He's not a very literate person.
Get.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take it from here. I can't explain what?
You can't explain the existence of God.
I can't explain the existence of God, therefore he doesn't exist. Is that what you're saying? Thought we just went over this.
No, but the problem is, if you explain the creation of the earth with God, then you create another problem because now you have to explain God.
What's that problem?
God.
That I can't explain God. That's an infinite regress fallacy, by the way.
What is God?
Infinite regress fallacy. So I just explained to you with the aardvark and the blood clotting cascade with the aardvark, and then you just invoked an infinite regress fallacy, making your whole argument void. So not another question, please.
I don't know what that is.
Go past primary school first, then maybe come back.
I'm a good boy.
You drone on about nonsensical horse shit.
I seek truth.
You seek truth. Well, you can seek truth. Just close your blowhole.
Can I step in a little bit? Sorry,
No, you've been talking
Kiwi.
for the past hour. Can you step in
yeah.
for a little bit? You've been droning on for the
No,
past
I
hour
want to
too.
explain his position. He's not the most literate person, but he's not a glober. He doesn't know much. He's in the learning process, and yeah, so that's all I wanted to say.
Fucking just relax. You don't have to explain anything.
Yeah.
I didn't
You
hear
guys are not
you.
solving
I don't
the
know whether
problem if you say God created the world.
Is Discord shut up? Is Discord? Yeah, it is. I see my levels going up and down. Yep. Jeez.
It's a problem.
It's not a problem. You're a problem. Just sit down, open up your ears, and close the pie hole, and you might learn something.
Yeah.
Okay? So just relax.
What was the beginning
How
of
is,
your...
how is the archery going?
God.
Then
How
what do
is
you want
the
to talk
archery
about?
going?
Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
YOLO. Yeah.
Going fine. All right, back to Flat Earth. Where is Danny the fuckwit Faulkner at? When he comes
I
in here,
messaged him yesterday. Yeah, he was in here. He said that he fell asleep in here. Let me read the exact quote. Yes, this is me. Sorry I was asleep. I'm not used to Discord much, so I'm not very adept with it. I thought I was logged out, but I wasn't.
that's not surprising. I think he'd probably need a fleet of slobber nurses to tie his fucking shoes. Good, Danny. I'm waiting on you. If you see Danny Faulkner, you tell him I'm looking for him. You guys message me when he comes in here, because there's a reckoning that has to befall him. Okay, I'd appreciate it.
Maybe
Danny Faulkner.
No, come back, Puzzle, you bastard. Called him out and he left.
Sounds like I got here a little too late. I must have missed quite the show.
What show was that?
Whoever you were just shutting down.
Yeah, it's nonsensical drivel going on and on and on and on. Can only take so much. Took about 45. It was 45 minutes over stopping it.
Is that a record for you?
Yeah, I was busy doing something else.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to it in the background, and this all of a sudden pissed me off.
How is the archery going?
Good. Shot today.
Nice.
Yeah, in fact, thanks for reminding me.
It's a nice weather now to go out
Yeah,
and
it's a
practice.
little windy today. But that's the way it goes.
Well, you gotta learn shooting when you have Coriolis also, you know.
Yeah. Yep, bad. Okay, what's going on for tomorrow? Rain. Oh, son of a bitch. At 12? You gotta be fucking kidding me. What? I'm tired of these people fucking up this weather forecast. I've been paying really close attention to these weather forecasters. I mean, I'd pay close attention to when there's big storms coming, but just every day I've been paying really close attention, and they're fucking it up. They fuck it up. That's what I should have. If you want to pick a discipline where you could be wrong every fucking day and still get paid, there's your choice.
Weather conditions, yeah. Meteorological forecast.
Unbelievable. Thunderstorm. Where the fuck? Oh my goodness gracious, man. Well, there goes tomorrow.
What do you think about evolution?
Oh God.
No, don't do that, YOLO.
So you want to step out of the fire right into the blast furnace?
Evolution is
Sure,
evil.
just put some gasoline on it. It's all good.
We can't just exit
Gasoline's good for
out of nothing. Suddenly appear on this planet.
Well, evolution is philosophically problematic because it talks
God.
about infinite becoming with no being, going from amoeba to ape to,
Really?
this amount of
Citation, please.
becoming. So that's the philosophical implication of evolution,
Citation,
which
please.
is untenable.
Citation, please.
Very
That's not
similar
evolution.
to apes.
Holy shit. Now we got it going. We got it going. So, you said evolution, so you jumped into my one-on-one basketball game. Define evolution. We've been down this road before, haven't we?
I can see those meditation classes are working for you, QE. Nice to hear from you.
Jeez, oh man.
Yeah.
How many times we got to do this, Lemon? That's not evolution.
Oh, Lemon Demon's back, is it?
Say again.
It's F&F joke, sorry.
Who's back?
The Lemon Demon. His name is Lemon.
Oh, sorry.
It's a joke, like I said, but you wouldn't.
Well, what is a citation?
I gotta go, man. This is too
It would
boring.
probably be the thing where you found that information that you claim that you know for sure. That way we can go look at it and see it for ourselves. I think that's what he's talking about. Right?
Oh,
So,
cool.
academic
Guys,
citations
hold on.
will be
Hold
like
on.
verified
All right.
information.
See ya.
A citation is the opposite of plagiarism. Thanks.
No. Okay. You're all going to go find out what a citation is and then give me a citation proving that you learned it. Okay. I'm going to start just banning people that don't know the difference between a reference and a citation.
Reference is when you talk
we'll have
I
4
was just
people left in the
wildly
server.
guessing, by the way.
A citation is usually in quotes the exact text of whatever you're talking about from the source that you're talking about. A reference is just saying, oh, I got it from this book or that book without quoting it or saying the exact words or whatever on paper that gave you that idea or that source or whatever.
Why am I being so curt about it? Well, because we have so many Globers in here who are asked for citations and can't provide them. Not only can they not provide them in principle, they don't even know what one is because they attempt to provide one and they provide something that's not a citation.
Well, here you go.
In reference to evolution being infinite becoming with no being, the reference would be Greg Bahnsen. Greg Bahnsen talked about it in one of his dissertations or one of his lectures to his college class about the philosophical problems with evolution, referencing him. Now, if I had to have a quote for quote citation, I need to go back to the video and see quote for quote or word for word what he actually said for a citation.
Shall I read it?
Sure.
Okay, it says citations are references to the sources that you use when you are writing your paper. Citations give credit to the authors of the information and ideas you're referring to in your paper, and also allow your reader to locate those sources to find out more about your topic. So you're not full of shit up to your eyebrows. Any questions?
And that's different from reference in any way, shape, or form, or are they interchangeable, or is there a difference between reference and or citation?
It doesn't say that. That's just what it says about citation.
It's actually a
Great that
general.
we can
Well,
read
in
this
the
stuff.
context that we're using it, right?
It's great that
Well,
we can read
no,
this
but
stuff word for word. That's really nice and all, but evidence of an independent thought process beyond what's on the page is also applicable. We can read all day and every day till we're blue in the face, but that doesn't show that we're thinking in any significant way about what we're reading or digesting the material in any way, shape, or form. I thought that we started here because we're talking about the difference between a reference and a citation. You read a citation. Thank you so much. Do we know the difference, if any, between a reference and a citation yet or not?
technically no, because that was a general definition, not a specific one. A citation is an excerpt, right, that you cite from the material which you are referencing.
I posted the definition in case it's helpful.
Oh, but you should have posted it on live stream.
What is the moon?
What is the moon?
Is it just some lights? Or is
It's something in the sky. It's not the Earth.
But it's not a planet. It's not a planet.
So, and your point being?
So I wonder if the moon exists or if it's just a reflection of the Earth or the sun or something.
In the sky, it's not the Earth.
But it's not a planet. It's not a planet.
So,
Wait, what?
and
Was that a YouTube echo or what?
Are there no Glovers in the chat right now?
I don't know. This guy seems to be a hybrid. I don't know.
yeah, I think the one person's supposed to be a flat earther, but they're asking a lot of Glober questions, so I don't know.
I'd like to ask a Glober a question, if I could.
You can.
If this was a test of your Troldar, you would fail.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, if this was a test of your functioning Troldar, you would fail.
I have no idea what you just said. Are you accusing me of trolling? Or looking for a troll? Is that what you just said?
Never mind.
He's accusing you of not detecting trolls.
Oh, okay.
What is the moon?
Thank you.
We aren't AI like you. We don't have a Traldar mounted in our system.
I want to know how Globers, how they deal with the idea that all the pictures that they believe are of the actual Earth are these perfectly round spheres. And then Neil Dumbass Tyson goes out and says that the Earth isn't actually perfectly round, that it's shaped more like an egg. How do they handle that situation? Are they then going to admit that the pictures are not real? or that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong? I'd be interested to know.
Can I switch my name to what I had before?
Why?
This is not my name.
Ah. It looks good on you, though.
User profile. So what do you think is the moon?
Light source.
Light source. Where is this light coming from?
I don't know. Never been up there.
I thought someone has an answer for it.
Maybe.
Does anyone know the
I thought
answer?
the moon was a big block of cheese.
Well, the holes, yeah, it looks like a Swiss cheese, yeah.
Why isn't it yellow then?
You never seen a yellow moon before?
No, but cheese is yellow.
Yeah.
Cheese comes in all kinds of colors, buddy.
Oh, yeah. White, yellow, green. What else?
No, it's usually
blue.
Yeah, blue. Yeah. Goat cheese. Yeah, since we're
Your cheese is green.
Cheese, yeah.
If the moon has different colors as in the image, then it does not exist.
What does that mean?
I didn't catch that. What was that?
Can't exist if it has different. If the moon has different colors, like on the picture. You see the picture in Livestream voice text. Then it can't exist, because if it exists, it must have one substance, like soil or something. It only has one color. This can't be it.
Well, I think you're thinking of the moon as like a solid surface that you can walk on. Maybe it's not that at all.
Yes, that's what I mean. If it is a planet, then it
Cannot change color.
yes, it can change the color.
So it's not a planet then.
Yeah, if it changes
know.
its color, it's not a
I've
planet.
seen-
But I've never seen it changing colors.
I've
In
seen the
daytime,
moon in
it's white,
many
and at night, yellow, white, or something. It's a slight change, but it could be from the sun, because maybe at night the sun is far away, so it gets a sunset color. What do you think? What the moon?
Well, I'm
is?
looking at the moon right now, and it's got sort of a yellowish hue to it at the moment. The moon I'm looking at currently.
It could be because the sun is far away. The sun is it's sunset for the moon right now. So if you're on the moon and you look at the sun, the sun is close to the horizon. It's sunset for the moon.
I mean, if you think about it, you're on the dark side of Earth, and you. How do you explain the sun
Your voice is cutting.
lighting up? Who's cutting?
Your voice was cutting. I don't know why.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe just for me.
I'm outside. You guys are getting feedback from the wind where I'm at, are you?
But there's no proof that the moon is just light and not something you can walk on, right?
Well, the main contention, counter contention of what, if anything, the moon is the globers invoke this gravity force that pulls to the center of a ball and necessarily make things like the moon and everything like the Earth spherical. That's the main contention that we're countering. That gravity makes everything necessarily spherical on some sort of quote unquote planetary scale like the moon and or the Earth. That's not necessarily true. The Earth could be anything from that point, basically. It could be flat. It could be a bowl. It could be round. It could be, any manner of thing.
What about the moon?
Well, it could be round. It could be flat. But the main thing is the surface of the Earth that we live on appears to be flat. So there's nothing necessarily going on with the moon and its shape, round or otherwise, that necessarily has to be going on with the flat land that we're on right now.
Yeah, the shape of whatever the shape of the moon is has nothing to do with what the shape of the Earth would be.
Yeah, the Globers invoke this gravity thing as a cosmological principle that necessarily shapes things into round forms. It's just begging the question on a very large and unnecessary scale.
I mean, as far as what we observe, the moon is just light. So, I mean, obviously the Earth isn't light. It's a solid surface that we live on.
Pretty much. I mean, for us to invoke begging the question and enough similarity to do so, we have to be similar enough to the moon to do that. The moon shines. We do not. At night, the Earth is a dark hunk of rock. There's no light coming from the surface. Say on a new moon, it is pitch black, total darkness, and you can't see a thing. While the moon has illumination that the Earth does not. The moon appears to be round, whether it's a round disc, a round bowl, a round sphere, whatever the heck it is, it appears round. And the surface that we're on appears to at least be flat. So whatever shape beyond flatness that we have on the surface, well, it just appears to be flat while the moon is doing its own thing up there.
Right.
It's
Hey,
a
I got a
ball of
question.
sand. It's a ball of sand.
What are asteroids and meteors bullshit?
They could still work on a flat design. I mean, it just depends on which parts of the flat-ish conceptions that are out there you want to invoke. I would go with flat land covered by some sort of hemispheric solid dome firmament. And so at that point, asteroids, if anything, from the conception I go with anyway, would be chips off the old firmament falling down and, maybe being a little flamey or slaggy, like molten, solid stuff. That would be your asteroid, meteorite, or whatever. I've also seen a demonstration where somebody shone a light through a solid glass surface, and if you shine that light at an off angle, you get an effect that looks just like a comet. Just like some of the stuff that we're seeing up there. So this could be a light show off of, say, the solid dome. It could be chips off of the dome. It could be anything in a flattish conception. But we'd have to go from there, and I guess some speculation would be necessary at that point.
That's interesting. So with that idea, is it then maybe something to do with the dome somehow? Does it like shed its skin almost? And that's where that's why
I say that it would be a chip off the old dome or something else. Who knows? From there, we'd have to speculate, but that's what you would get as a possible answer if you ask me. I mean, a lot of these meteorites are made out of vitrified material. They look very glass-like. Some of them have iron, yes, but some of them look, clear like glass. Could be a chip off the old firmament. Also, we have a phenomenon that people use called laser-guided star formation, where they shoot a laser up into the sky and try to, according to what they say anyway, excite the sodium atoms that are up in the atmosphere to get star-like effects. So perhaps they're shooting a laser up to the solid firmament and exciting the sodium atoms that are in the solid section of sky to get that sort of laser-guided star effect. So there's a bunch of stuff that's leading, me to basically go with some sort of solid sky up there that has chips off the old dome. You have sundogs, parhelions that look like light, going off of a solid curved surface. We have elves, sprites, and jets which look like electrical activity cascading off of a solid structure up there, even. So, pretty comfortable speculating, pretty comfortably, that meteorites, if anything, are chips off the old dome. But they could be something else. Who knows? Don't we also have the ionosphere? What was that?
Sorry. I would like to see somebody follow a so-called, meteor or shooting star until it becomes a meteorite, and first-hand knowledge, like this rock came from the sky. I'd like to see
You mean like witness it hit the ground?
ionosphere. Yeah, and then go dig right where the hole.
Yeah.
Because I've seen shit like in the sky.
Isn't it I could be wrong about this, but is it unlawful to possess a meteor?
To have one and own one? I don't know.
Oddly enough, now that you mention it, I feel like I've heard that said before also. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, I don't either. But something triggered in my brain thinking that I've heard that it's illegal to actually even do that. If you saw one hit, it's illegal to approach it and take it. I could be wrong, but I swear I've heard that before.
I mean, who owns it? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, who owns the rivers and the lakes and the ocean and and the vast amounts of land that the United States government just buys up. It is astounding how huge Earth really is. For people that have never traveled before, you got to get out and go somewhere. There is just vast expanses of the Earth where there literally is no people, no houses. It's amazing. But yet, they want us to believe that the Earth is overpopulated and there's too many people.
Well, if we think the Earth is overpopulated, we'll take steps to reduce the population and or kill people, or do things that prevent people from thriving in ways that they otherwise would be allowed to flourish. So pushing such propaganda is key, but like you say, people can simply spread out and the overpopulation problem evaporates quite quickly. If you put all the people next to each other with about maybe 12 to 18 feet of space, you'd put all the people, all the 8 billion people in the world in like one county in Florida. That's how much room there is on the planet for people to spread out.
Paul, that wind is like really unbearable. If you could mute when you're not speaking, it'd be great.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it's like crunching.
Sure. I'm gonna go inside. I asked before if that was a problem and nobody said anything, so I thought I was good. But thank you.
So, spread out and don't eat up the pro Gaia anti human propaganda that there's too many people on Mother Earth and we're hurting it or some crap.
Now
Just spread out and you're good.
Now, this public service announcement. Ask the dictatorship in your country if travel is right for you.
One of the negative effects of this very litidical pro-Gaia anti-human revolution that says, no cars, no human advancement, less humanity, is that we don't power any sort of technological revolution that would be able to innovate and push us forward and allow us to live comfortably without, starving or killing each other. It's very, very sad.
Well, it's interesting too that there is this agenda, like we said, to sort of keep the human population at a certain number. My dad always said that in the Bible, I don't know if he says it was Jesus or God, but part of the word was for man to go out and procreate and populate the earth. So it seems like, and he said that a lot. Like that was one of like main missions of creation is to just populate and create as many humans as you can and fill the whole earth. But yet there's this power that tries to do the opposite of that. I find that intriguing.
Yes. And also, the powers that should never be can only control so many people. Maybe they can control, maybe, I don't know, 10 million slaves. But once you're talking about billions of people, it gets very hard for the very evil minority to control the people. So population control becomes a pivotal issue for them. To having just enough slaves to lord over and keep the boot on their neck for eternity, if possible. Too many slaves is just too impossible to govern.
Well, you know what I can't fathom is the amount of abortions that there are. That number is astounding. I can't believe it. I almost don't believe it. There's so many abortions. It's
So many. So many. How many abortions were taken care of last year?
You made me chime in. Um, so if you look it up, according to the best estimates, they say that the number of abortions in the last 40 years worldwide exceed the number of all deaths by war in all of human history, but not just direct death from war, but also indirect death from war. So just 40 years of abortion, the numbers exceed all of human history of war. So everybody complains about war, and we should, but 40 years compared to all of human history, yes, it is absurd.
yeah. That's a number I can't even wrap my head around numbers that big sometimes. Like when you talk about money and you get into like the trillions.
You think that Moloch was popular
That's
in
1,000
history?
billion. Sorry.
Moloch is way more popular
I
now.
know
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what a trillion is, but for me to imagine it in a room, you know what I mean? It's or to look at my bank statement and see a number like that. Fucking kidding me? And it's the same thing with the supposed distance of the sun. Like, how many million? Shut the fuck up. But somehow the sun's heat gets to us, warms us up, but space is cold as shit and it's dark.
So to put the number a trillion into perspective, a trillion seconds is almost 32,000 years.
That's fucking absurd.
And they say that we can see light from stars that are quintillions of miles away. Quintillions.
Yeah, fuck off.
Didn't make that word.
And how can you even you can't measure that? You can there's how the fuck could you possibly measure that type of distance?
Well, they just remeasured, calculated, Polaris, right? And they've changed the distance on Polaris recently. So what, did their technique all of a sudden get better? Their calculation technique? Did their triangle get a little more acute, right, as it got further away?
That's
It's like,
ridiculous.
oh, this triangle should be like a little more cuter than. Come on, this is not cute enough.
You can barely hire somebody today to come to your house and put in a window correctly. Ugh. Man. So wait a minute. Somebody's got to do the look up and see how many abortions is that? You said every war in human history? Is he gone?
If I'm correct, the point of the abortion clinics and that was part of eugenics and Planned Parenthood and the idea of depopulation or only having the fittest breeding. So here, we'll give people a way to get rid of their offspring without considering the potential, or the consequences.
Yeah, guess who started Planned Parenthood? Guess whose parents? Gil Bates. Gil Bates. Gil Bates.
Gil Bates. Why does that name not sound familiar? Gil Bates. What am I, an idiot? Why have I never heard of Gil Bates?
Bill Gates, bro.
Oh, he said Bill Gates? Hank, off topic. Did you watch that video yet?
No, I said Gil. You heard it
Nope.
right. Gil Bates. You heard it right. Gil like gills on a fish. You heard it right.
Okay. I'm looking that up right now. Hank, you watched that video?
What's your name, bro?
Paul V.
Paul V. Yeah, that's right. All right, I'm gonna go watch it right now. There ain't a lot going on in here anyway. So, I did click on it and like it, so I don't even have to like go to the message board where you sent it to me. So, yep.
Okay. Have a good one. Gil Bates. I've never heard of this Joker before. I thought Planned Parenthood was started by those eugenicists way back in the day.
Bill Gates' Bill Gates' parents, bro.
Is the husband of
Prescott
Yeah.
Bush got out of going to prison, was arrested 3 times and handcuffed, taken away. Prescott Bush, right during World War II, was taken away 3 times in handcuffs for trading with the enemy, and he got off scot-free and started American Red Cross.
Does that mean that Bill Gates' parents? I mean, Bill Gates is not a random guy that founded Microsoft or something. It's not just.
Yeah, look at his family.
Yeah, I mean, that would
it seems
also
like
be
it
quite
seems like
coincidence, right? That his parents were influential in one way, and then he also happened to be the genius behind Microsoft, and it's just a little bit too
doesn't it always
coincidental.
seem to be that way? It always
Yeah.
seems to be that way. Like even in music, like a lot of these influential big time rock stars, their parents are some, uppity up somewhere.
Like, I mean, I'm a big fan of Tool, but like Maynard He went to West Point. His dad was like a 4-star general or something like that.
So is Jim Morrison's dad.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Jim Morrison,
an
his dad
admiral
was like an admiral
during the Bay of Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, a very significant point.
That's crazy because you connect to Laurel Canyon then, where all the music and it still is, well, but was totally back then. Laurel
Right,
Canyon.
and all the
all the
that's a
Satanists,
whole other
LSD, ritual, crazy. It's probably where the Manson thing was all created back there.
You guys know way too much about this.
Yeah, Lookout Mountain is a secret naval intelligence freaking studio, full-on studio right above Laurel Canyon.
Where they
Maryland.
processed the moon photos, and guess who bought it? Jared Leto from the band 30 Seconds to Mars.
What?
Yep, they
I
converted
always
it to a
wondered what
private
was really
residence.
going on with Charles Manson because there's no way he should have ever been charged with what he was charged with and then put in prison for as long as he was.
It was created, bro. It was all created.
But why did they want to get rid of him?
They didn't listen. He was put there to create a race riot. They thought they were going to do it back then. They created the LSD experiments and all the hippie movement and the whole thing. They infiltrated all of that. They got them all strung out on other kind of drugs. They demolished that whole movement and thus demolished any kind of resistance against the war at that point was over. Started the feminist revolution. Got the women out of the house at that point. Like the rest is history. So...
No, yeah, that makes sense. He was just a patsy, a pawn in their game.
Yeah, so
and then he was no longer useful. So
yeah, listen,
bye.
it's well known. It's well known. These people with the LSD, whatever. I forgot the names, like whatever. But they were all dropping acid and giving acid free. These were CIA plants giving out acid to all these kids during the 60s. Created that whole thing. Then they wanted to get rid of it. So the Manson thing was to get rid of it. To end it.
Well,
it surely did end it right then and there. That was the end of the hippie movement. They did all of it from beginning to end.
That sounds real familiar. Like they did the same thing in the 80s, right? With crack. They took a couple fellas, showed them how to make crack, put it in the streets, and then all the guys that were supposedly the big time guys in those days, they're all doing life in the joint now too, even though they were working with the government.
Yeah, see, that's the way it always is, man. This is how the show runs.
You made the connection though when I mentioned Maynard to Jim Morrison, and then you said that it ended. Man, the thing is, it didn't. Like you said, like I don't know, Tool fans, concerts, shit like that. Like it's this whole psychedelic experience to a lot of them. Like it's still kind of the same thing. There's a lot of people there selling hallucinogens and shit like that.
How's everybody doing tonight?
I think it's weird that Joe Rogan is constantly pushing that shit.
Look, I don't even listen. Who? Joe who? Like, I don't even know. Like, who is that
I don't listen to him anymore either, but it disturbs me that he's constantly pushing hallucinogenics and all that shit on all his listening.
Just a sideshow. It's just a little sideshow. Bloop, bloop, look over here, not over there. Look over here.
That's to keep all the open-minded people super invested in his podcast. It's like the people that like take psychedelics all the time. It keeps them all busy studying in outer space and UFOs.
Yeah. Joe Rogan is like the Alex Jones. He's like Alex Jones is like the Republican version of conspiracy theorists, and Joe Rogan is like the liberal version of conspiracy
He's like
theorists.
the hippie version. The blue pill version of woke.
It's literally both of those two clowns are just like, yeah, they're just playing their role.
Hey, if any of you were given the money he was given, would you guys start preaching Globe Earth?
I wouldn't lie to my mother. I would not lie to my mother. No.
No, I would not. But dude, he was given a lot of money, and even he said, what was that one interview where he was like, "What? Who just said it? I'll lie to my mother. You tell me the truth
I
about."
won't. He will, but I won't. God
No,
damn it.
yeah, because he said he'd lie to his mama. You know, just tell me what is it?
He said he's like, show me a real UFO. Show me one. I'll make fun of that shit for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
you lie to my mother.
it would be sometimes would be better to eat dirt than accept money from fools or whatever, money from scam artists.
Yeah. And the government's definitely scam artist.
Exactly. Yeah, we're getting force fed their dirt. They don't even care anymore.
Just because you could make money doing something doesn't mean you should do it and make the money.
Exactly, but you know, there's a lot of sellouts. Most people, I think, are good like us. That we wouldn't sell out. But there's that special group of individuals that totally will. They just totally will.
Honestly,
you know.
Well, I'll be honest.
I don't
I'll
know.
be honest.
I don't know if I would sell out or not because it depends on like what the situation is. Honestly, I don't know because I've never been presented with a large sum of money before. You know what I mean? So maybe I would sell out. Who can honestly say that they know for sure whether or not they would sell out?
That is hard to tell until the point.
You're right. It is hard to say that, but I would like to say that I would not. You know.
Yeah, it'd be easier to tell how you would respond in battle, in a dire need in battle, than to respond with money concerned. Large amounts of money is more unpredictable than it would be in battle.
Yeah, because Spotify gave him $100 million just to come to Spotify, right? Just flat out, here's $100 million just to come over to our platform. So that's a pretty big. That's a big chunk of change. Just saying.
I'll be honest. I think I would do it because I'm tired of banging my head against the wall and trying to save these morons out here that can't save themselves.
They are retarded.
You know what I mean? I mean, isn't that's who we're fighting for? We're fighting for these idiots.
Yeah, but see, listen. Here's the thing: you can't change anybody's mind, though. If you're taking that standpoint from the beginning, you're gonna be dissatisfied. I guarantee you.
Right, because you can't change anybody's mind.
Yeah, it's not about changing someone's mind or convincing. Yeah, you can't do it.
I know, but you should be able to lead them to the water, and they should drink.
We are.
Not necessarily.
Listen, the ones who drink will stay. You can't force someone to drink. If they drink, they mostly all stay.
Nobody made me believe nothing. I'm here because I chose to be here. You know,
you got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to worry about. That's what I'm trying to say.
Those idiots are your neighbors, your family members. Like you're gonna be awfully lonely if you look at it that way.
I have nothing to worry about. Nobody's going to come and say, "Hey, I'll give you $10 million if you'll start spouting out about this." Nobody's going to do that to any of us, you know?
Here's what I suggest.
You know what I would probably do in that situation? I would take the $10 million and then I would build myself something very safe, and then I would expose whoever gave me the $10 million.
Yeah, that's me too.
I don't think that would be possible.
So you say for the archive.
That's what I say. Exactly. That's what I say.
And then they kill you.
I don't know. The largest amount of money I've ever had at one time was like $10,000. And you know what I did with it? I paid off debt. That's what I did with it. So
yeah, I hear you.
That's probably what I would do if I came onto another large sum of money. But then I would be left with a bunch of extra money. So I would do my best to give as much of it as I didn't need to charity. I feel like
come on,
that's
really?
something that I would do.
Hey, listen.
I donate a lot. I donate a lot of money to different.
Don't donate to charity. Give money to
It's
people who
not
actually
charity. No,
really need
I'm
it.
saying I say charity. When I say charity, I mean like giving my money to people that need it. Like I don't mean like
Yes,
a charity,
okay.
like a company.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
don't give
talking
your
like
money to no
GoFundMe.
charities because that's
I give
that's
money to
all gimmick.
GoFundMe. I'm a member at this church camp for kids that teaches kids about the Bible and stuff. I know it's just religious
Did you say you're a
indoctrination.
church?
But
Did
I
you
went
say you're
there.
a church pimp?
I'm like a sponsor or I don't know what exactly they call it, but I pledged to donate money to them yearly on a yearly basis for the next 3 years. They just teach kids about the Bible for a week, and I've been there twice when I was younger, so I know it's a good place for kids to be, especially in my town, which is riddled with drugs. So I have no
Listen.
problem giving my money to this camp because I know what they do there. Maybe the money's not being used for like what they're saying it's being used for, but I know the money is being used to keep them in business. They say they want to build more cabins out there. What?
I got you. That's a good thing because I actually went to camp as a child, and the camp I went to was a good camp. And I would actually, if they needed funds raised for some to stay open, I would actually probably try to help them if I could. But don't give to like St. Jude or don't give to none of that bullshit. Don't. I mean, if you want to, go right ahead. I'm just saying, a lot of these charities
I
out there
never
are
donate money to a charity company that already has a lot of money. That makes no sense.
Yeah, because like St. Jude, shouldn't they have cured child cancer by now? No.
Oh, they ask you on like your receipt, do you want to round up your total? No, I don't.
No, fuck that
You guys
shit.
can put more commercials on the TV to try to make me cry. Like, God, the hell.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I'm like, I literally hate charities like that, like these big corporation charities, because just like, okay, take for example BLM. Look at the scandal that's going on with BLM now. You know, people were donating all kinds of shit to BLM.
What? Anyway,
That chick lives in like
anyway,
a multi-million-dollar
who
house
cares?
in a 99% white neighborhood.
Yeah, 4. She's got 4. She went and bought 4 houses in exactly what you just described.
No, I knew she had more than one. I just didn't want to throw out numbers.
I thought you were going to talk
I
about something. Thought you were going to talk about something relevant. No.
Listen, I'm just putting out. I'm just saying that most
lady's
of these
a genius. I'm sorry, she's a genius.
well, she may go to jail for it, so I'm not sure if she's a genius or not. But she
Most
probably.
people don't go to jail. They're patting her on the back.
Nah, yeah. They're like, girl, you got away with that shit. Good for you.
I mean, some people don't go to jail.
I know, you're right.
If Hillary and Bill Clinton ain't in jail yet, nobody's going to jail.
You're right. You are absolutely right. Because if anybody needs to be in jail, it should be. And see, everybody always says, well, all Hillary's friends, look at all her suicide friends. Where's Bill in the whole discussion? Nobody really ever talks about Bill. Like, surely is maybe he the man behind the curtain actually doing this shit?
Nah, he's getting high and chasing puss. He's getting high and chasing puss.
He's too stupid to do it.
They just keep shoving young girls, giving them young girls over and over. So he just does that.
He don't shit.
How many times was he on that Epstein plane? Probably, you know what I mean?
Having an illegitimate son of his look just like him, but half black. Spitting image of him, but he half black.
And he liked the black girls. He did.
Wait a minute, I didn't even see that. I gotta see that.
You never seen that before? Oh shit!
No.
Yeah, he's got an illegitimate son. You look it up. He looks just like him.
I did not have sexual relations with that young lady.
Hey, sorry. By the way, didn't say hey. I just jumped into the middle of y'all's conversation. So hi, you guys. I hope you all are all having a beautiful, wonderful Thursday, or whatever day it might be.
Why, thank you, Shanna. Shanna.
You said it right the first time.
Shanna.
Yeah.
Shanna Hannah.
It's pronounced exactly like it's spelled. It's Shanna, like Anna with shut up.
Shanna Hannah Hosanna. Just like yeah.
Like banana.
We're talking about these people like the Quins. Me and my fiance we tried to watch that new Netflix documentary about Jimmy Savile. We didn't get all the way through it because it was incredibly boring and disturbing.
Savile, will you enlighten me about what the story of that is?
So he's like this, basically like a super famous dude from the UK, kind of like he's like the equivalent to like, I don't know, like Ed Sullivan or Johnny Carson back in the day. He's like super popular and had a huge television show. And basically, this dude was a total creep. He would have sex with dead bodies and children. And he was very powerful. He was constantly with like the royal family and hanging out with all these big wigs all the time. And he's a total creep for years.
Yeah, it's alleged he was a procurer of young children for the royal elite and the elitists and stuff like that.
And not a word of
Protected
it
by the
ever
royal
came out until
family.
after his death.
Protected by the royal family, etc., etc.
Yes.
So you tried to watch the documentary just to learn about how wicked he was, but it was so boring.
I already knew about it, but I already knew like about his whole story. But I just figured, okay, let's watch this and see how it is. But I don't know. We were bored, so we shut it off. But I forgot why I even brought it up. Now that I think about it.
I don't remember why you brought it up either.
I think I brought it up just to state the fact that it's amazing how he did what he did for so many years. And
we were talking about Bill Clinton.
Yeah, and he never went to jail.
Yeah, you brought it up because of Bill Clinton.
Right. And it's the same thing with all these guys like that. They don't go to jail. Look at Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, yeah, he went to jail for a minute?
And he's still probably alive. Yeah.
Right.
Even if he's not, there's another Epstein out there that's already replaced him.
Same with that other dude from Penn State, Sandusky. Was it Sandusky? Didn't he die right after, too? After he was convicted? Didn't he die shortly right after?
What's his whole name? What's his first name?
Jerry
Sandusky. Who's the guy that was convicted back in like 1977? I always forget his name. He's like a movie producer, and they just gave him a Grammy because he's still producing movies. He was convicted, he was convicted, and then he jumped bail and went to like Paris, in 1977 or 1978 after they convicted him.
Roman
Polanski. Is that Arlen?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, Shannon Tate's husband, Roman Polanski. Yeah.
Yeah, and people still in Hollywood praise this guy that raped a Whoopi Goldberg. She was like, "Well, it wasn't rape." What?
Hey, I don't mean to change the subject, but just real quick, anybody else on the West Coast right now?
I'm in Texas.
Is anybody else on like California, Oregon, Washington?
Yeah,
West
I'm
Coast?
I'm in the West Coast. Yeah.
Okay, so
I wish there was somewhere it was nicer.
Okay, can you see the moon? How like it's almost full. Can you see it right now?
No.
It's
what
the
direction
sun-
is it to you? Like more towards the south? Am I out my window?
Yeah. So I'm in Southern California, and the moon almost looks full, but I know that 3 a.m, it's still going to look full. So can we please try to get ballers to explain how that happens? Like, where's what's because the sun's in the sky right now, so they'll be like, oh yeah, it's reflecting. Like that's the way it goes. But what happens when it's like 3 in the morning and the sun is literally on the other side of the ball that they claim we live on? So just real quick, can anyone explain that? All right, I'm gonna mute myself. All right, let's go.
I
Good
can't
point. Good point.
explain that. But I'm in Texas and my son just disappeared about 30 minutes ago or so. And that moon is about it's not at 90 degrees above me. It's a little further east from me. I would say it's at like 145 degrees back, okay?
So
From where
you're
the
in
sun.
Texas and you can still see the moon.
Yeah, but the sun has been set for about 30 to 40 minutes.
So the moon kind of looks almost full, right? Almost to its point, right?
Almost. It's not quite full, which is
Yeah,
very
exactly,
weird
exactly. It's not
because
it's not full, but it's almost gonna be full. Maybe like 2 more days, maybe 3 more days, 2 or 3 more days.
it shouldn't be looking like that. It should be way lower on the horizon looking like that. I totally agree with you on
Wow,
that.
wait, it's up in the sky on you?
Yeah, it's almost right above my house.
Welcome to Flat Earth, everybody. Enough said. Like real talk.
Yeah, because the moon, if the sun illuminates the moon, my moon should literally be, I would say, maybe a quarter of it should be missing, you know?
Yeah, because you are looking at it from the ball perspective, so there's no way that it should be so. That's the way I was thinking. Because so for the past 5 days, I've been watching the moon because I've been driving into LAX like at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and I've been realizing like the moon. I see its phases. I'm like, wait, how is it? Matter of fact, the shadow has been coming in from the, I guess you would say, west side to the east side of it, and the northern west side down towards the southern east side. So that's how that at first that's how the the shadow of it was happening, and I was like, what's going on here? Like, how is that? So then fast forward till now in this past week, I've realized that the glow of it is way different than what we've been told to or explain. Does that make sense?
Well, from my perspective, where I'm at, I could understand because from a globies, I'm always play devil's advocate with myself. Okay, I do this all the time. So the shadow on the moon is where it should be, where I'm at in Texas. I'm right smack dab in the middle of Texas, literally. And the shadow is on the kind of southeastern side of the moon. So it is where it should be, according to where the sun is supposedly located right now. But yeah, I don't know. I have seen what you're talking about where I'm just like, that doesn't make sense, you know?
So the moon is at 17 degrees above the horizon according to time of date in my location. So it's a little too low and it's directly to the east. When it gets more rotated higher and further to the south, I will be able to see it right out my south facing window tonight at some point between now and 5:30 a.m. when it sets tomorrow morning. So she can see the moon. Like if I was in a flat place or a high lookout somewhere looking east, I could probably see the moon at 17 degrees above, even though she can still see it from Texas above her head.
Where are you at?
Yeah. I'm in almost as far south as you can get in Southern California.
You're in Southern California.
As soon as you guys
So
said
you're in San Diego?
That's
Okay.
You're San Diego?
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'm not good at degrees, so I will just say the moon, if I'm looking straight south, I would say the moon is about at 45 degrees.
To your
40
right?
To my right.
Yeah, so that
No,
makes
no, no.
sense.
To my left. To my left. To my
Oh, wait
left.
a minute.
It's 45. If I'm looking south, the moon is 45 degrees to the east.
Right
That's
now,
about what
to
All
I'm.
right.
the east?
That's about what I'm
Hold on.
seeing here in Wisconsin
So
too.
just real
Same thing.
quick. So here's the thing. Just real quick. It's 6:55 right now, or 6:57 right now,
Uh-huh.
here in California, in Los Angeles, California. And I took a picture of the moon. I posted it in the main chat. Now I gotta go to bed, and I gotta wake up at 2 in the morning, and the moon's gonna be there still at 3 in the
Yeah.
morning, but more north because right now it's at the south. It's gonna be more north. I'm sorry.
Because
I'm sorry. Opposite.
they're
Wait.
making
I'm
a
sorry. I'm sorry.
circle. It's
I'm
going to
sorry.
be more north.
It's gonna be. Right now, it's southeast, but in the morning it will be more northwest, if you will.
Northwest. Yeah, it will be
Yeah.
because it's making this big circle.
Exactly. Like in the
Yeah.
middle of the night, it'll be almost directly south of me, and it'll be at a location that I could see
But
it.
but here's though. But here's the thing though. If it's still glowing almost as a full moon, then that
All
makes no sense because the sun's going to be rising from the east behind it. Get what I'm
Yes,
saying?
you're absolutely right. That's something Elijah F. has said for a couple of years now. Yes,
Exactly.
you're
It
exactly
makes no
right.
sense that it's going to be lit up the way it is right now when the sun is in the sky right
That's
now.
right.
So
You
it
are
makes sense. It's getting reflection. But
so.
in the
I'm in
morning,
Wisconsin, just to chime in. I'm seeing the same moon you guys are seeing.
Isn't that
It
crazy?
is almost completely full. It
exactly.
is in the southeast,
Southeast, eh? Okay.
and it looks
Yeah,
like about 45. Yeah,
my moon is
it looks
southeast
exactly the same.
as well,
Yeah.
and
It's
also
always
mine.
it's
I
gonna
can't tell what shape it is because there's light overcast. So
All right.
Yeah.
So
For me,
so
okay.
just
I
real
would say
quick,
it's ever so
just
slightly south of east, but it's almost due east, and it's about
just
45 degrees up in
just,
Wow.
Wisconsin.
just
Holy
real quick to
mackerel.
everybody.
In Wisconsin,
Wild. Listen,
you're seeing it
wait,
almost just like me.
wait,
Right.
stop for a second. Hold it up. Hold everything. You're in Wisconsin. You're the moon's looking east in California.
Yeah.
People are able to
The
see
moon is
it.
about
Wait,
40 to
listen,
45
stop.
degrees off
People
the
in
horizon.
California right now, people in California right now are able to see the same moon at 17 degrees above the horizon, almost directly east. At the same time, right now.
Yeah.
I'm in a more northern area, so I don't know if that helps you guys any with what you're talking about.
All I'm saying is this, bro. To everybody in this room, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Welcome
Straight
to
up.
Flat Earth. Exactly.
Hey, I want to hear. I don't know who that was, but they're talking about they're in a more northern area. What do they see?
Yeah, what do you see the moon at?
Okay, so right now I'm driving on the interstate and I'm headed east, and it's like right in the upper right corner of my windshield. So that means it's like it's like southeast for me. It seems like almost exactly southeast because I'm going
Southeast. Very
directly.
good.
Southeast about 45 degrees if it's in the upper corner of your windshield.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's like a couple 100 miles or maybe a couple 100 miles north of where I am, and so that would make sense that it would change that kind of angle. But what the amazing thing to me is that Lunatic can see it looking east right now. He said about 45 degrees, which I don't doubt at all. And then people in California right now at the same time are seeing it to the east at 17, 18 degrees above the horizon at the same time. Welcome to Flat Earth, everybody. Yes, I agree.
Well, here's the thing,
Don't
too.
go over and just say. Don't go over and just say that's just because it's so big.
Yeah, because they're stupid. But listen, let me just say this. I'm going to say this. The fact that the moon, it's up right now in the sky, and the sun's shining on it, so it makes sense logically, right? But
Yeah.
at 3 in the morning, when it's
Right.
dead night, and now the sun is coming up behind it.
And in the interim, it didn't change its phase at all.
Exactly. Exactly. The moon doesn't.
What you're
Till the next
saying is
time
it
this,
doesn't
till
light
the
up the
next time it
other
swoops
side.
around. Till
Oh,
the next
Hey,
time. Till the next time it swoops. Tell
Saturday,
the
last
telling
night.
me, you're telling me
Last night.
it doesn't light up the other side when in the morning.
So it doesn't
That's
change the phase until it
But
comes
there's
to
no
swoops
such
around the
thing.
other day,
But
the next
there's no
day.
such thing as the other side of the moon. There's
well,
no
I'm
such thing as
talking.
the other side of the moon.
Well, I'm
Exactly.
talking about the side right now that we see that is darkened
Portals.
a little
You say
bit.
portals.
Yeah.
When the sun comes up in the morning, that darkened side stays the way it was.
Always, which is
You know
Always.
what I noticed yesterday morning?
wild.
When the moon sets, when the moon starts getting closer to the horizon and the sun is coming up, the color of the sun starts to reflect on the moon. So like last night, the sun was it was in the morning. Yesterday, or I guess early this morning, I don't know, last night, whatever you want to call it. The moon was going down, the sun was coming up, and I was watching the moon the whole time because I was headed west, and it went from bright white up in the middle of the sky. The closer it got to the horizon, the more orange it got. And that was when the sun started coming up on the other
But
side,
I think that discoloration has a lot to do just with atmospheric conditions, though, because dust flowing in the air and all kinds of different stuff.
But can
That
can
does
we?
discoloration it.
But can we be more careful saying atmosphere, because that's an oxymoron.
Well,
And
okay,
it
that's why I said dust in the air and all kinds of crap.
thank you. Because that's presuming that it's a sphere. I'm just saying. So let's just go there.
Because like literally in Texas where I live,
Atmosphere.
the
Okay.
dust gets
It's atmosphere.
crazy, and like I can literally the sun can be at like 30 degrees on my western horizon, and I can directly look at it with no problem sometimes because the dust is so insane that the sun looks like a red glowing ball, because of the crap all that's floating up in the
In the
air.
sky. Yeah. You're right. Now I'm just happy. I'm just happy that everybody's on the same page, realizing that you can see the moon right now, and I'm in California, she's in Texas, and people are everywhere else. But if you go tonight at 2-3 in the morning, you're still gonna see it lit up as if the sun was shining it. So let's go with that, and let's just thank you people for even contributing. That's all.
I never understood when you see the moon and the sun in the same exact sky and they're right across from each other. How come sometimes the moon in that environment is barely visible? Shouldn't it be lit up like the 4th of July? Shouldn't you be able to see every nook and cranny on that thing?
True. Very true.
Yeah, it should be. It should be lit up.
Technically, if you want to really get technical, the sun is in the sky, the moon is in the sky. I should be seeing a full moon. Like real talk. Because it should be totally lit up because the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. But
Well,
why?
not if you go by the Globee model, because they say it's 93 million miles away, the sun, and so
that's why they said no. Hold on, let me correct you. That's why I say that, because they need it to be that far, so that way it
I'm
can
just
be
hey,
explained
listen, I
that way.
told you I always talk to myself in the devil's advocate. Listen,
No worries.
I'm a complete biblical cosmology person, and I do
Perfect.
believe when in Genesis it says, actually I don't know if it's even in Genesis, but the sun I think it's in Genesis where it talks about the sun has its own glory and the moon has its own glory. They and the stars have their own glory. Each light in the
my
sky.
version of the Bible. My version of the Bible says that God created in Genesis. It says that God created the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. So it's referred to as the sun and the moon are both their own separate lights in the
But
Bible, anyway.
But somewhere in that scripture it says they each have their own glory.
I feel like it's almost deeper than that though too, because I feel like without the sun there could be no moon, and without the moon there could be no sun.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, it's like
I'm
you
the
can't have
same
a yin
way.
without a yang, buddy. You can't have a yin without a
And
yang.
and the sun is to of the daylight, even throughout cultures across the world, you're we're supposed to creatures of the night are not necessarily good creatures, They like to cause mayhem and do bad things, and our society, because we have electricity and all these things, we have grown to be more of a nocturnal animal, a nocturnal creature, and a ton of people work at night. But
Hey, I'll tell you one
but
thing too about
truthfully, that
that
was
is
not the immediate way we were created to be. We're not supposed to wake up when the sun wakes us, go to bed when the sun sets.
on the
That's
point. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to touch on this because you brought it up. I felt that pull of that full moon before. I
Yeah.
feel that, and like I don't. It's not like I don't feel it consciously. I don't know it, but I feel this angst. Like I want to go out at night, and I don't know where this feeling comes from. And then I've noticed when I get that feeling when I go outside, it's a full moon.
Do you want to misbehave when that happens?
Yeah, I want to go out. I want to drink. I want to go
That's
somewhere.
funny that
You
you
know,
say that.
raise
It's
hell.
funny that you say that about feeling weird and it being a full moon, because usually it's not like I'll feel weird, but I find myself doing things or like doing like a night mission. Like going out at night to go get like groceries or something. And then it'll be a full moon. Normally I don't even go anywhere at night, but when I do, it's a full moon.
I will be honest with you. When I'm 43 now, but I can look back at my younger days, and there were times that I remember like going out, and not necessarily going out, but like going outside at night, and it being a full moon, the wind was blowing and going out and twirling around, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna drink me if," and just going a little bit crazy when I was younger. Uh, and I don't know if that has something to do with that. I have no clue.
Have you here? Let me stop you. Have you ever heard of how people say that you can sun gaze and you can get energy and stuff from the sun?
I personally, I'm
by
not a
looking at it?
sun. I'm not a sun
I'm not
worshiper,
either. I'm not either.
I am a sun gazer, and I've been a sun gazer since I was very young. I remember my
Yeah, I
mom
used to.
getting on to me because I would stare at the sun
Yup.
until I saw
too.
the red and blue circles running around the sun.
Yup.
Have you ever done that? Where you see the
Yes,
red and
and
blue
I got
circles?
perfect 20/20 vision. It never messed up my eyes ever. I have perfect 20/20 vision. And I
Same
used to
here.
stare
I
at
feel
every
the
day
same
on
way
my
about this
every
crazy
single
woman
day
here.
on my way to school on the bus. I would stare at the sun. I
And
don't
my
know
mom and
why.
dad
I think
always told me to stop looking at the sun. And everybody in my family, I'm one of 4 siblings, and they all have had glasses since they were young. My mom and dad have glasses, and I don't.
it's better. It's better for you than people say to actually like, I don't know, make eye contact with the sun. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but
And I literally
it's
would
weird.
stare at it.
I don't
Yeah, I would
believe
stare
that.
at it.
I don't believe that you can get like actual like nutrition from it. Like if you stare at the sun, you don't need to eat. I
I
think it's
don't
more
know.
of like a healing. It's more of like a healing thing. You need to like be out. That science will even tell you that being out in the sun gives you more vitamin D or whatever.
Yeah,
It's
I
good for
don't
your
even
skin, or it's
do
good for
you
this or
even
that.
know what vitamin D is? I don't even know what vitamin D is, but if
It,
that's what the sun gives me, give it to me because I do feel good when I'm in the sunlight, and I
well, that's
literally
like you were
used to
just
stare
saying.
at the
This is
sun
why I
until
brought it
it
up.
looked black.
This is why I brought the sun up, is because you were talking about the moon. You know, the full moon. So I'm like speculating that maybe there's like some sort of other healing or some sort of other like property that the moon gives us when we look at like a full moon.
It's very possible. It's very possible that the moon does actually give us something just like the sun does. I mean,
But it's not
why
like.
not?
But if you think about it, there's only a full moon, you know, once a month. There's a full sun every day. So
Right.
it's probably like that for a reason. You know what I mean? Like whatever.
Hey, just so you guys know, so it's the cholesterol in your skin, and when that comes in contact with sunlight, the cholesterol in your skin transforms into vitamin D. So this is why if you have a low cholesterol diet, it can lead to a vitamin D deficiency down the road, even if you're getting lots of sunlight. Because if there's very little cholesterol in your skin, and your skin can't really turn into vitamin D. So yeah, you don't actually get vitamin D from the sun. It's just created inside your skin.
You're telling
You're
me
saying you are some sort of plant and your body is actually doing photosynthesis?
that's exactly what I was gonna say, man.
Yeah.
I was literally gonna say, so you're telling me
Yeah.
I'm like a plant and I've got this cholesterol in my body, like oxygen in my I've got this
Yeah.
carbon dioxide in my body, and when the sunlight hits me, I
Yeah.
turn it into oxygen. Yeah. Literally
Well, I think it's kind of similar, but I
You
think
need
plants turn into
chlorophyll.
sugar.
You need chlorophyll to synthesize vitamin D.
Right. But I'm not a plant, so
Yeah.
I have
Not
cholesterol.
cholesterol.
I have cholesterol in my body.
Cholesterol has nothing to do with the production of vitamin D.
That's what he just said. I don't know if
Are you
that's
sure
true.
about that?
Pretty sure about it.
I'm not sure. I haven't done my study, so I can't actually put my 2 cents on that. But it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. That's
Well, I have one book I learned that from,
nice
but I'm wondering where
story.
you learned
I
that,
mean,
Get.
It's a nice story to believe that if you sit in the sun, your body skin actually produces vitamin D. That's a nice story. I believe you on that. It is quite elaborate, but yeah, show me the biochemical process. How is this vitamin D being produced in the skin? Like taking fat, bad, cholesterol fat is mostly bad kind of fats.
See, that's where you're totally wrong. You see, that's propaganda. That's not,
There's a couple of different kinds of
technical term.
cholesterol. There's good cholesterol and there's bad cholesterol.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, that's false. There's no such thing as bad cholesterol. It's just a I don't know what you call it. It's an old tale. You know, it's not real. It's pseudoscience.
There is
it falls
no
in the category
bad
of pseudoscience.
cholesterol. There is no bad cholesterol.
Yeah.
Your brain uses cholesterol to process food for your brain. Without it, you would die.
Yeah, and beyond that, it's physically impossible to overdose on cholesterol. It does not matter how much cholesterol you eat. It's actually physically impossible to overdose on it. So, like, take, for instance, egg yolks. Duck eggs, even more so than chicken eggs, are pretty much the highest cholesterol content food that I know of. Not the white, but the duck egg yolk. You know, there's like maybe twice as much in one, or two times, 3 times as much cholesterol in one egg yolk of a duck egg than chicken egg. So what I'm saying is, and I've done this before, pretty much, but it doesn't matter if you do it this way or even to a more extreme. If you were to just simply eat duck egg yolks for days and weeks and have that either your entire diet or at least half of your diet or something, if you had the highest cholesterol food on the earth and you just eat that, you will not overdose on cholesterol. What I'm saying is it's physically impossible to overdose on cholesterol.
If you can't overdose,
low
then
cholesterol
why?
Causes Alzheimer's disease.
Won't your veins get clogged up with fat and stuff from cholesterol, or no? Is that pseudoscience?
No, that's
pseudoscience. That's pseudoscience. What's causing that plaque in your arteries is actually other things, primarily crop oils. So plant-based oils, and more so, not just crop oils, but to be a little more specific, because I don't want people to misunderstand me here. It's crop oils that are left at room temperature for more than 2 weeks and consumed after they're more than 2 weeks old. So crop oils, plant-based fats, they won't cause this plaque to form in your arteries if they're less than 2 weeks old. So if you're eating, take for instance olive oil. If you're eating it and it's fresh and you're like actually in Italy and you're actually watching them make the olive oil in front of you and then you pour it on your food and eat it. So that won't, fuck up your arteries. That won't cause, plaque to form in your arteries. But let that same olive oil sit on a shelf at room temperature for more than 2 weeks, and it does this thing where it oxidizes, and these things called free radicals form in it. And then it turns into a state where it's still edible, like you can still eat it and it still tastes good. The flavor's still there, but it'll really gum up your cardiovascular system.
Okay, so I have a question regarding
your circulatory system.
Whenever everybody's done talking. So every kind of oil out there is the same case, like extra virgin olive oil versus regular olive oil, they'll do the same thing as what you just said?
As long as they're allowed to sit on the shelf for 2 weeks or longer at room temperature. Yes, all crop oils will do.
Every vegetable oil got to be out there for at least 2 weeks. The expiration date on that shit's like fucking 2 years from now.
Yeah. So you can see the problem now. You can see why this is a really big problem, especially for us Americans that eat a lot of these crop oils packed in our food.
Well, yeah, I love to cook with olive oil. So how do I get a more fresh alternative? Because I don't like how greasy butter is. It seems like the grease from butter, it bothers me more than the grease from olive oil.
I actually personally
prefer
butter. I buy butter and I use butter. It's usually pretty fresh and it's kept in the cold section, and I use it. I'm a butter lover because that's actually good cholesterol in my opinion.
It's way better.
Does it matter if you heat the oil or if you eat it without heating it? Does adding heat to it and warming it, does that make a difference with what you're saying with the cholesterol? Or no?
Yeah, I think that actually, well, with the cholesterol, I don't know what it would do. That it might destroy it if you heat it up enough, so it might destroy nutrients. But as far as the crop oils go, I think that might actually be another factor, but I can't remember the details on that, so I'm not going to say so many details on it because I don't know it. But I think, to the best of my knowledge, heating it up to high temperatures may, in fact, make that oxidization process, the creation of free radicals, accelerate. So yeah, it's worse for you.
I'm not sure it would accelerate that. I don't know if that's true.
Well, cholesterol, I know for a fact that it increases the viscosity of the blood. It makes the blood sticky.
Yeah, again, can you, Jet, can you show me a citation for this? Can you show me where you're getting this knowledge, if it is that?
I have a question.
I don't need to give you a citation.
From moon phases to cholesterol. This is so crazy.
Can we keep talking about it though? Because does peanut butter fall in the same category or no? Am I just?
Yeah, it technically does. Because
it does.
Well, yeah,
okay,
it is. Peanut oil. Peanut oil is actually a commodity on the. It's a very valued commodity because peanut oil can be used in a lot of other food products and food-like products. Yeah. But yeah, it's a crop oil nonetheless.
Yeah. So you're saying, saying it does do the same thing technically? Now here's another question. So you're saying 2 weeks after it's put on the shelf, how do we know the same for every crop oil out there? Wouldn't there be some sort of variation between, say, olive oil versus avocado oil?
Well, let's actually
there might be a little bit of variation, but the bigger variation would be if you're keeping it in the dark and in the cold, which again, most like grocery store shelves are not in the dark, in the cold. So if you keep your olive oil like refrigerated and in the dark, it'll probably be more nutritious and better tasting and healthier for you. But keeping it warm for a long period of time, yeah, it's not good.
Well, all right. Let's face the fact.
With the seasoning. What?
It's going to take.
Do
It's
some
gonna
research on
take.
olive oil. Olive oil is very, very low quality. They say it's virgin olive oil. It's less than 25% olive oil. Do some research. There is no really good olive
Yeah.
oil on the shelves.
Want to
You
know
got
No,
those
there's
regular.
not. If you want a
Want to know
good
why?
quality olive oil, you're gonna have to order it online. But let's face the facts. I don't care
Yeah.
what kind of oil you're buying. If you're going to a grocery store, it's gonna take at least 3 weeks for that olive oil to get processed into the bottles, in and go to the shelf. We're talking this all of the all of the oil. It probably takes
Olive, the oil.
no, yeah, all every single time. I said olive the oil, but it's gonna every single type of oil, whether it's vegetable oil, canola oil, peanut oil, every single one of
Okay,
these things is going to go through a process that takes at least probably a month before it hits your shelf in the grocery store.
Yeah, and
Okay,
if you
here.
think you're
Let
getting
me
high
stop
quality
there.
olive oil, you're wrong.
Extra virgin olive oil is lower quality. Okay, this is news to me. I never knew this. The reason that I've always gone with extra virgin olive oil is, have you guys ever heard of blue zones? If you haven't, blue zones or some sort of like organization or government commodity, I don't know what the fuck it is. They basically what they did was they highlighted areas of maps where people would live the longest, and then they would study the lifestyle of those people. So the blue zone, where the oldest people in the world were living, was somewhere over by Italy. It was an island, I think, off the coast over there.
Yeah,
But
I looked
said
into
In
that
those
study.
people
Sicily.
live.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, okay.
Sicily, Italy.
So extra virgin olive oil is they were pumping that up with the blue zones. They're like, oh, eat extra virgin olive oil. It's gonna be so much better for you than anything else you put on your food. Because they put in Sicily, they put it on everything apparently. But
They put it
Keep
on.
obviously
in mind,
They
Conrad.
they're making it fresh,
Remember
right?
that. Yeah,
they
it's
put
fresh. Exactly. So they're
it's
probably
fresh.
not letting it sit on the shelf for 2 weeks and then eat it. They're probably not doing
They
that.
they put it out fresh. They put it on everything, and also those people are living right off the coast. They're eating
Right off the land.
fresh. They're eating fresh fish and stuff.
Well,
So
when
like
you
it's like
buy olive
Oh,
oil, I recommend you buy the bottles which are in aluminum foil, wrapped in aluminum foil. Olive oil goes bad if it's exposed to UV light.
sunlight.
Hey, now I don't
Yeah.
like aluminum. I don't
Not
like
sunlight,
aluminum either, though.
ultraviolet light.
He's talking about a glass bottle that's wrapped in aluminum.
Yeah.
A
Oh, okay.
glass bottle wrapped in aluminum because it blocks out all the light. And that's the same with a lot of your like
Yeah.
different things. If you get something that is in a glass bottle, wrap it in aluminum because
Yeah.
the aluminum will block out and because aluminum's cheap. Just get it and
Yeah.
wrap it up.
So for future reference, don't buy cheap extra virgin olive oil. Gotcha.
But
Well,
from
the problem
that
is,
sense, can't you buy
uh,
possibly if you buy like shelved olive oil and you just get it and wrap it up yourself in aluminum?
no, when you buy it from the supermarket, in vast majority of supermarkets, they also have a butcher shop where they sell raw meat. And in that place, they have big UV lamps which are emitting ultraviolet light to kill bacteria and viruses and whatever they claim it exists, yeah, to disinfect the place. But that UV light is propagating in all the supermarket, even on the products that are on the shelves.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. So that's why,
That's why I said it probably takes a month from processing to bottle all of these oils, all
yeah,
of them, to go to the shelf, and then they
yeah,
sit there and but
Well,
what are
the
you
problem
supposed
is
to do? What are you supposed to do?
even if they bring it today, yeah, and they put it on the shelf, that olive oil, if it's just bottled, yeah, like clear bottle, it will go bad in couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours. It will not be as good quality as it's coming right from the factory line.
Hey, I want to say something
so
real,
how is
real,
olive oil
real.
made?
Hang on, I want to say something real quick. My husband, he's the one that woke me up to all of this crazy shit that I'm dealing with
Yeah,
now. And I want to say, he tells me, because I've looked into a bunch of different food things, not just oil.
yeah.
I've looked into the Cinnamix and all that bullshit and everything, a lot of stuff. And he said, "Baby, you're not ever going to be able to buy a product at the store for us to eat that is not pure, something good for us
Process,
to eat."
yeah.
So he
Well,
said what we have to
I
do
disagree.
is pray
mm,
over
yeah,
everything you eat. Pray, just pray and say,
yes.
"Please, Father, my creator, bless this food to nourish my body." Because
Yes,
literally
but in
we're at
this
that point.
case, yeah, in this case, you are actually following what the Bible says, yeah, like pray over your food, but it also tells you not to eat from the food which has been praised to other gods. And this food from the supermarket, all of it's kosher.
Kosher's good.
That's a good point. Good point.
Why?
No, it's
No, kosher.
it's
Well, I don't know why you use
actually
this word
it's
kosher because kosher is
kosher.
actually
It's
good.
kabbalistic. Yeah, it's the Jewish Kabbalah.
Kosher just means it's not been tabooed with. The word kosher means this food is clean. That's
No,
technically what
no,
kosher means.
no. That means
I'm
it's
familiar
a
with
Jewish
kosher.
ritual. That food has followed a Jewish ritual.
Or do you
You
have
are
something
paying money
against?
to the Jews for that food.
Do you have
Yeah, it
something
means
against that? I mean, I
food
don't know.
conforming to like
I don't
Jewish
think it's him that
dietary
has anything
law.
against it. I think he's pointing out that the Bible says something about not
Yeah,
doing that. But I mean, not that this is a Bible,
yeah.
server.
I
I thought
personally have
kosher just
nothing.
meant that it was blessed by a rabbi.
No, kosher
Somebody's
is a
hot
new
micing.
term.
Who
Yeah,
is
somebody's
that?
totally hot micing.
Someone is hot
Time, Dad.
micing. Yeah.
Time.
Can
Dad,
somebody
what time
mute
is it?
that person, please? Moderator, can you please mute them?
I think they already have. But
Okay,
kosher
thank
It was
isn't
you.
Conrad. He left.
kosher. Kosher's a new word. That's not a word that existed.
It's a Jewish word.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
it
to do
is.
with Jewish law
It's
and
from the
dietary laws.
rabbis, and
I
these
have nothing
institutions.
against what kosher
Uh,
actually the term means, but I do understand that kosher is a new invented word by the Jews today. That word didn't exist in biblical times.
All right. What he's trying to tell you is
yeah,
that the kosher diet as kosher is not the same diet as in the scripture. It's a
yeah.
more different thing. They're two separate things.
Well, I personally don't eat pork. I will not eat pork. And that's considered in the Jewish law kosher, but it's not because I'm a Jew. It's because I don't like to eat pork. you know, and
Yeah,
Yeah, that,
I'm right there with you on that one.
these tastes are personal. We cannot discuss them, like I cannot discuss what you like to eat or not, that's a personal preference.
well, and like
Yeah,
I just want to be clear. I don't
yeah.
eat pork because I don't do it because I'm Jewish. I'm not Jewish,
Mhm.
by the way. I'm not at all. But I don't eat pork because of some biblical reasons. It's an
Yeah.
unclean,
Okay.
filthy animal. It's disgusting. It's filled full of parasites, and I do understand how they cure them today. It does kill the parasites, but I still don't want to eat them because even still then, some of those parasites get through them. And do you know that like 90% of Americans have parasites in their bodies that are just like running rampant? That's why a lot of people have
Yo,
health issues.
90% of Americans are parasites.
Yeah, that's totally true. So true. But
Yeah.
really, most Americans have parasites in their bodies, and that's a lot. There's many
Well,
researchers that
you
say
can say
the
that
reason you
you
get
can.
cancer is because you have parasites, and
The
parasites cause
parasite,
cancer.
You
the
can
word
say that
parasite.
in equal
Oh,
measure about the European people, so they are not
the,
much different than the Americans.
the worst
I'm just,
parasite they have is the one in the brain that says they
I'm
live on
just
a spinning
saying.
ball.
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
the
Like,
worst parasite, the worst parasite that exists in the world is a parasitical idea which enters in the human mind
so you're
through
talking about the
indoctrination.
media, the media.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the
The
worst
media
parasite.
is the worst parasite we got to deal
Yeah,
with today. But
yeah.
like
When you
literally,
just said that, I immediately thought of the movie Apocalypto when he was.
Oh,
I don't remember the characters' names, but the father character was telling his son that fear is like a disease of the mind. That for
yeah,
some reason,
yeah.
what you just said reminded me exactly of that.
No, it's more like this. Now you've entered the get beget zone.
Yeah, the vampires.
Here, a drawbridge.
Don't try to adjust your television.
we're in the twilight zone.
The vertical or the
Yeah.
horizontal.
Dude, I've got some seeds propagating right now. I've got 3 little bowls full of water and peroxide with like
Isn't that
squash
amazing?
seeds
The
and
information that's in
okra.
a seed. What about that information that's in a seed? Every seed can just make itself again. Like what? In that tiny little seed, all that information has already got to be in there for it to do it.
Yeah,
I know.
to protect
I'm
you.
fascinated. I'm fascinated by growing things. I really am. And I've got like, I don't know, 24 tomato seeds right now soaking, and 12 watermelon seeds, and about 8 squash seeds, and I think 12 bell pepper seeds. I'm fixing to grow a bunch of
So
shit.
you're a plant lover.
I'm a plant lover. Yes, I am.
Well, I
Is
recommend
that that's not a bad
growing.
thing.
I recommend growing Carolina Reapers, peppers, and dragon's breath because
No, that's
those
way
are
too hot.
no, they are expensive. It's worth to harvest to cultivate them.
Dude, you know that right now, just to go down to your local like cellar store of plants, if you want to buy a little seedling that's already sprouted of just a green bean is almost $5 just for one plant.
Wow.
Yeah. So I went and bought me like a 36 planter. Because there's no way I'm going to be able to plant it all in my yard because I rent. So I can't actually till a garden. But I'm growing a ton of plants, and I'm gonna sell those babies.
That actually seems cheap if you think about what you could do with that one seedling.
Yeah, it can also die.
Can also, it might not grow. And a lot of them, I planted. I've got 8 potatoes already coming up there, and I've already redone the bedding on them, and so that because the higher you go with it, they just keep producing potatoes, and every single potato I planted is coming up. They're looking awesome. I'm like, yeah, baby. And my peas are coming up. My green beans are coming up. And I'm doing this all in buckets because I can't till this yard because I'm renting. But I got a lot of stuff growing. Everybody needs to start planting their own crops. Whether it be I don't care if you live in a little apartment, put something outside your door, man. Grow some food.
When you're buying seeds, do you care about non-GMO and organic seeds, or do you just buy whatever?
I try to buy most of the seeds I actually have are non-GMO. They're organic. But I actually don't really
GMO
care.
seeds like that?
The only reason I do care is because I try to save seeds from like when I do get my seeds, my fruit back. I like to save the seeds out of them. And if you buy GMO seeds, they say they won't
Yeah, they
produce
don't read.
fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, they'll grow. They might grow, but they're not going to produce anything, is what I'm told. And I'm not sure if that's not a lie, to be honest with you.
I don't know either, but
Well, they'll produce something, but they won't produce offspring. They won't produce seeds that you can put in the ground and grow another plant with.
I don't know
They'll
that
produce
that's
food,
true.
but not seeds.
They'll
produce infertile seeds, is what I'm saying.
I've never put that to the test. This is what I'm telling you. Are we just told this? Or
I think people have gone to court over this.
I mean, because literally think about it. Life will always find a way, correct? Plants like to grow. And so I'm not sure if this is something we've been just told and they're like, oh, well, these are GMO plants. You can't, they're like, well, it's a GMO plant. Don't even try to.
No to that.
I don't know. I'm
Hybrids
just putting
don't
that out there.
produce fertile seeds.
I've heard
known
that,
fact
but I've
from
never.
breeding.
Have you ever put it to the test?
I don't know. Thousands and thousands of farmers have.
Yeah,
Have they
cases over it.
Have they really?
Wait, if it were the case that they were fertile seeds, wouldn't we have, many examples of that all over the place, like a hybrid over here and a hybrid over there and a bunch of hybrids of this type of plant and that plant? I don't see that.
I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know that because it seems like they really like to push telling us that this is a sterile seed, this is a sterile seed. So they're like telling us, well, you just get one plant and then don't even bother harvesting the seeds. It's like, well, are they just telling you that so that you don't harvest the seeds and have to go back to them to buy the seeds? Or are they actually sterile? I don't know that they can actually sterilize a seed.
What creates the seed? How does the seed comes into existence?
Information.
Information, yes.
No. From the flower. The flower creates the seed and the fruit also.
And so can man actually manipulate the flower to a sort where it cannot
the flower
be fertile?
contains all the primordial, the precursor of the seed and the fruit itself. So this time, the spring, is the best time to go and pick flowers from the trees, apple tree, peach tree, plum trees, any kind of tree that makes flowers. And you can make salad out of it. It's very delicious and tasty and extremely healthy, much more healthy than eating the fruit and the seed itself. And as a quantity, it is even 10 times smaller. So you are like ingesting a very concentrated thing.
Well, they're good enough for the squirrels. I guess they're good enough for me.
Yeah.
But all that being said, how does that have to deal with the fact that these flowers are infertile?
Which flowers?
Yeah. So what's the cause of that? Is what she's asking.
I mean, what did they chop off all the stamens on all of these GMO seeds? I mean, how can they do that? I don't understand how that's possible.
Didn't they just manipulate the genetic code so it doesn't produce fertile offspring, fertile seeds?
Well,
It's not a real seed.
That's what we've been told. I don't know that that's true, because literally, every single potato I put in my garden, we're gonna see they were all store-bought potatoes. Okay, if GMO, and these were like just straight out the bag, cheapest russet potatoes. I left them in my cupboard for a while, and they started growing, and I stuck them half deep in the dirt, and they are booming. We'll see if they produce potatoes. If they produce potatoes, that means this GMO bullshit is not real, right?
No. Wait, hold on. You're getting ahead of yourself there, because keep in mind, not everything at all grocery stores is GMO. A lot of it's not.
I bought the cheapest potatoes.
Yeah, even the cheapest food, even the cheapest potatoes are more than likely not GMO. Like they typically, well, anyway, the point is it's not all GMO is the point.
The GMO
Even cheap stuff.
vegetables, legumes in a supermarket, they don't represent vast majority. They represent like 5 or 10% of everything that's on the shelf.
Yeah. They're not organic though, because there's a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, these
Yes,
potatoes,
so
they're
they
not
may have,
organic. They're just like
Yeah.
russet potatoes.
So
If
they
can
may have had
manipulate human
pesticides
DNA, I
used
don't see
on
why
them,
they would
but they're probably
struggle
not
with.
genetically modified.
Right.
So potatoes are not genetically modified, even though it was the staple food that got most people through a lot of famines.
Well, hold on. I'm not even saying that. Like, there may be some types of potatoes out there that are, GMO or some kind of Monsanto brand. I mean, that may exist out there, but there are also potatoes out there that are not GMO. And it's probably easier to find a non-GMO potato than a GMO potato. At least here where I live, I think that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
none of the potatoes I've ever seen say non-GMO, because most potatoes are just they're potatoes. I don't think people are actually trying to GMO potatoes. I've never seen
funny
a
thing,
label either way.
the funny thing about these GMOs, vast majority of them, they are actually only genetically selected strands. They are not actually the true GMO.
That's artificial selection.
Yeah.
But that's not gene splicing. So it's important to, differentiate, explain the difference between the two. They're not the same thing. Although a lot of silly people like to, talk about them like they're the same thing. And those people are stupid as dog shit. And most of those people think they live on a spinning ball. But no, artificial selection and gene splicing are not the same thing at all.
And from my understanding, the two main things, as far as in the United States, is corn and peanuts. Corn and peanuts, those two things have been GMO'd. Okay. And I don't know. I would really love to get my hands on some GMO corn and some GMO peanuts right out of the ground and try to grow them. Like, I bought some avocados and I grew one. I've got an avocado tree growing on my back porch.
The problem with that GMO corn though too is a lot of it is for feeding livestock. So now you're giving livestock that are going to be butchered for consumption a genetically modified product for food?
Right.
Is it what's the cause of that?
Because and the reason this is, I just went through this with my parents because they have livestock, and I was talking to them about how the price of feed's fixing to go up and all this stuff, and we were talking about genetically modified
Yeah,
food.
farmers are
And
very concerned with these
and
matters.
and you know, it's just my mom argued with me about it. I was like, it's not good. And she was like, well, the corn can produce more kernels per stalk and all this and this and this and this and this. And she argued with me about it. And I was like, I get that. Yeah, it can produce more corn, but do you want a this is why a lot of people I think this is why people overeat, because they eat it and they don't get satisfied because there's not, it may produce more of a product, but the food itself does not actually contain much nutrients. So we're feeling very starved of nutrients.
It is less nutritious product. Yeah.
I thought the reason why people overeat is because of high fructose corn syrup, because high fructose corn syrup does something to your brain and it interrupts the signals from your stomach to your brain telling you, okay, we're full now, we don't need any more food, and it messes that up, so you keep eating and eating and eating and you never feel that full feeling.
Well, that might be possible as well, but I actually think that a lot of it has to do with these plants that grow up super quick and produce a lot of crop, but their nutrients is not in that crop. It's just, hey, we sprung up and here we are. They harvest it, and it didn't have because they're super producing, they're not actually able to draw the nutrients out of the soil to put the nutrients into those products. Does that make sense?
You brush your teeth?
What?
No, he doesn't.
Did you say, do I brush my teeth?
He's hot miking, I think.
I mean, I brush my teeth, but I don't use toothpaste.
He's probably talking to his child.
What do you use, baking soda?
I
What?
range from a different variety of things. Sometimes I just brush with the water, literally. Yeah.
I do
I
that
recommend
sometimes. I have
coconut
really good
oil.
enamel. Like, I have perfect teeth. It runs in the family.
I have water. My water where I live comes straight from the lake. Comes from the lake, comes to my house. It's pretty dirty looking. It goes through a filter, and then it goes through it's a red light or some
Decantation.
a UV light that's supposed to kill
Uh,
some bacteria or something. I don't even know.
Yeah.
And I literally will just brush my teeth with the water, and occasionally I have like an off-brand Listerine thing that I will brush with my teeth with that when I feel I need to, maybe once or twice a week or something,
Why don't you use toothpaste?
I have some weird brand toothpastes I use that have no fluoride in them that I
Well,
do
yeah,
use.
that's what I mean. Of course, yeah, I have toothpaste. Yeah, it's I think it's
I don't even know what the name of mine is. But yeah, I bumble around. Sometimes I just brush my teeth with the water. Sometimes I use my mouthwash and brush my teeth with that. And sometimes I use the toothpaste. But I don't use your typical anything, really.
Well, there are, for example, vegan toothpaste recipes.
I've heard a
Which,
lot of people talk about brushing your teeth with coconut oil is really good for your
yeah,
gums.
yeah. But if you do your own toothpaste, yeah, using a vegan recipe or something like this, you will find that it's much cheaper to make your own toothpaste, and the quality difference is from the ground up to the sky. That's how big the difference is between the commercial toothpaste and the one you make yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like I've
It's
heard of
funny
people.
on those like Crest commercials. On
Yeah.
the bottle, it says you're only supposed to use like a pea-sized amount on your toothbrush, but in the commercial, they fill that whole
They look
brush.
at
With
the
They
whole
put the
brush.
whole line. Yeah.
It's like five peas lined up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, please poison yourself with our Crest toothpaste. But the disclaimer on the side of the tube says you only use a pea size. You know, don't even pay attention to the commercial.
And you're not supposed to swallow it at all either. How is that even? How can you not swallow some of it?
I don't know. I'm pretty good about that, but like I said, I don't use any of that shit anymore.
Yeah, I don't use that shit either.
It's it was the fluoride was my first thing when I was looking to like, the World War II and how they use fluoride to make people docile and stuff. I was like, yeah, I don't need fluoride in my I don't even want that stuff in my body whatsoever. No fluoride
I
for
found
me,
that that's
please.
incredibly hard to research. That
It
there's not a
is
lot of information out there, and I don't know if you can even verify the information that's out there about them using that in World War II. But yeah, I err on the side of caution and stay the fuck away from it.
You know, the reason you can't find anything on it is because it used to be something back when I was waking up, it was something that you could find pretty frequently. It was like in your feed, and now it's like nowhere because they don't want people to know because it's in everybody's water. They're just literally pumping all of these cities full of fluoride, and that's why these people are so that's why they're like they are.
You know what confuses me about that too? I actually talked to my dentist about this once, and I refused to let her put fluoride in my mouth. And so we got into this big discussion, and I told her, what we've been discussing. And she said that since she's been a dentist, in her experience, that the people whose teeth she works on that live in cities who have fluoride put in their water, she thinks their teeth are always way better than people that come to see her that live in the country and say have well water, which I don't know how she can justify that just by saying, "Oh, it must be the water." I mean, maybe then people ain't just brushing their damn teeth. I don't know, but
I
a
live
dentist
in the
actually told
country.
me that, and I believe her. I don't think she's lying to me, but I don't. You ain't sticking that shit in my mouth, regardless.
Correlation is not causation.
Hey, that might just be a culture thing, in the
Yeah.
country. But I'm telling you, I live in the country. I've lived in the country my whole life. My mom had this disease. It was kind of like gingivitis, but it's called something else. It starts with P. Anyway, pyrrhia, I think it's what it's called. And by the time I was born, I was her last child out of 4. And by the time I was born, she had lost all her teeth and got dentures. And so she had me in the dentist every 6 months till I got out of the house, okay? She was like very avid of me taking care of my teeth. So very, very very. She didn't want me to be like her, you know. Good mom. She didn't want me to go through what she went through. So she wanted me to take good care of my teeth. So I've always taken good care of my teeth. And now she would probably be in horrific the fact that I only brush my teeth with water or whatever, you know. And I haven't been to the dentist. I haven't been to the dentist in 20 years. I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years. And I'm 43.
Yeah, I'm
You
lucky.
know.
I was blessed with great teeth. They're straight. I don't have one cavity. I'm 42 years old, never had a cavity my whole life. And I'll be honest, I don't brush every damn day. Sometimes I don't.
Literally, when I was a child, I think I probably had my mother's teeth. I had at least 14 fillings. I had tons of cavities before I was like 12. So I had a lot of dentist work done because my mom took me to the dentist and they were like, "Oh, you got a cavity." And they drilled my tooth. I don't even know if there was a cavity. Maybe they were just like, "Hey, there's a cavity." Maybe nothing was even there and they just like, "Hey, we're going to get some money out of this lady." I don't even know.
We're gonna stick some mercury in your teeth.
And yeah, I've got probably, well, one of my mercury fillings literally fell out and it was a huge one in one of my molars. They drilled out half of one of my molars and put a huge mercury cap kind of thing in it. And that fell out about 10 years ago. And that tooth has not even changed since then. Nothing. It's still the same. And I have no pain, nothing. It's not even bothered me.
You know what's
Yeah,
funny is my dad used to say that when they were kids, they used to break open like thermometers and play with the mercury inside them. And he
Oh,
always says,
The
nothing ever happened to
guys.
us. We're fine. But my
I
dad did end
totally
up
did.
getting prostate cancer. So I don't know if he can necessarily say, nothing ever happened to him. I don't know if
Like check.
mercury had anything to do with it, but I always found that funny that my dad used to say that.
Dude, we totally did that. I remember putting it in the palm of my hand, letting it roll around.
Yeah, that's what he said they used to do.
Can you guys
And then
hear
you
me?
also used to say when they were kids and the trucks would come through the neighborhood to spray for mosquitoes, they used to run behind the truck and follow behind it right in the fog and breathe it all in.
Well, I posted a GIF. I posted a GIF in the live stream voice text where a dentist is actually milling a mercury filling, and it's X-ray video, and you can see the mercury vapor while the dentist is working inside your mouth. How it looks like.
Serious? You posted in
Yeah,
the chat, you said?
yeah, in the live stream voice text.
And I remember also busting open those thermostats and getting that mercury. Excuse me. Oh,
Bless you.
the only way you could pick it up was with a dime. You could get a dime and like somehow the mercury would almost stick to the dime and you could pick it up to transfer it. If like any little spills happen on the table or something. Anybody here know about this? I don't know why a dime. You could get a dime and it would pick it up.
What's the
Well, you
guy's name that
can
posted the I can't
get
find it in
beget.
the chat.
I'm get beget.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Beget.
you.
Say your name again. Beget.
Jet beget. Get beget.
I like Jeppy Jet better. Sounds cooler.
Yeah.
So
Thank
your name is Jeb.
No, it's a pseudonym I chose.
So
it goes like this:
Jet beget.
Jet to be jet. You know, like an airline jet or a fighter jet.
Yeah.
Jet to be jet.
jet be jet.
Yeah,
What
jet be
kind of?
jet
How did
in
they
my
take
language.
this video? I'm sorry. I'm just watching the
Yeah,
video and I'm wondering what because it looks kind of odd. It looks like a skeleton. So what?
yeah.
Can you explain to me
It's a
what
it's
I'm
a
looking at?
X-ray. It's a
Oh, an
X-ray
X-ray. Okay.
video. Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, have you ever seen the movie called The Fifth Element?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And I wanted to say, you, you shorten your name. You know, I'm talking about that moment where he's like,
Lilu. Yeah.
Lulu.
That is weird. How it? I was about to say, is it possible that that's just dust from the tooth? But the way it's moving around, that's really weird.
That is mercury gas, actually.
Mercury
You
can be
know,
gas.
when the dentist is placing the filling inside your tooth, yeah, he drills a hole and then he puts that special filling. It's a mercury amalgam, and it's hardening with either with heat or with ultraviolet exposure. It gets hardened. And once it hardened, he has to mill that excess of material away, you know. And when he's drilling it, you know, giving the shape of the tooth, then it produces all that mercury gas around your head, you know, from your mouth,
And
and
isn't he
you are
inhaling all
inhaling
that
that.
as well?
Yeah, you are
The dentist.
inhaling that, and
That's
it's
it,
super,
and that's
super toxic.
insane. That's
Yeah.
insane because whoever, whoever, I can't. I actually once upon a time knew the doctor that introduced the mercury. Uh, it was actually two brothers or maybe two people that were in business together, dentists, that came up with the mercury bullshit to put in your mouth. You know, these people, man, it blows my mind. It blows my mind, you know, that this still is being done. You know, in a lot of countries, it's actually not legal anymore to do that.
Yeah.
Well, they don't do it in the States though anymore, do they? I don't. They don't use mercury anymore, do they?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not
Yeah, they
sure.
still do. They still do, actually. Yeah, even in Europe.
I think they still do.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought they
In
did away with
These
that. In
feelings,
fact, I
yeah,
thought
these,
people that had mercury fillings, I thought they called all them people in to take it out and replace it with something else. But
No, I
maybe
don't
I'm.
yeah,
think so.
they
I
do
know.
this nowadays. They recommend to extract them and remove them, the mercury fillings, but
But what do they use now?
they still sell them because they are much cheaper than ceramics or zirconia. So yeah,
So so how can they recall and say, "Hey, come in and get your teeth fixed, but if you want to come back tomorrow, we'll give you a mercury filling."
yeah.
Really?
Well, if you don't pay like $2,000 or $3,000 for a zirconia filling, yeah, or tooth implant, then they will uh, advise you to use this filling,
Hey,
dental
this is
filling,
why
and
uh,
those ones are with mercury. Yeah.
this is why I don't go to the dentist. I don't go to the doctor. If I feel something's going, like I use my tongue a lot to around my teeth, and I feel them. And if I feel something going on funky, I'm like, okay, I maybe need to do like a vinegar wash to kill bacteria or something. Or I do a lot of different things to try to keep myself healthy. I drink vinegar on a regular basis, by the way, you guys. And I also, um, I don't,
Raw garlic? You eat raw garlic?
what?
What about raw garlic? I used to eat spoonfuls every morning of raw garlic with honey.
Oh, I eat tons of garlic every day. Like, I put garlic on everything I cook. Garlic is a must-have food in everybody's house. If you don't eat garlic, quit your diet. I don't care if your husband or wife says, "Oh my gosh, you stink like garlic." Get used to it because I'm gonna keep smelling. So I'm gonna keep smelling like garlic for the rest of my life. My husband, thank God, he loves the smell of garlic. He's okay with it. So, because I do literally, when I get to sweating, I smell like garlic because I eat a ton of garlic.
The last time I went to the dentist, she offered me this thing that they do now, an actual fluoride treatment where they I don't know how they do it because of course I said no, but they coat all your teeth with fluoride or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I
and
thought, wow,
it's a weird long lasting treatment. It lasts like 3 or 4 months. This
yeah,
fluoride treatment you're talking about? Yeah,
yeah.
that's insane.
That
But it
blew
will
my
make
mind
your
when she
teeth
said that. I was like, you
brittle.
gotta be kidding me.
It will make your teeth brittle, fluoride. It hardens the teeth, but it makes them brittle, just like glass.
Because you don't want them to be
Yeah.
hard. You don't want your teeth to be hardened. You want them to be
No.
pliable, and fluoride
Yeah.
hardens them, which they apparently dentists think hardened your teeth. That's good. That's good, but
Wait.
you want your teeth to be like your every other part of your body, pliable, where it can adjust to stuff. And people don't understand this. Yeah.
Well, and they're reassuring themselves repeat business if people's teeth are getting hard and brittle and
Yeah,
Well,
repeat business.
healthy teeth are elastic. They have a elasticity grade,
And this
so they are
this
not
has the
brittle.
same thing to
Yeah.
do with your bones. Bones as well. Your
Yeah.
bones in your body, same thing.
But
This is
with
why a lot
fluoride,
of older people have like broken hips or a lot older people have issues with their hips and stuff because they've been drinking fluoridated water. It makes their bones brittle, hard and brittle, instead of being like what you're talking about.
yeah. Well, when you make this fluoride treatment for the teeth, it makes the teeth brittle, and when you eat, you bite and use your teeth to chew and maybe crush like nutshells and stuff like this. It will cause your teeth to get like nanometer cracks inside the structure of your dentin, the outer layer of your tooth.
And then
Micro fissures in the enamel.
the bacteria can come right in and have a fun day.
I think it was like a 3-step process too. Like you get one treatment and then you gotta come back in like a week or two and they do it again and then same thing. It's like a 3-step process.
Yeah.
Have any of y'all ever heard of 20 mule borax? Just your regular detergent borax.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of
That's a
y'all
good salt.
Some of the
It's a
powder
very
form
good
borax.
salt.
have any of
But
y'all looked into using that as a dietary supplement?
yeah, I did.
It's a great preservative, even to the
Yeah.
point where you can use it to tan hides from animal skins.
Yeah.
Well, I've
So what
heard
is it
many
made up
people.
of? Sodium chloride, and what else?
It's pretty much just boron.
I think it's sodium bicarbonate.
No, it's boron. It's boron.
No,
That sounds
borax
dangerous
is
saying that on the live stream.
With I think it might have a touch of sodium in it, maybe.
no borax is a natural occurring salt.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
not.
naturally occurring, and it's
Yeah.
actually less poisonous to the human body than actual salt.
They don't add any
Uh,
other chemicals to it on the
no, actually,
on the shelves though. The
borax.
product that's on the shelves.
Listen, borax is very easy to overdose, so uh, it can become toxic, so and even lethal.
Well, salt can become toxic and lethal.
Borax consumption must be administered with dosage, very controlled dosage.
It's a
So
base.
you cannot have a very high intake of borax because it will poison you. But in a controlled intake, it has extremely beneficial properties. It helps cleanse the body from um,
Heavy metals.
anorganic minerals and even metals and also bad fats. It helps washing them away from the
Be-
body.
because basically
Yeah,
it's a good solvent is what it is.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
solvent for the body.
So for people with arthritis and bone deformations, where you have calcium depositing on the bones, and the bones start growing chaotically, borax is very good therapy. It will help remove all that bad calcium from the body, and once removed from the body can start the immune system also having a healthy diet. Your body can actually repair itself.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
from my understanding, it can actually help from decalcifying some areas, and it will send that calcium possibly
yes,
to other
yes,
places in your body where you
yes.
need it.
No, that calcium which is removed by borax is anorganic calcium, and that kind of calcium the body just deposits in because it thinks that it's organic calcium, but that kind of calcium is just a stone. It's not
I
coming
think
from the plants.
This
Yeah.
I
reminds me
think
of the
I've
guy that
heard.
created
Mm.
Vaseline. I read somewhere that
Yeah.
he used to uh, eat a spoonful of Vaseline a day, and apparently, like, he lived a really long time and was extremely healthy. But I
Did
don't
you
think the
say? Did you
Vaseline
say
that he was
Vaseline?
consuming
Vaseline.
I don't know. No,
Vaseline.
I will not.
Are you talking about petroleum jelly?
No,
Yeah.
I will not recommend ingesting that.
Well, no, I'm not recommending it. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
what the stuff he was consuming back then is not the same stuff that is on the shelves today in the store.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm not gonna knock nothing. I've seen people do castor oil. People that have cataracts. People that have
Castor.
cataracts, if they do castor oil in their eye every night when they go to bed and let it, a couple of drops every night. And I've heard many people say that when they do that, it gets rid of their cataracts.
I've read that
Well, for
consuming
eyes.
borax helps destroy kidney stones
Yeah, I've
and
heard
remove
that
them
too.
without
Uh,
passing them.
And I've also heard bay leaves, which bay leaves, bay leaves.
Irish cream?
Most people think bay leaves. They just put it on their food, and they think it's like uh, flavoring their shit. But literally, bay leaves give no flavor to anything. Actually, literally, there's been tests where people put bay leaves on something and didn't, and there's no difference of taste. People
Wait a
drink
minute. Hold on
bay
now. Hold on.
Well, yeah,
Hold
but when you
on.
chew the leaves themselves, they taste kind of interesting.
Hold on. I cook.
Oh, bay leaves. No, I thought you meant bay
I
leaves,
make
like
a
the liqueur.
bolognese sauce, and I use bay leaves. And I've occasionally added too many, and it ruined the sauce because of the flavor was too overpowering. So what was is
Are
causing
you
that?
sure? Are you sure it was the bay leaves that could caused an overpowering flavor?
It's the only thing that it was different when I was making. Everything else was the same, except I just added too many bay leaves.
Boil
And
It's
I
you
take
somewhere in
some,
them. I
between.
boil
take them
you
out
some
before I
water.
serve.
Boil you some water. Put some bay leaves in it, and let it steep for a bit. And drink that water. And let me ask you next time we talk
Well,
what
hold
that
on, though.
water
That's a bit
tastes like.
different. Maybe when you put it in with tomatoes, there's some kind of reaction where it
There
brings out a
may
different
be.
flavor than just
There
regular
may
water.
be. There may be. There may
Isn't
be a
the point of bay
chemical
leaves to
reaction.
remove things? They absorb things from what you're cooking.
But
They absorb bad flavors. They're not meant to add flavor to it.
right, that's right. And bay leaves, if you make a steep tea, bay leaves, the reason a lot of people are like, well, we put bay leaves in our food for this and that reason. It actually is not to give flavor to the food. These recipes that we have been handed down have bay leaves in them because it has medicinal purposes. It can lower your triglycerides. It it has a lot of different purposes. It can cut down heartburn. It's tons
Blood
of crap.
pressure.
Blood pressure. Bay leaves are insane. There's a lot of statistics showing bay leaves have a ton of health benefits. And I'm talking across the board. I think that's why our ancestors, well, think about it, all of our recipes were from our grandparents, and where'd they get those recipes? From their parents, you know? And they were like, throw some bay leaves in there and then take them out, because it had medicinal purposes. It wasn't for seasoning the food. It was for the medicinal purpose of having the bay leaves in there. We're so not having a flat earth talk tonight, you guys.
Oh well.
I'm sorry.
There's no Glovers in here anywhere. Is there?
I know. So it's good for us to have a good conversation about just life in general, and we're exchanging good information. I like that.
If there is any Glovers out there listening, I would love to ask you just one very simple question. If you're out there listening,
Well, I'm
You
not a
said if there
Glover.
is any.
I'm not
Don't
a
you mean if
Glover, but
there are any?
hit me with the question. I'm not a Globy, but I'll pretend I am if you want.
oh yeah, I can do that. So, all the pictures that are supposedly taken of the Earth, of the perfect, beautiful, round marble that they believe are real. How do you then process what Neil deGrasse Tyson said about the Earth not being perfectly round, that it's actually more of an egg shape? Is he lying, or are the pictures fake? You have to choose one.
Both.
He's an idiot. He don't know what he's talking about because the Earth is obviously round. Yeah. No, the guy's
So they're
Tyson.
so they're just gonna.
He's just a paid actor, and he just said some stupid shit. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, I've never heard a Glover say that, but
Well, I'm sorry. I can't actually come at you as a Globy because I'm not one. I did my best. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, no, you did fine.
Oh, goodness. No, it does get a bit exhausting trying to do the argument with people that literally it's not even
They're not even listening to what you're saying. They just are waiting for their moment to speak.
yeah, exactly. I think that's what I was about to say, but I was like I was trying to grasp my mind around saying, they don't even want to hear it. They're like you said, they're just waiting for their moment to speak, and at the same time, I think sometimes they might grasp something that you say and they're trying to rationalize it in their mind as they speak. So they're speaking and they're still bouncing this in their head and they're like, oh man, I don't know, man. But I gotta stick to my cojones and stay on platform of what I believe and it's like, come on, man.
That's why I like nights like tonight where there isn't a lot of Globers in here. So people like us, we can talk about other stuff because there is a lot of other things that we should be talking about. Because Globe Earth is dead.
Yeah,
it's no debate. It's over with. It's done.
That's why when I come in here sometimes, I look at if any other room is open, like the biblical room or, other rooms for discussion because I really don't like talking about flat earth anymore because I'm literally done with it. It's done. I'm done with it. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I absolutely know what you mean. I'm actually done with the entire truth movement because I feel like the only truth that I can ever verify is flat Earth. Any of the other rabbit holes that we can jump down, we're never gonna know the truth. We're never gonna know who shot Kennedy. We're never gonna know any of the other ones that you can mention. We're never gonna know. We can only speculate. So I'm pretty much done with all that crap.
I am too. But I still come here because I do know there's newbies and people that come here in the chat sometimes where some of them actually come to ask real questions and they're truly asking questions. So that's the only reason I come in and pop in every now and then. But truly, I do pop into the biblical room because I like to discuss other things like we've been talking about tonight that are totally off topic of flat earth because once you understand these things there's a lot of other topics that even go expounded upon way beyond flat earth, right? The understanding of reality. What is reality and where are we? How do we navigate this place and what's coming up next? And like these are all things that every single one of us have in our brain. Like, every single one of us, if you're we all have this kind of prepper sense to ourselves of shit's fixing to hit the fan and what do I need to be doing? And yeah, I want to talk to people about flat earth and truth and different things, but really, what do I need to be doing for me and my family?
Yeah.
I'm even sometimes worried today to talk to people, especially people that I don't really know very well, because people today are such they're weak and will give you up in a second.
Absolutely.
You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? So I
Yeah.
don't let people know too much about my personal life. I don't brag about what I have. How many, guns, or I don't brag, I don't boast, I don't talk about that stuff. I don't even with this recent thing that we went through with the what do we call it, to be safe? I don't know, the jab and all that stuff. I'm very cautious now who I talk to about that, just because you never know who's going to turn you in when that stuff starts happening. Because look at Germany during World War II. Who turned in their fellow neighbors, their fellow Jews? It was other Jews.
Dude. Yeah. 100.
You know,
Absolutely. We're kind of we're does it feel like to you we're going into 1984 dystopian kind of thing?
I think we're already there.
Okay. Have you watched anything about Shanghai? What's going on there?
Not at all.
Okay. Well, 25,000, I may be putting that number low, maybe more than that, people live in the town of Shanghai. They've been in lockdown over like 28 days. And these people are screaming from their rooftops, out their windows, we're starving, we have no food. Literally, a ton of these people are dying because they have no food. The government won't let them go out and get. And Americans are so complacent. They think, well, that could never happen to us. That could never happen. No, we're America. We're land of the free, the home of brave,
Is this a recent thing?
Oh yeah, this is with it. They've been under lockdown for 28 days. We're on 28 days in Shanghai, and these
Well,
people
I
are.
don't even know enough about Shanghai
Wait,
to not
what do you mean
know
28
that
days?
isn't normal.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a good point within itself. But I mean, like, it's been 2 years since the beginning of the hoax or whatever, and like,
Yeah, well,
are you
they
sure you're
just
not referring to something that happened like a while ago and it ended? Because at least I thought, with at least a
no.
little bit
This
of
is
I've heard throughout the years with the news, I thought China opened up and were relaxed on their policies more so than other countries. Am I wrong about that?
they just shut down a month ago and locked down super high in Shanghai, and these people.
They've screwed the doors shut and locked people in their apartment buildings and houses. They
These
literally
people
cannot
are
leave.
freaking out. I mean, within the last month, Shanghai has been super locked down.
It's a matter of time before drones come by and shoot anybody shouting from their fucking
Literally, there's actually videos of drones in Shanghai going around the town saying, "Stop freaking out." Well, I'm paraphrasing, okay? I can't remember exactly what they said, but stop.
probably in Chinese.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what they said, but they're basically, the drones are going around through the town of Shanghai saying, "Stop screaming for freedom. Stop screaming for freedom. You will be okay," or something like that. Stop screaming for freedom.
I would take a
It,
lot of that with a grain of salt, though, because I don't believe anything I see on TV or
I didn't see
any
this on TV. I
videos.
saw
I
this
don't.
from people from Shanghai that had they videoed
But
it.
you've never been there.
I've never been
I
there,
mean,
and that's why I don't trust.
She's not talking about 60 Minutes.
I don't, and I
no,
don't
I
trust
understand.
Just talking about first-hand
I
accounts.
understand that.
I don't trust any video I see coming out of Ukraine either.
That was gonna be my next point. Is like, unless do you know these people that are in Shanghai and they're sending you this, or
I do actually know. I've been watching
Hold
a
on, hold on, guys.
person.
I think it'd be better. I think it'd be better to just simply say, like, some sources may seem more trustworthy, some sources may not seem more trustworthy. I think she just means it just seems like a more trustworthy source than most others.
That's what I'm saying. It's coming from a person that is not from MSNBC or some kind of bullshit. This is a person actually trying to show what's going on. And
Not getting paid to tell it to you.
and also, I don't know if you know
Well,
this.
they can be paid to
but
tell it to you, just not be a asshole about it, not be a
since
sellout.
since the America has put all these sanctions on Russia, please correct me because I know this is not right. The ruble, is it the ruble, went from 83 cents to 87 cents. So their dollar increased when we sanctioned Russia. Their dollar, our American dollar, whatever, increased there. Their ruble went up. We ain't doing no
That's
damage.
mostly because they demanded payment for their oil and gas in rubles.
Yeah.
So people had to change their currency into rubles in order to purchase their economic lifeblood from them.
So what I'm telling you is that our sanctions on Russia didn't hurt them at all. It actually made their ruble go up. So
didn't you expect that though? I mean, I expected that to happen.
I did too, but that's not what the purpose of the sanctions were. The sanctions were, well, we're gonna drop your ruble. Well, here's the thing. They're all playing friends together. They all knew this was gonna happen. This is all planned. This is all planned. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
That's
matter.
why I said we are living in 1984 right now, because everything they say is the opposite. Whatever they
Yeah.
tell you, the opposite is true.
But most Americans don't know that the ruble went up. They literally don't. But
Most Americans don't know where Ukraine is.
most Americans don't know where their asshole is. I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. They do, but
Most Americans think Africa's a country, not a continent.
exactly. Most Americans are pretty stupid. They really are. I mean, my son, by the time he was 5 years old, I could point a laser pointer at the map, and he could name any country I pointed to, and he was 5. I mean, my son was I homeschooled my son, and he's
You had him
23.
studying the globe?
No, it was a flat map, by the way. It was flat. It was a flat
Just
map.
messing with it.
But yeah, at the time I did believe in the globe, but I put him in public school when he was like 13 or 14, and he was posting flat earth things all over the campus. And then he got super ridiculed, and then he kind of reducted, and now he's like, I don't want to talk about that shit no more, Mom, because he was so ostracized, and I feel bad for putting him in that position, but he'll get over it. He'll grow up and he'll be okay. Because he's like 24 now. He'll be okay. My poor baby. I put him through hell. I did.
Shit. I apologize for the.
Yeah, what is that? You trying to play old school keyboard? That's what it sounded like. Anyway, like I really feel sorry for these young people waking up because it's a whole lot harder. Like me, I'm older. I'm like just I just blow everybody off. But young people, they still want to stay in the game of talking to people and everything. So they're like, it's harder for them to be awake and still socialize with people. Me, I'm old. I don't care to socialize with people. I'm like, if you don't like what I think, screw you. I'm gonna do my own thing. I don't really need friends. For a
I think
young
I
person,
disagree because I have my nephew who's what is he like 19? Doesn't go anywhere. And he doesn't go out. He doesn't hang out with friends. He just sits at home all day on his phone.
well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They don't. It's hard for a person to be awake and young because they can't socialize. I'm older. I don't really care to socialize, but I think it's bad for a young person to not go out and socialize with people. I'm old. I don't need new friends. I don't need to go out and socialize because I'm older. But for somebody like what you just said, your nephew, he's 19 and he just sits at home. I think that's gonna be in the future. I think that's gonna be hard on society. Is the fact that he doesn't want to go out and socialize. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm not sure if they even know how because I don't know. This generation is so different.
It is so different.
Socialization is only important for those who need other people.
Well,
If you are an independent thinker, you're standing in your own 2 feet and are capable, then other people just get in your way. You need to know how to be nice and friendly and not awkward, but beyond that, you don't need a best friend.
No,
okay.
I understand that, but there's certain life lessons that you can't learn sitting in your room talking on your phone all day. Like
And
you have to
yeah,
get out and have experiences and be around people. You know what I
yeah.
mean? You can't.
I'm gonna totally disagree with what he said because literally we have to function as a people together because like what you were just saying, you can't just sit in your room on your phone texting people and yeah, that's your socializing. Literally, this these people we're talking about is our the future, and they don't have any idea how to actually communicate personally. Personally, we're talking about being personable and actually communicating,
I have
not
a theory on this. You should take your children, you should merge daycare and old folks' homes. You know what I'm saying? So have your
yeah.
small children go and hang out with old people who are just happy as a clam to interact with them and tell them stories and teach them things and teach them how to interact. Gives both of them meaning, and at the same
Not the
time, you're not
senile ones, right?
leaving them with a abusive person who's gonna be like, "Ugh, this stupid kid." Take your kids to old folks' homes, and who's babysitting who at that point?
I don't know. The nurses? I don't know. I just think that I really wish like my son's era would get more out into the public and actually interact with their people their own age, not just be like this whole social media because literally they none of them ever actually get together. They just literally text each other and that's it. It's like there's no actual social get together whatsoever. And I find that very weird because I grew up I grew up in a totally different way. You know, yeah, maybe my social interaction was not good. We'd be like, "Hey, we're going we're going over to what's her how's his name? We're gonna be drinking some beer. Got some guys coming over, you know. But you know, we had social interaction literally, where we saw people's faces, and when they talked to us, we knew what they were saying because we saw their social interaction, and it wasn't this, you know, because a lot of times just through a text you don't get the actual meaning. You're losing a lot of stuff. And
You know, not only that, but me speaking personally as a man, by the time I was 15, I couldn't wait to get out of the house every second I could, just for the pure motivation of getting laid or trying to get laid. So it baffles me that these young teenage boys these days have no desire to go out into the world and do that.
That's
I mean,
kind of
pretty
what
much
I'm.
everywhere I went when I was a teenager, that's why I was trying to be somewhere to hope in the hopes that I would meet a girl that would, you know, let me
Thank
touch
you.
her. All in all honesty. In
Yeah,
all
you're
honesty.
like, maybe I could just touch your boob.
Yeah.
Literally, I mean, I know what you're saying because how old are you?
I'm 42.
I'm 43, so we grew up in the same era.
Yeah.
Literally, no, we grew up in a time where we were like, oh, well, I don't know if you grew up in a city or not, but I grew up in a small town, and I remember like my boyfriend calling into the radio station we listened to and requesting a song dedicated to me or something, you know? Like that shit kinda, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore. Like, they'll just download the song, send it to them or whatever, you know, and, it's so disconnected. It's all so disconnected because you could just download that and send it. Back in the day, a boy had to take the time to sit and call the radio station, sit there on hold, and really take some time to love his girl so much that he'd sit there and wait to request a song and dedicate it to her. Literally, there's so much disconnection, and I know I'm using that as a one simple disconnection of how disconnected our society has become. It is a stupid disconnection, but it is still a disconnection, you know? That the society has just really come down to like it's like, what is going on? I'm sorry, I'm rambling, you guys.
No, you're all right.
Do you feel me though? Like what I'm
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And it's all done by design too. It's not an accident.
it's like the feelings and everything has been removed. There's no time, energy spent into actually devoting yourself to, and that was the stupidest analogy I could give. It's just a simple analogy. But like these children these days, they're so disconnected.
They don't seem to have like the same morals that we used to have either. I mean, I know that's kind of, you know, everybody has different moral beliefs or whatever, but there was always like some core beliefs, I feel like. And it just seems like these kids today, they don't have any respect for anything. They don't respect older people. They don't respect themselves. They don't respect each other. They're just all about themselves and self gratification. Yeah, no, I'm
And immediate self gratification.
Amen.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that immediate self gratification.
Because if it's not immediate, then they're disappointed and they're depressed and then they this is where this whole I hate snowflake community is because if they don't get immediate self gratification, they're just like, oh, you know,
Yeah,
you know what I
that's the
mean?
other thing. They're all a bunch of pussies. They all have to talk to their therapist and God, it's pathetic.
Can you imagine if you went to a movie theater? I know people don't do that anymore, but if you did and there was like a buffering signal on this, pause the movie and just a little ring
That
going around.
oh my
Can you imagine
gosh,
how fast people would freak out? You'd cause a riot.
it would cause a riot. They'd be like, "What?" Listen,
It would cause a
man.
riot, but there's no one in the theater.
Yeah, nobody's in the theaters these days because you just wait a little bit and then you can download it on one of your weird movie downloader things that you got and you can put it to your TV. You know, the Oscars is a joke. I don't want to bring up the whole incident that came up, but
the slap.
Yeah, I don't even want to bring that up because I'm tired of that. But
It was
but
a slap heard around the world.
I
You
think
need to
that
get porn off the internet.
I think that slap heard around the world was actually on purpose to get attention back to the Oscars because they're so low on the totem pole. Nobody cares shit about the Oscars.
Am I the only one who thinks that Chris Rock was the bigger man?
No, I think he was the bigger man, but I think that was the actor trying to portray the bigger man, and Will Smith
Can I ask
played.
the question? Who cares?
Am I the only one that thinks Chris Rock liked it?
Yeah,
he might have.
They might have had.
Oh my God! Will
Hey,
slap me.
yeah, they
I'm
might have
famous
had
again.
sex in the after party. I don't know.
If we're actually having this discussion, they are winning.
Exactly. That's why I said I don't really want to talk about this, but you know.
I got a quick question. Why is porn free?
Because
right.
they want.
If you talk about it, they're gonna win.
They
Don't
want
talk about
your
that.
mind to be abominated. That's why.
I think the answer is it's
Somebody's
easy to sell
paying for
ads
it.
for a lot of stuff. You know, you can sell ads for things that are dirty or stupid.
YouTube has more ads than porn.
Porn is free because they want. And when I say they, we're speaking about the proverbial they that we cannot speak of. I don't even know who they are. Okay. I'm talking about the super high they want the general public to be completely debased. Debased, absolutely. And porn is the absolute debased to make people very very docile and debased. I don't know how else to put it. Where you're just like at the epitome of what mankind should be.
Well, it's like
I
what's
was
his
watching
name was
this
saying
movie from the
before.
early
How he would
'90s
want to
last
go
night.
outside for the chance of
This
touching
movie
a
with
titty.
Dan Aykroyd in it, and there was a blind guy in the beginning of the movie who was reading a Braille Playboy, and he closed it and it says, you know, Playboy on the front of it, but it's just Braille on the front and it all throughout it. Like there's no pictures, it's just Braille Playboy. I thought that was like the funniest thing I've ever seen.
That is pretty fucking hilarious. Braille porn for blind people. That's hilarious. That's really fucking funny.
Must be some big bumps.
But I actually think that porn is a very debased thing. And you're talking to a person that used to actually watch a lot of porn. Me and my husband, we thought it would spice up our life, and but it didn't. It didn't. It was
Left you feeling empty.
Yeah, it was more of an empty thing. Yeah, we might have had sex and enjoyed that, but it left us kind of and through and because I'm 43, so we're talking 20 years ago, okay, when we were younger, and it
V,
just
just
it didn't it left you unsatisfied, and it actually makes you become less satisfied. I think when from my experience personally, when we were doing that, it actually made us less satisfied the longer we did it. And when we stepped away from that, and we actually had like a long time of like nothing. And then when we came back together with nothing of that sort, it was way more satisfying of a encounter with each other. I'm just saying. That's my personal experience.
You were left to make your own music because there wasn't somebody else playing it for you.
Maybe. I don't know. I just think that it was a more beautiful coming together without having something manipulating our sexual thoughts, intentions of what we expected, and we just when we did come together after an abstinence of being where we were, it was way more satisfying and beautiful and way more satisfying. I'll just leave it at that.
Shauna, do you think it's possible that porn became free just so that children would be able to access it because they don't have a credit card or some kind of paper trail?
No,
That's
dude, I
a
already
hard
answered that a second
question.
ago. Like, look, there's this thing called, I forget the term for it, the technical term. A friend of mine told me it years ago, but there's a term for the ads you sell on a website, and you post things on the website that people are interested in and go and look at, whether it's an online museum of art, like a friend of mine's actually creating right now. It's actually an Ainu museum of art, so it would be the native Japanese people, not modern day Japanese, but like truly native Japanese people, the art that they would make in that culture. Like museum, he's planning to eventually make money off of it. So whether you're making an online museum of that or any other subject or porn, the point is you can sell ads on these websites. And, so what I'm saying is it's not exactly free. They just need to sell enough ads, and enough people need to buy enough of their junk to pay for it, and it covers the cost. It's just that simple. So it just seems free, but it's not technically free.
Well, a lot
Have you ever clicked on an ad?
of the porn sites are free. There's a ton of sites you can go to. There are porn sites that are free. So
No, that's my point. All these websites, like my friend, his museum of art of Japanese artwork, his museum, his website is free. You can go and look at the artwork for free. But on the side of the web page, he can sell that space to another individual or company to advertise some other product or service. And so he can make money off his website, with that side part. So what I'm saying is,
it's
whatever. Never mind. You hopefully
it's more likely that they are just tracking your IP address and selling the data of your traffic to somebody. They don't even need to have you click on a link for some ad. Who is stupid enough to click on a porn site ad and buy something? Like, obviously,
It
it's
would
the
only have to be
biggest
enough
scam in
people.
the world.
It wouldn't need to be very many people. It would have to only be
Yeah, but
enough people.
The only ads I've
wouldn't
ever
you
seen
think
on
that the
porn
real
sites
money?
too is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The real money is in the IP addresses and the traffic to the site being sold. That's where the internet makes most of its money these days. It's in metadata.
The internet doesn't make money. Companies and
It doesn't?
individuals do. No, the internet is just a tool, like a screwdriver. A screwdriver doesn't make money.
I've personally never clicked on a website that anybody's posted to me unless I fully know that person, I never clicked on any website because I know this shit exists and I don't want to click on a link that takes me to something like that. So I personally have never experienced this, but I have had people on my when I was live or something, people posting things that were weird links that went to stuff, and my moderators immediately banned them. I didn't even know that they were posting stuff like that, but my moderators told me, yeah, they're posting like porn stuff. So I know it must be super accessible because of that. Yeah, are y'all still there?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, disgusting, naughty things only happen on a flat Earth.
This disgusting, naughty things only happen on a flat Earth. Is that what you said?
Well, I mean, we were talking about, that more dirty subject, but I was just gonna say, naughty things in the bedroom only happen on a flat Earth.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with naughty things happening in a bedroom as long as it's between a husband and a wife. They can do all the naughty things they want to do. As long as it's between them, that's okay. In my
I'm
opinion.
probably using the wrong word.
The more you say naughty, the more I just keep thinking of using ropes.
Yeah. If my husband wants, if I want to tie my husband up to my bedpost and do whatever I
that's
want
naughty.
to do him, that is in my rights as a wife. I can do that to him, and there's nothing wrong with that. But y'all are talking two different kind of naughties. I can be naughty to my husband, and he can be naughty to me, and that's okay. Oh, right?
Yeah, now that I think about it, I think just with my own particular upbringing, I think that, more than half the time I've ever heard that word, naughty, it's like some sexual reference. So, whatever.
Well, that's why I use
lots of people use ropes.
naughty. Yeah, naughty. Don't be naughty. And that's why rope, naughty. Come on, knots in the rope. That's why that term exists. It's naughty.
Ding ding.
Gotta break down the etymology of the language, man. And I have no problem with a husband and wife being super naughty. They can be naughty all they want.
Because they tied the knot.
Because they tied
They're married.
They tied the naughty knot.
I don't have a problem with anyone anywhere doing anything in the bedroom together as long as they're consenting adults. And as long as you keep it in the bedroom. I don't want to hear about it. And don't try to tell me it's normal. Don't try to teach it to
agree.
my kid.
I agree. I
But
don't
it's
even.
in a
Next they'll be like, you must watch, or you're a racist.
I don't even
It's
care if
in
it.
accordance.
I don't even care if it's 2 men or 2 women or whatever.
Yeah, that's
Keep
what I'm
it
talking
in
about. I
your
don't care.
keep it in your bedroom. That's none of my business. If you want to be like that, that's your business. That's not mine. And don't bring it to my business. You know,
Don't you
keep
think
your.
that people that act like that is because they feel guilty of their perversion and they're seeking acceptance because they know what they're doing is wrong, so they're trying to force acceptance from other
I
people?
do. I do actually.
They're virtue
I
signaling.
do actually believe that. I think exactly what you said, and but I honestly, as a previous Christian, I don't call myself a Christian anymore, but I super Christian upbringing. I consider myself a Nazarene now, but I I I personally think if a female wants to go scissor another female, go right ahead. Go right ahead. That's but keep it to yourself. I don't need to hear about it. You know.
Well, I might want to watch that depending on the women.
Don't go out in public and say that rocks and paper are bad and they need to be banished just because you're scissoring.
Hey, paper beat rocks every day. I know that has nothing to do with the conversation, but I get what you're saying, and it's yeah. I of course I just did talk a bit about my sexual life, but most of the time, generally, most heterosexual people they don't go around talking about their sexual life except to like a female may talk to their sister or their female friends, and the guy might talk to their guy friends about their sexual life. But like we don't like air these things out all over the place like these homosexuals like to want to air things out all over the place, and I'm like, what is wrong? This is not
like dirty laundry.
They demand to shove it down your throat when you're just
Our
trying to
sex
shop
life
for your
isn't our
groceries.
entire identity. Like if you like some type of
It's not
kink,
ours, it's theirs.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I said,
If they had an identity, they wouldn't need to shove their sex life in everybody's face.
right,
Nobody
exactly.
cares.
Because literally nobody cares. This is why I
And
said
the fact that you don't care makes them angry and feel justified in shoving it even more further down your throat.
do they care that I'm a heterosexual female that loves to have sex with my husband? No.
Did they bother to ask?
No.
No.
Exactly. So why do they care that I don't care to hear about their shit?
is it just a personality disorder, or are they mentally damaged?
Can I jump in here? I want to say something.
Please.
I think a big part of it is, there's not an ability to relate with your peers as a gay person, as far as like that, talking. You can't just be like, oh yeah, tits, oh yeah, or whatever.
As if we do that?
No, I'm saying like growing up in a high school or something like that. It might just be that like can't really talk with your buddies about that, about like you can't relate as much with the way that other people talk about sex. So it's almost like that gets repressed, that ability to relate and talk shit.
Oh, so you're saying as a guy that is attracted to other guys in the locker room, and they're all talking about, man, I grabbed a girl's boob last night, and you're like, man, I really wished I sucked a dude's
Right, but that's, nobody's gonna. Yeah, right. So there's like, it's you're gonna be shy about it. So I think that might be why it comes out later in such a public manner.
You know, that's a really good point. I really appreciate you chiming in and saying that. I never really thought about that before.
But literally,
Repression.
you know, there is the repression, but at the same time, a lot of these children that do have what you're talking about, these feelings, by the time they become 20, these things have sorted themselves out through their hormones, and they totally regress from feeling that way. You know what I'm saying? Like the statistics are basically like maybe like 2% of children that have this I can't think
Dysmorphia.
Dysmorphia, thank you. I couldn't think of the word. Are fine. And there's a very small percent that stay thinking that way. Very small. And to be honest, that very small percent is probably being manipulated by their parents or some social person in their life that is supporting
What about those who are starting to grow out of it, but they've already checked the boxes and on Facebook and Instagram, and their mother's got stickers on her bumper of her car saying, "I'm a proud mother of a blah blah blah." It must be a lot harder to go the other direction when you've already established this identity at such a young age. You feel like you might betray everything that you have come to be defined as, and everybody who has supported you in that, because they support you for being something other than cisgendered. But if you decide, you know what, I actually am cisgendered, then aren't you
that's
afraid that
why
they're going to be mad at you?
I think that's why it's super bad to even introduce these ideas to children, period, because it really literally takes sometimes for a lot of these children till they're 20 to even comprehend what they're thinking. And parents should have no role in telling their children to get. Okay, I shouldn't say
Hey,
that.
wait, hold on, guys. I just wanted to ask C1 Cloud, or Cloud, I guess it is. C1, if you wanted to say anything, or if you had any questions about the topic, the flat Earth.
No, not right now. Just listening in.
All right, cool.
Okay, when I don't want to be misunderstood. When I said parents have no role, I shouldn't have said that. What I was meaning was parents that actually push their children, because there's a lot of parents that actually literally push their children because they were like, well, I wanted a girl, so they pushed their boy child to start taking hormones at a very young age because they wanted a girl, and they trans their child. I think this is super wrong.
Child abuse.
That
My
is
sister
child
did that,
abuse.
but on a very lower level. She wanted a girl but had a boy, but so then she was constantly putting him in like kind of girly stuff like gymnastics and like typical like
Ballerina
recreational
school.
things
Wait, hold on. Wait. They're doing him a favor, because that's how he's gonna, end up with all the, gonna end up with a girlfriend earlier on in life. I mean, if I could go back in time, I would join the cheerleading squad, because guess who's getting laid back in high school?
No.
The guy who joins the cheerleading squad.
I disagree.
That actually
fundamentally.
No, that's just putting you in the friend zone.
Well, if there's enough of them, I mean. But hey, wait a second. I have a question about what Iron said a second ago. You were saying that the thing about a bumper sticker, as if you maybe have already seen one of those. Like, have you actually seen a bumper sticker that says my child is, not a A+ student or something like that, but my child is a blah 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 whatever.
3 days ago, I saw a bumper sticker that says "Proud parent of a trans child," and it had the rainbow flag with the little delta into it. That's like black and gray and white and whatever the newest iteration of it is.
I want a bumper
And
sticker that says
I
"Proud
wanted to
parent of
run
a
them off
flat
the
earther."
road.
I'm not. I don't smoke weed, but the best bumper sticker I ever saw was "My child grows the weed that was given to your a honor roll student," or something like that. It was like, it's,
Hey, capitalism.
I thought it was
That's a
so
good
funny.
thing.
I thought it was so funny because a lot of most parents are like, "Oh, my kid's a honor roll student. He don't smoke weed, blah blah blah," and they look down on all these other children in school that smoke weed, and their child smokes weed too.
But my child bought this car selling weed to your honor roll student.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
No,
one.
but seriously, back to the point. I literally saw a bumper sticker of a person bragging about having a trans child. And I just realized we're fucked. The whole
Yeah,
world's
when you see bumper stickers bragging about their child as a trans child, that's fucked. That's fucked.
I would move if I could, but where do I move?
Hey, listen, there's nowhere to move. We are in the transpocalyptic side of the world. It is happening, and I mean, if you believe in the Bible at all, none of this actually would seem super crazy to you.
No, it doesn't seem crazy to me as a Christian. Not at all.
Predicted.
It's predicted. It will become the days of Noah, and we're talking about, modifications of genes and all kinds of different things are fixing to come our way. This is the apocalypse, if you will, whatever. And
What's the difference between the Tower of Babel and our space programs?
I'm sorry, y'all. Two of you were talking at the same time.
You first.
I was just saying it's the end times.
It is the end times, but at the same time, haven't they been saying that since you passed away?
Yeah, but they weren't alive in our time.
Well,
They weren't alive in our time, but haven't they been saying that for 2,000 years?
Isn't there no
Yeah,
such
but
thing as
Israel's
time?
back
We're
home.
all living in the same time.
The temple's being rebuilt,
Again.
and the biblical borders are being made.
Again.
And another thing, no nation in history has ever done that. Ever.
It has been done in the past.
Who?
The temple has been rebuilt and the borders have been.
That's not what I'm saying. A conquered people that return to their homeland to retake it has never happened in history.
What people?
The Abrahamic, Jewish, I don't know what to name them, but they're back in Israel.
Do you believe
God
that
chose
those
one.
people that call themselves the Israelites are actually Israelites?
I have no idea.
So the
I just
black
hope
Hebrew
Jesus saved me. It's
Israelites,
that real for me now.
if they went home, would that
I mean,
end the
because
world?
listen.
I don't judge anybody, man.
The temple was destructed for a reason, for nobody.
But
got a
but it being
so
rebuilt is
that
the thing.
nobody could
It's
claim
an
their
indicator of
name.
the times. It's an
It
indicator.
If you pop it,
I agree with you.
if you pop a tent on the site, that's not rebuilding the temple.
I agree that I agree with some and I disagree with some. Okay.
I know no human has the all truth. So yeah, you know, God reveals Himself to each of us individually at each moment.
I don't think any man personally today, because the temple was destroyed, that had all records of lineages and stuff. No man today, if anybody claims to be a Jew today, it's only through their history. There's no actual proof of it because all proof was demolished. And the reason for that was because when when Yahushua HaMashiach passed away on the cross, on the tree, crucified, he nailed everything to the tree, and that demolished all lineages, because lineages didn't matter after that. After that, you couldn't
Yeah, but
claim
as earthly
you
terms,
couldn't claim to be a Jew. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. From my
you're right.
understanding of the scriptures, there's you can't be justified by saying, well, I'm a Jew, so I'm good. Because the lineages, everything was demolished. Everything. Gentiles, Jewish, whatever you are,
Hey,
were
do you know what the third rebuilding
were
of the temple after Rome was named?
what?
Jupiter. Jupiter.
No, I don't believe that.
Yep. They before the
So by your
I
logic,
don't believe that
by your logic,
because
shouldn't we?
they
because
named it Jupiter.
Jupiter,
They built a I don't know, whatever god
maybe
the Greek
the
or Hindu
Jewish
or whatever.
people, maybe the Jewish people named it Jupiter because they were very esoteric and into
Translation.
mysticism and stuff. But the
Well, it's the
father would
claim
have
anyway.
never named
I
it
wasn't
Jupiter.
alive back then, or had anything to do with. I've never been anywhere near the temple, but yeah, if you look at the history, what they wrote about what happened then or whatever, they did name the third time to try to retake the temple was they built an altar for Jupiter of all the things to name an altar.
As I'm
It's the
sitting here
story. I'm
chilling
just
and
saying.
as I'm chilling here and chatting with y'all, I've got my cat food bowl right beside me, like literally not even maybe 5 feet away from me. I have a possum. A possum is sitting here eating my cat food.
Pick
He's
it up
like
and
just
pet it.
Opossums are the cutest, ugliest things that ever lived.
he's just sitting here.
They're a
I'm like talking.
contradiction. They're perplexing.
I'm putting my hands up and he's like, oh no, I'm cool. He don't even care. He didn't even care what I'm doing. I'm talking and he didn't even care.
Possums are extremely hard to kill.
No, they're not.
Do you know
No.
they're in?
Yeah, they are.
They're super
I guess
easy
you
to
don't
kill.
own a rifle.
You just like take a 12 gauge shotgun, boom, they're dead. But
Not true.
Sprayed on your grass.
I shot
I
a
think
possum.
he means they're hard to
jaw
kill because they
off.
keep appearing to come back. They play dead and they appear to come back, and then they play dead again and they appear to come back. So it seems like they're hard to kill.
I don't
Shot a
really care.
possum
I don't
6
care to
times
kill
with an
a possum.
AK-47. Blew its jaw off with a
Opossums
12
are
gauge, and it kept.
impervious to snake venom.
Okay, anyway, can I ask a quick question about the biblical stuff since we were just talking about that?
Please,
Can I finish what I just said real quick though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Opossums are impervious to snake venom, and if we're talking about biblical stuff, then the serpent is embodiment of evil, right? So,
interesting.
why are opossums impervious to the evil of the serpent and its poison? Think about it.
This is
Not
what
necessarily something you should arrive at a conclusion of, but it's interesting.
I have
So
not.
possums are the ideal creature of God,
I have not
which is
shot this
ironic.
possum because I think he's cute. I let him keep up. He's been coming up every night and eating my cat food, and I just let him do it because he's hungry. And I'm like, okay, you're a creature of the Creator. Come up and eat. And I don't have a problem with them. If it was a skunk, that's a whole different issue.
Oh, come on. Skunks are awesome.
No,
Too.
no, they're not.
I'll jump in and
If
ask
you're
my
nice to
question.
them, they won't
I
smell
had
you.
a skunk coming up in my yard for like over 2 months. The skunk was coming up, eating my cat food, and he'd spray. He'd spray every freaking day, and make my house stink to high heaven. And no, I'm not gonna deal with that. I'm just not. So that skunk died. He's dead. I threw him over the fucking fence.
Can I ask my question?
Well, he's just a jerk. Don't blame all
Just a
skunks.
jerk.
I sprayed him. I sprayed him for over a month. I got the water hose. I sprayed him. I said, "You don't belong here." I gave him warnings. I gave him a month. Every time I seen him, I sprayed him, and he didn't take the warning, and then he died.
He was probably coming back because he was thirsty.
No, I hosed the shit out of it. I wouldn't just spray him. I hosed him down with the high pressure. Like I really gave him the shit.
Yeah, but he runs through the
You
rain
flip
all
the
the time.
hose
He's
to
an
the
animal.
jet
He's
setting.
outside. What was the water hose to him? Like, oh, whatever.
Well, no, I'm not talking
Name an
just a
animal that
water
wouldn't
hose.
run away.
I hosed him out of the yard, like literally. And he was like, "Oh my gosh," and he ran out of the yard. I didn't want to hurt this skunk. I have no desire in my body to hurt any creature on this earth. Zero desire. Because I know they
What
all
about a
serve
mosquito?
even mosquitoes, I know they all have a purpose to serve on this earth. I don't know what it is. I hate mosquitoes. They serve a purpose of some sort. Truly, mosquitoes actually pollinate just like bees. They go to plant.
Bullshit.
No, mosquitoes actually pollinate just like bees.
Do they eat the
I don't
pollen?
care what they do. They can all go.
I don't know how they do it, but mosquitoes are a huge pollinator.
Hey,
Can I ask
but
my
don't you
question?
live in
Mosquitoes.
Texas?
I wanted to ask
Anything that
about
wants my
when we was on
blood
the
can
biblical
fucking
stuff.
die.
Can I ask my question real quick before we get off on
Okay,
the thing
I
about
just had
mosquitoes?
like 4 people talking, so I don't even know.
I just want to ask
He
my
waited.
question that
Let
I've
him say
been
it.
waiting to ask, and we keep going off on these tangents. And I want to get back to the biblical thing real quick because I was wondering about the end times and the second coming and the battle. So after the battle's over, is Earth over then too?
I think
Is
so.
humans' existence on Earth then that's done?
I think so.
I think it depends on who you ask, right? I mean, isn't that the answer?
Speculation.
I think actually once that battle is done, it's done. And there will be a new Earth. There will be a new Earth.
I guess there's only one way to
Isn't that
find
what
out,
the
right?
global warming people want to
Yeah.
believe? Is that if we just remove all human beings, then Earth will be returned to Garden of Eden?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'd be like that.
That's philosophy.
What the scripture says is that, and I think it's in Peter. I don't know which Peter, but there
Peter Piper.
when the battle comes, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and the new earth will have no water. which I find fascinating, is there will be no water.
So then, does that
So that'll
mean
be
the
the
whole
end of
point
all
of
life.
Earth is just for God to build an army to defeat evil?
Oh.
So it's more like a chessboard exists so that the pieces on it can play their game. The board is not the protagonist of the story. It's the pieces.
My question, by
Yeah,
the way,
feel.
wasn't directed to one person. If anybody else has a different answer and would wish to give it, I would like to hear it.
You sound like me. I like to hear roundabout theories about people's different. I love
My
to
hope is
hear people's
that
different
Jesus.
thoughts about things.
Again, my hope is that Jesus took us all. It's that real for me now.
I like to call him Yahusha.
When you say all of us, do you actually mean all of us? Because how could that be true then? Because then the whatever you want to call it, the devil or Satan, then he doesn't have an army either. If everyone
According
is
to
saved in a
Scripture, the saints will judge angels, and the saints are God's elect. So we'll be judging angels. From what I
But what does it
understand.
mean? But what does it mean?
Men
There's
will be
an army of
judging
elementary school
angels.
teachers.
What does that mean? I don't know. What does it mean to you?
Well, that's just it. It doesn't
It's
mean
a
anything to
battle
me because I
between
can't
God
comprehend it. I don't know
and
what
the
it's supposed to
devil.
mean. So it doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah. Okay,
like
we
when,
need to get this conversation back to like
yeah, you're good.
well, how do you judge it? I've never met an angel. Whatever. Never mind.
I've never met an
Wait, I have a
angel.
question about the skunk for a second.
This is why I said we need to get this conversation back. Like, let's hone this back down and let someone ask a question because we got a little bit carried away, I think.
Shauna, as far as flat Earth goes, you're over in Texas, right?
Yeah.
And it's really hot in Texas, right?
Super hot.
Sometimes.
So when you were spraying that skunk with the hose, weren't you kind of just egging him to like keep coming back? I mean, it seems to me like you're doing him a favor if it's really hot and you're spraying him with the hose. Like, oh, that feels good. Coming back to this nice lady.
No, it was the mental of winter. It was cold.
Oh, okay.
It was cold. I was hosing him down and it was like 35 degrees outside. So yeah, I was pissing him off. He disappeared for a while. He didn't come back for a long time and still started warming him up and he came back.
I've heard that some people have had like the glands removed from those animals, skunks, so that they can't make that smell anymore, and then they have them as pets, just like a regular cat or dog. I wonder how well that works.
When I was growing up as a child, my neighbors had like 7 pet skunks. They actually make really good pets. They're like cats. They're very docile, just like cats, and they actually they're cute. They're really super cute. Skunks are cute.
Chemical warfare cats.
But they were all deglanded. They took their glands out to put the smell out.
And if you're willing to declaw and neuter or spay other animals, what's the difference?
And see, I personally don't. I've never done any of those things to any of my animals. I think they
good for you.
I think they should be able to have their claws. I've never depawed any of my dogs. I think a male dog should be able to go get him some if he wants to. Do you know I actually, my first dog I ever had, he was a black lab, and I got him when he was 7 years old. He was already, I don't even know what they had already done to him. But when he was about 10 years old to 12 years old, his balls were like, they look like he had tennis ball sized balls, because he never got a nut off on anything. And I will just tell every man in this conversation right now, just get your nut off when you want your nut off, because that's what probably causes testicular cancer. Not getting your nut off when you want your nut off.
Well, it causes mental problems at the least.
At the least.
Well,
but hey, just
what's
just get your nut off when you get your nut off, because literally, I know I'm not saying this to be stupid. Seriously, I'm not saying this to be stupid. I'm seriously saying this as a point, as I watched my dog go through this, and I don't think he was not neutered, and his balls grew huge, huge. Like, they were like apricots, huge. And because he never had a female dog to get off on, and like, he literally air humped all over the yard all the time, trying to get his nut off, and this poor dog probably died of testicular cancer.
sexual confusion? I have an honest question though. If you remove the testicles from your pet, what's the difference between that and hormone therapy to your child? It's completely fundamentally altering the hormone balance
Yeah,
within that organism.
I don't agree with that. I think of every single. See, I don't agree with cutting your animals. You need to leave them. We're told from the first book in the Bible, go forth and procreate. And that's not just to us, that's for all animals, everything. And so I
And
don't really believe in
have you ever
cutting
had to
animals.
teach one of your animals how to sex? When or where or why or how to sex? No. They just
No,
know it.
it's
So why do we
natural.
need 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds to be taught that by these freakazoid people who are
But
teaching
hey,
them
on the
the
topic of
wrong
animals, I
thing?
just thought I'd point something out to you guys. So I kind of agree with you with the dogs thing. Like, I might have like, I had 2 dogs before, female that was spayed and then the male that was not neutered. And I just think that, like, it'd probably mess with their natural systems less with that combination as opposed to the opposite. Neutered male and not spayed female. But anyway, the point but that's in regards to dogs. But I just wanted to make the point that with llamas, you can't have 2 male pet llamas that are neutered. You can't have them next to each other in the same field. One of them will kill the other one. They're not neutered. Only way you can have 2 male pet llamas without them killing each other is they both have to be neutered. So sometimes it's kind of, a necessity sometimes.
Well, it's kind of like chickens with roosters. 2 roosters in the same area will fight all day long, every day.
Not
These are my
necessarily.
ladies.
Not necessarily. I had 11 hens and 3 roosters, and those roosters, they might quabble every now and then, but they were actually pretty peaceful with each other. But man, they rape those
There's,
chickens every
yeah,
day.
man, there's nothing. Yeah, roosters are real rapey.
They're
Rapey.
super rapey. Like, they would jump on them and grab the top of their heads and just jump on them. But I
Have you
had
ever seen a hen lie down in front of a rooster and the rooster climbs on? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I have
not rape. That's
that.
consensual.
But I've seen the roosters go, and I've seen the hens running away from them, and I've seen the rooster get after him as well. So
I've seen hens. When one hen is getting mounted by the rooster, another hen will come over and peck at it and be like, "Hey, that's my man."
Yeah, they do that as well. So but because I had I shouldn't have had 3 roosters. Literally, I really shouldn't have had 3 roosters. But I had 3 roosters and only 11 hens. And man, they really had their way with those hens. And like you said, the hens a lot of times would come over. I don't know if the hens were coming over saying that's my man, or if they were like trying to stop him from
No, they
mounting her.
they don't peck at the rooster. They peck at the hen.
I'm surprised they haven't made a sitcom about this yet.
They already have. It's called Friends.
Anyway, there's a lot of different animalistic ways of life. There's a total. It's called the pecking order. You know, and even in humans, we have a pecking order. We do. And
my original point was that we don't need to teach children about these things when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, or 4 or 5 even. So they'll figure it out if they are given time. So
they
the
will
idea that
figure it out.
teachers need to indoctrinate your kids with sexual identity and instructions on blowjob. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get graphic. Graphic things plus other graphic things and other graphic things. It's not something that needs to be taught. As organisms with a reproductive bias built into them, they'll figure it out. Nobody needs to tell them anything about it.
Well, hey, Iron, I need to make a point to you, Iron. If you're going to get the grown adults of this flat Earth to not do stupid things like what you just described, I think a great way of getting them to not do that is for us to let them know the Earth is flat and stationary, and you were lied to about that. You should probably not go along with a lot of other nonsense. Just saying.
I
don't see how that's relevant other than nonsense.
Well, no, it's entirely relevant because it wakes people up. I'm just saying, that's why this subject of the Earth being flat is, quite important for a large variety of different reasons. But I mean, let's be honest, like it's the red pill. It's the red pill. It's not like
Are you
red
saying
pill,
that if you
the
never
red pill.
Are you saying that if you never taught children that the Earth was a globe and spinning and rotating around a sun that's 93 million miles away and blah blah blah, they would never come to that conclusion on their own?
Well, yeah, I mean that's true too. But the point I was more specifically trying to make is that like the grown adults, the grown men and women that are teaching children or saying stupid things to these children or whatever they're doing in schools or wherever else, like these are grown men and women that are they think they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. They think global climate change is going to kill us all, and we gotta drive Teslas to save penguins or something shit. Like the point is, they're brainwashed and they're fucking nuts, and you need to like wake them up and make them not brainwashed and nuts. And a good way of doing that is, show them that the Earth is flat. That's why. Hey, I'll give you an example of this. Like, there's been several times over the last 2 years, whenever I've been outside, in particular, and I see a man or a woman walk by me, and they have, one of those things strapped on their heads, and we're walking outside. I'm walking outside, they're walking outside, crossing like an empty street, or walking across an empty field, and I'll tell them that the Earth is flat and stationary. And there's been a lot of instances where I wouldn't have even said that to them, but I'm saying it to them because they're wearing that thing strapped to their head. Like,
just to trigger them.
Well, no, not to trigger them, but I mean to more specifically to shake them up mentally, in a sense, to wake them up. Like they like, yeah, like snap out of it, dude. Snap out of it, like that. Yeah, exactly.
Trigger.
Well,
Whenever I think
triggering,
of
I think implies
something,
that I'm trying to get a negative response. I wouldn't use the word triggering there because I'm not trying to get a negative response. So I wouldn't use that word to describe that.
Well, you're
So
hoping for a positive response.
who's the guy who told me to watch that video? I guess it's not here. Well, guys, I posted like a less than a minute video. I would ask that in your free time later on, watch that
I'm here, Hank.
video. Yeah, check that video out because I'm floored at how
You liked it?
simple it is, and that we're
Did you
just.
watch all the parts? There's like 4 parts, isn't there?
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done, but I
Okay.
just wanted to say that we're all idiots. We're
Yeah.
all minors, and none of us are adults.
I would have to 100% agree with you on that, Hank. So many of us here across the board in platforms think we know all this bullshit, and literally we're babies. We know nothing. We're like on the brink of understanding things. Like literally every day I learn something new every day. And if you get to the point where you think you can't learn something new, I feel sorry for you because you constantly got to be learning. Constantly. This is a never ending learning cycle, beauty.
Battle for your soul.
It is a battle for your soul, and you cannot stop learning ever.
If you are
Yeah, but I think the problem with them is that it's not that they think they can't learn something new. I think with some of them it might be that. I think more so often it's they think, oh, they could have never been fooled about something. Oh, no, they could have never fooled me. No, the earth must be a
Can I
ball.
explain to you what's going on? Okay, so I remember a while back, people were talking about Muslim courts. And the thing about Muslim courts is that you can't drag a Christian into a Muslim court. But if a Muslim were to come to a foreign land, they can form their own courts legally, and they can agree to adhere to the court's decision. So if a Muslim man and woman were to want to get a divorce, right, they wouldn't go to, one of the Christian courts of the Bible. They would, probably both agree, like, let's go to a Muslim court. Well, if you're not a Muslim, why would you go to their court? And why would you agree to anything that they say? So I'm going to ask you this. If you're not a part of the legal society or the Satanists, why would you go to their court? And it's that simple. It's so fucking simple. I can't believe how simple it is. Just to be like, no, this ain't me. I'm not part of this society. What are you talking about? Can you prove that you have do you have jurisdiction over me? Like, can you show me? Like,
I would never.
Man.
I would
I was
never
crying
go
on
to.
deliveries because of all the people that put themselves in prison because they don't know how to fucking contract.
If my husband, if my husband totally fucked
you,
up and fucked me over and was screwing around me, I wouldn't go to a divorce court and divorce my husband. I'd tell him, get your fucking ass out of here, and he would be gone.
A court derives its authority from you granting
I don't
its
need
authority.
I don't need a government facility to tell me my husband had fucked up and give me a certificate of divorce. I don't need that because I would have my certificate of divorce from the father because he would understand that, and that would be that. That's how I feel
Yeah,
about
but
that.
instead of getting a marriage through, the Bible and writing it down and recording it like, our ancestors did, for some reason we went and conjured up,
Ask permission.
this marriage certificate from this satanic court. And, it's like the joinder is between us and the state, like man to state, woman to state. and the joinder, between God and woman is completely broken. So I'm just like, and this is all preliminary research. Of course, do your own research, fact check
But I
everything.
totally
But yeah, I'm gonna get back to it because
I totally get what you're saying, Hank. But most of us in the knowledge of we didn't have what we know now, were married under that system, correct? You know what I'm saying? And
It's recorded under that system. They do not
exactly.
grant that as a reality.
So to actually, if I just said, well, I'm done with you and I don't want to go through the legalities of making it ended through this system once I'm awake, that can create problems because it still ties us together in a lot of different ways, so I see
And the
how
system gets
it's very
30% of
it's
your assets as they decide who gets the remaining 60%.
Don't touch
so
my
I can see how it gets very, very. We're talking legalities, man. This is a hard subject
This
to
is how
talk
you
about.
fuck the average Joe
I'm
with
common law married.
legalities.
I did not ask the government for permission to be married to my wife. I've been with her and cohabitating with her for 7 years. And it's just a fact. We're married. We wear rings. We swore an oath to each other under God. And the government has nothing to do with it.
I unfortunately, my husband got married we're almost on 24 years ago. But we got married. We got a marriage certificate. We did the whole shebang, and
Yeah, that's what I thought was real weird about marriage. Is just
You
going to get a
invited the
certificate
government.
from the government.
Yeah,
You
I
invited
invited
the
the
government
government
into your
into
affairs,
my
your personal
marriage. Yeah,
affairs.
I know now, man. I didn't know then, but I know. We both know now. We're like, why did we get?
Hello?
She drop out?
Yeah, it's
The
pretty funny. It's
government cut her off, actually, so, like...
It's
pretty
our
funny,
fault?
yeah.
Hello, can I ask something?
What?
Can we try to get back on topic? We have a rare person in the chat. He's a valued globe earther. The Gypsy. Do you still think you live on a silly globe? Are you there? Hello, the Gypsy.
You got a snake on a stick, Gypsy?
I see him in the chat.
He's a gypsy, yes.
Just want to ask you one question. You still think you're on a silly globe? Oh, well, go back to legal law or whatever y'all were talking about.
I know in
Let's
chat
talk.
he says he's got work. He'll be back later.
The silence is deafening.
It's too loud.
Anybody in here think they live on a ball?
Used to.
Yeah, me too. I did for 52 years.
Didn't we all?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Too advanced for that.
But that's the thing.
When
Like
I was younger, I thought it was super weird that there'd be people standing upside down to me, and some of the other things. So I'd look at the globe and it did.
Yeah, I remember being like frustrated when I was young, going like, "Why can't they show us people upside down? Like, where's all the pictures?"
Well, yeah, that and just the basic imagery of somebody, being, offset from me 1,000 miles and dipping the other way down or whatever. It just seemed like the person should fall off the bottom or something.
But you have to give it to them because it's a very, very convincing story, because, they got NASA and space agencies and, they've constructed all these, what do you call it? Like, there's billions and billions of dollars surrounding it. Like,
yeah, it's like a religion of its own state.
Not to mention,
where does that
science
money
fiction would be a
go?
lot more boring without it. without the vacuum of space. Science fiction would be boring.
Right? Yeah, there's no vacuum.
Where would the aliens come from? Where was the
Yeah,
other planets?
Out of the lock, the airlock.
It's coming. They said so. They're going to do some type of Project Blue Beam or something. It's coming.
The Lovecraft aliens are just right across the veil.
I would like somebody to calculate how much money has been spent on NASA since its inception, from day zero till today. What is that, like 14 trillion?
Yeah, be over the trillions.
It's probably equal to our national debt, if not more. And what have we gotten? Teflon? Tang?
Teflon.
Hey,
man, it's so dumb.
Somebody did it on a video. I'll see if I can find it back in 2018. The total was like $4 trillion in today's dollars that NASA spent total. So money's worth, huh? We got our money's worth from them.
So
that's the same price as the Iraq War and occupation.
Press releases and say, "Wow, yeah, look at us. We've got a hole in it for a week, and it doesn't lose atmospheric pressure inside for weeks. We'll just stick some bubble gum on it."
Gets almost everybody's family personally invested in the space thing. They get kind of offended when that's challenged.
So just find
It becomes
some
part of their
coroner.
family identity,
You need to find a coroner who will send a death certificate, a false one, to the IRS and say, "You can't tax this person anymore. They're dead." Bada bing, bada boom. NASA shut down.
What happens when you get a leak on the ISS? Is a tire patch.
Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. We can wait a month and then deal with it.
Right.
Some super glue.
I think maybe NASA's trolling us back, or like trying to like reach out for help themselves or something, because they're just dumb as shit, right?
Either they're retarded or they're trying to trigger us.
Yeah, it's like that.
But either way, it's not going away. Like, I feel like it's going to go on for the next 50, 100 years, like at least, with all the deception, space travel and all that.
Russia just pulled back its cooperation with NASA. So maybe in the next month, we might see Russia saying, "It's all been bullshit. We've been playing along with the Western NASA bullshit for too long. And you know what? We're done with this. We're not going to lie to the people of the world anymore." It's possible.
Let's hope and pray.
But because of your accent, I don't believe you.
I don't think
is
that message
not
would
how you
get
say
through.
accent. It is a simulation.
Because
If that message was made, it would be internal.
What's the name of
It
the
would-
Russian space agency? Does anyone know that?
Spetsnaz or some shit. No.
Spetsnaz is.
I don't know.
Well,
Navy
they'd have to
SEALs.
scrap it for what, the hypothetical scenario you presented. They'd have to scrap it in order for that to happen. So, I mean, would they do that?
Perhaps they might do this just to make you look stupid, because Joe Biden is like a fish who has no water.
What's your question?
That or make us Russian agents.
What is the question? Person who said I have a question.
It could be just a story to demonize us too. We don't know what's going on in Russia.
Can y'all hear Elijah? Somebody had a question. Who was it?
I had a quick. I was talking to Q&A yesterday about the sextant and all that, and I had some more questions. If anyone knows much about that.
Q&A? Do you mean QE?
QE, yeah. Sorry.
What about it?
So we're talking about the sextant only works on a flat Earth, and this dude posted me. I'll put it into the live stream, but basically, I'll show the triangle. The triangle has a right angle at the bottom, and I'll post it in the live stream. One sec.
We're fairly familiar.
Yeah, we're familiar, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear, some more information about it.
All you have to do to be an
Euclidean
expert
geometry.
all you have to know is you can't have a curved adjacent for your both sides of a triangle. That's all I know.
That and yeah, it gets worse as you travel around the Earth. I mean, the baseline measurement is the most hope you have to triangulate. Once you start trying to pull it around a sphere, you're screwed. It's Euclidean geometry just refutes the potential of triangulation on the surface of a sphere. That's impossible.
All right, so the tree
on the surface of a sphere, that cannot happen. Over a distance, definitely not. Maybe.
So
I can't. Unless you have a known location, but as you travel, you're definitely falling off course. If
perpendicular to where you traveled to, it's not pointing in the same direction as where you started from. There are no perpendicular lines on a sphere that align in the same direction.
Yeah, they need a tangent.
Anyway, yo.
And as you go around the sphere, the tangents, I mean, it's super dumb.
I know you hear me.
It's super dumb.
Go ahead and do that.
That's chocolate.
I don't have time. Electricity, what you say?
So Q&A, yeah. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What'd you
so
say?
You see the tree in the voice text? Sorry. See the tree in the voice text, the triangle?
What about it?
And then the one below it, it's like on the
Yeah, continue. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about him.
And then the one below it, see it's got the right angle triangle below the if it's the star. So it's gonna have that right angle.
Yeah. What about him? What about them?
All right, then he sent me this. 1 second. It'll be all over the place.
What's your question?
So he sent me that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got no right angle triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Right angle triangle in a sphere.
So what's your question?
Professor Dave.
Am I right there? That photo can't work with navigation or whatever because it's no right angle triangle.
What photo? Which one?
It's in the voice text.
There's 3 of them. So I'm asking you specifically, what's your question about which photo?
Is sir.
Does that
okay? What about it?
What? Because he posted me that photo, but isn't it meant to have the right angle triangle? That's my question.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't get it.
You see the above photo, it's actually on water, and it kind of shows you how the sextant works. But, so the 90 degree.
Right.
All I'm saying is, I know if you can. Sorry if I'm not explaining this well, but
no, please continue. Right, I get it. Okay.
So the right angle triangle is is meant to be below the star or whatever.
Right angle triangle in a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Right angle triangle in a sphere.
Yo, I unmuted you so that you wouldn't do that. Okay, because you're just mumbling. It's not really helpful.
Hit me with the mute.
No, did anyone know what I'm getting at there? The right angle triangle, and
All you said was right angle triangle. What's your question about what you posted at 1 a.m. or uh on the hour? Like, what is the question? You said, isn't it meant to be a right angle triangle? Well, okay. What?
Yeah.
Oh, because you see that red line? Yeah, that's where it's supposed to be. That's correct.
Yeah, he just sent me that photo, and then I sent him one back with my little crappy drawings on where the right angle triangle should be.
Right.
I know. I was just saying, like, is that correct? Is that what it's meant to be?
Yeah, because that's how it would be depicted the moment you Google it. Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted some feedback.
Yeah. I mean, did you watch the video that screenshotted from?
Sorry, Lord. You
No,
can't
did you
have a
see
90 degree because that's the curve
Go ahead.
adjacent on the globe. That's all I'm saying. That can't be a 90-degree angle because he's got 4 adjacent angles there underneath the star, and none of them can be on a curved surface. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm slowly learning. I like visual representations so I get a good idea of what you're saying.
I mean, it's just as good to read.
You call those lines parallel.
Would you
Then when
mind
do they
reading
converge?
this? Would you mind reading this out? No, not this. Well, yeah, you could read that out, but not right. I mean, that's not what I wanted. Let's see, where is it?
Yeah, I love reading and all of that and learning new stuff. But I like talking to people too to get, I feel like exchanging ideas is you learn quicker.
You're a fun, personable guy, right?
Fuck no.
While nobody's talking, we've got a no roles person in here, Cindy and Arthur. You want to go out to the VC check in? Somebody will be with you.
Yeah, I think Resolve's picture is good.
Funny you say Resolve.
Because because the Earth's curving away, the line.
Oh, is that why? I didn't realize that. Never mind. Can you demonstrate curvature?
I guess a glober would say to that, ships over the horizon.
What would you say?
With all the laser test, infrared, long distance measurements, I think it at this stage puts the curvature like highly questionable. I say it disproves it, but I'll take one step back and say it's very highly questionable.
Just ask him if it's the geometric horizon that's going over his head. I don't find that anymore. That's weird.
Because the weird thing is, I talk to globers and they say, a flat Earth would never obstruct anything, but we have a lot of tests on tables and flat surfaces where it does obstruct. So I just find it weird how they can't accept that a flat a flat
You don't
surface.
understand the fallacy within your own reasoning.
Okay. But I know I've seen those small scale demonstrations of things disappearing bottom up on flat surfaces.
Have you proven curvature on a small scale?
I don't know what yet.
The toilet flushes the other way, bro. Explain that one.
I think it's all about the angle of the water and the shape of the bowl and all that.
If you're still struggling with stuff disappearing from bottom up, you should listen to that thing, like the hour and a half thing that AI plays on there all the time about Curious Life. Goes over the whole thing, the whole 9 yards. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
AI plays it on here all the time in dead air. Curious Life of Flat Earther. I'll see if I can find it. But anyway, he goes over the stuff disappearing bottom up and buildings missing 2 or 3 floors, the whole 9 yards. You should check that out if you're stuck on that part, because we can demonstrate that all day long, and their stuff doesn't disappear where it's supposed to at their geometric horizon. They lost that, so just tell them get out of your face with that. Anyway,
what's that mean?
Yeah, if you have a more, I guess, expert, what's it called? Like, I don't like to use the word expert, but you know what I mean? Just someone in that field of optics and understands all that.
Yes, wait for you.
Because it's one thing, some do on his table doing it. It's another if, some expert in that field who can explain it.
What does it matter? We have a scientific theory, hypothesis or not, we can demonstrate it. That's all that counts.
Yeah, totally.
The claim is it's impossible. We show it is possible, so the claim is wrong. Pretty simple.
Yeah, but every time I show, a globe or something, they're just like, oh, no, the camera this, and how do you know the table's flat, and this and that, and, So it would be just good to have a little bit of ammo from some professional person in that field.
Are you familiar with the Sky Free YouTube channel?
Nah.
Check it out. So they use
Got
like a
Sky
miniature
Free?
radio. Yeah, Sky Free. That's the name of the channel. She's a little radio controlled boat, sails it across a 600-foot lake, and it completely disappears. Kicker is, horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. How does it disappear behind a horizon it hasn't reached yet?
I think I've seen that. Yeah, the little remote control boat on the lake. I think I've seen. I think
there's a bunch of them. There's more than one.
All right. Yeah. No, I'll see it because I think.
Did you really absorb what Indio just said though? The boat disappears before it's supposed to be to the horizon. So what's the Glover excuse there?
Is that the RC boat?
Yeah, it disappears at like 600 feet. What'd you say, Indio? Like 2,600 feet when the horizon's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like
from an elevation of 2 inches, the horizon's 2,600 feet away in their model. The lake is only 600 feet long.
All right. Because I think I've shown them that, and they say the mirroring effect or something.
Well, they always have an excuse to keep
so they conceded, right, that it is possible.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
It doesn't. If they say it's it doesn't matter what they say. If they say it's any reason whatsoever, then it is possible. They're conceding. It's a concession.
Yeah.
This is like when they say, oh, the horizon's optical. Okay, fine. That's what we've been saying for 5 years.
Yeah, you're totally right.
They stole our argument. We said that all for 2015 on. Horizon's optical, and they would argue with us. No, the boat's going over there. What happened to that argument?
Yeah, I guess they usually come back with it's like the windmills in the ocean where it's like a clean cut horizon, like no mirroring. So
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that picture. The picture's edited. And the guy that uploaded it, he speaks Klingon. Okay, so that kind of says it all.
But yeah,
click that windmill image, and then click on the guy that uploaded it, and it says he is fluent in Klingon.
what does that mean? Klingon.
You ever seen Star Trek? Star Trek.
Yeah.
So Star Trek, there's aliens that speak Klingon, and this guy happens to be fluent in Klingon. That should tell you where his head is at.
Wait a minute,
All
that's
right.
a real language? You're saying that's an actual language, Klingon?
I don't know. I'm not fluent in Klingon, so I don't know. But he claims to be fluent in Klingon. Because you know how you on Wikipedia you can make like a user page, like an about page? He said that he is fluent in Klingon.
All right, yeah, because when they show me the windmills, on the horizon, then I ask, all right, what's the observable height? What's the distance to the windmills? How big are the wind? They never have any of that information. They just show a picture and go, look, curvature. So they never get really down to the nitty gritty details.
You never get a proper citation on anything from a Glober at this point. Nothing.
And what you want to do is ask him what day it was on and what time of day. Because there's something called shoaling. So shoaling is if you're in the day, the water pushes in and it's elevated. Sure. No. Right? It depends on the shape of the bay. Certain bays have this thing called shoaling where the water level will rise like 10 feet. So you have to eliminate that. There's also tidal bores. There's a bunch of other things.
Yeah, so many variables.
It just kind of says it all about their honesty that we need to have the observer height, the distance to the object, everything. We need to have everything. And they can just go, look, I can see half of it. That's good enough.
But that's it, because when I first got into it, I was looking at every long distance observation with the laser test and infrared, and some in hot weather, some in cold weather, and on the salt lakes, over sea, everything, and just time and time again, it was just wrong. It didn't follow the globe model.
What globe model? Have they showed you one yet?
Well, like the globe calculations or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. What globe calculations? It still applies.
We know they have math. They made all the math work. We need to see some demonstrations. Thank you.
Most of the time the math does not work. Because for the math to work, you have to have a model and you make an observation, and whatever that model predicts, the observation is supposed to match it. And I would say 99% of the time it doesn't match, regardless of what they say.
Yeah.
The reason they say that is because they've never actually went and checked. They don't check anything.
Yeah, I stand corrected. The math doesn't actually work when you take it to reality. I agree. They like to stay in their heads and think it's all working. It works just like we wrote it out in this equation here. No, it don't. Anyway.
And that's, I think the big one for
So have you
me
ever heard?
is, oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, have you ever heard a Glober say hurricanes are proof of the Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
Hurricanes. Okay. The Coriolis effect, it would only appear curved from the Earth. But if you were outside the Earth, right, if you were like in the air or from space, it would look like a straight line. So that's what the Coriolis is. Think of it. Ball. That ball is going straight, but it looks to you as if it's curving. But someone outside the merry-go-round, they will see the ball go straight. Right? So if a hurricane was the Coriolis effect, it would be straight, but it would look like from the ground it would look curved, but from the sky or from so-called space, it would be a straight line. See, this is just an example of like their data, the actual data doesn't match the model. And I can give you lots of examples. I can sit here all day.
That's it. So many things we can, like, so many rabbit holes you can go down. You know, gravity and the molten core and the gas pressure, and it's so many.
Well, I guess my point is what they think they have, they don't even have that. They just think it.
All right, I'm trying to visualize what you mean. I'm not quite understanding.
You're in the center of a merry-go-round. The merry-go-round is spinning. You throw a ball, right? So you're in a rotating reference frame. You throw the ball, you're gonna continue spinning. So from your viewpoint, ball appears to curve. But if you were like above the merry-go-round looking down on it, it would be a straight line.
Oh, yeah, I get you now. So what's that got to do with hurricanes and stuff?
Well, they say hurricanes the Coriolis effect. If it was Earth-based Coriolis effect, they would like be on the ground and they would see a hurricane circling around the eye of the hurricane. But as soon as they got in an airplane or went into space, it would look like the clouds are traveling in a straight line.
Hey, Mars.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Mars. Lady. Woman. Wow. Okay.
But the whole
Want another example? So
yeah, shoot.
There's a company called Kern Precision Scale Company. They make precision scales for scientists, right? They're expensive, super expensive. As part of like an ad campaign, what they did was they sent their scales all over the world with a little garden gnome. So they sent to like CERN, Amundsen Station, which is supposed to be in Antarctica on the South Pole. They sent them all over the place, like to scientists, not to like scrubs, to actual scientists, professional scientists. And these scientists weighed this garden gnome, right? So in the globe Earth model, the weight should correlate to the latitude, right? Because of the centrifugal force of the rotation of the ball. So it should weigh the most at the equator, or should weigh the most at the South Pole and the least at the equator. Well, that's not the result they got. It's not even close to matching their model. It's not even close. It's just like random data points.
So
Whereas they're like if you actually graph the weight, right? If you graph the weight by latitude, it's like a slight exponential curve. Right? Because there's no centrifugal force at the poles. So if you weigh something at like 45 pounds, and you go to the equator, Because the centrifugal force of the rotation of the ball, it should weigh less, right? Because the ball is throwing it off. Plus, it's higher up in the gravitational well, so it should also weigh less because of that. So you can get their model, make a prediction of how the weight should be at each latitude. The results doesn't match your model. It's not even close. It's not even a close call.
I seen something in the voice text. I seen somebody do that where this centrifugal force shoots horizontal outwards, but the gravity is coming in at an angle. So where I know that kind of makes sense. My little crappy picture.
Well, again, regardless of what, regardless is that angle, no angle. Their model makes a prediction of how much something should weigh less, depending on latitude, and it doesn't match their model. It just doesn't.
Do you have a source for that? Because I seen, was it like Wolfie?
I'll post it in the live stream. It wasn't Wolfie. Wolfie did some adverse effect, and that was
seen
like
Wolfie do some weight thingy.
Yeah, and he put it this way, it was a little deceptive. He didn't really show everything that he did. He was like, "Look, my scale reads this. Oh, I'm at the other place. Look, my scale reads that." Like, yeah, I'm gonna go with that because I trust you. No, wrong. I don't trust you. First of all, you're a cop, ex-cop. So right there is freaking flushing you right down the toilet.
Yeah, people who seem like, I don't know, they just seem to think they know everything because it's very dodgy, and I don't know, when they're not open to talking and stuff.
The thing about Globers is that they think that their model is perfect and that everything the model predicts is actually observed in reality, and it's not. I'll give you another example. How many times you heard a Glober say, "Oh, if you got a bunch of particles, it's going to form into a ball because everything gets pulled into the center of mass"? How many times you heard that?
So it's going to be the robot voice, the center of mass.
Oh, sorry. The Goldberthers will say, if you have a bunch of particles, they're going to get squished into a ball because everything gets pulled to the center of mass. This is what they'll say.
Yep.
But if you actually do the mathematics and run a simulation, have a bunch of particles, right, and use the inverse square law between each particle, right? So you simulate a force. The force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between every particle. When you run this simulation, it does not form a ball.
I've seen the three body problem too.
This is another, I'm just using it as an example. They've never observed gravity form a ball. Their model doesn't predict formation of a ball. So why do they say it?
They're just repeating what they've heard, I guess.
Because they're just religious nuts. Because they're religious nuts, dude. That's all there is to it. They're religious nuts.
That's it's funny because I've had discussion about gravity, and I'm like, look, man, Neil deGrasse Tyson says basically they don't know what the cause is. They can describe it, they can measure it, but they don't know what it is, and so they just can't. They just can't grasp that.
What happens when two gas particles collide together or touch together? Do they bond or do they bounce off?
Bounce off.
Okay, so if you're going to form these gas balls in a vacuum, where's the very first two that collide and cling together to start this mass that's going to start gathering more? Where does that happen when that's not what the behavior of gas is to begin with? And then there is no mass, there's no two particles bonded together initially. When does that actually happen and then start happening? All of a sudden gas laws change and gas starts bonding together? when that's not what gas does. And in the beginning, there are no bonds. There's just a bunch of gas in floating around in the vacuum or doing whatever they say it's doing. And then all of a sudden, these gas particles completely ignore gas law, start bonding together to form a gravity well. How's that possible?
I think their rebuttal would be Cavendish.
There's no rebuttal to that. I'm talking about gas behavior. Explain to me how gas behavior changes and starts bonding.
No, I'm just thinking what they would think, and but you're right, because Cavendish is not gas particles; it's whatever, solid.
Okay, so I'll tell you something. Most globe earthers don't know what is actually observed in the Cavendish experiment. So you set up the balls on a torsion rod. So it's a rod it's got a little bit of tension to it, or there's like a wire. It's got tension to it. So when you do this, the balls will come together and then they'll oscillate back and forth. They don't just stick together. They actually bounce back and forth. And then you time this oscillation, and from Newton's second law, right? Motion will stay in motion. You calculate the force, and then you get little g from that, or big G from that. Anyway, okay, so let's just stay logical here. I watched balls come together and start oscillating. How do I get to falling objects or a bunch of particles forming a ball from that experiment? What's the logical connection? How do I get logically to something else? Because nothing is falling in Cavendish. There isn't a bunch of particles coming together. Somebody made a contraption, right? And the contraption has a phenomenon that's observed sometimes, because it's well known that Cavendish is hard to actually get the result that's predicted, right? This is well known. It's not me saying it. It fails a lot.
Yeah, I've seen, but they replicate it and they don't get the exact results all the time.
Yeah, this is called cherry picking and confirmation bias. So you take this apparatus, apply some cherry picking and confirmation bias, take a leap of logic and say, oh, this is just like a falling object. It doesn't even make sense. Nothing in the Cavendish experiment is like a falling object.
Yeah, it's just, I guess, weird how they do this in universities. They got supposedly, smart people teaching this to students and that, and saying it's fact. And it's just, I don't know.
I'd say that if you set up the Cavendish 40 times, it would fail 30 times.
But yeah, you're right. Like, you're making a very massive leap in logic to applying it to everything we see around us.
Well, I mean, either the oscillation would be too slow, too fast, or there would be you'd observe no effect whatsoever. So if you go to so there's a bunch of physicists. The YouTube channel is called 60 Symbols. There's physicists from the University of Cambridge in UK, and they take a professional grades Cavendish. They try to demonstrate the experiment, and want to know what happens? Nothing happens. They get so frustrated with it, they actually saw it in half.
Well, I seen one who was pushing it with a magnet. He had like a large magnet, and it was pushing so there's just so many variables with the string and how it's set up, and down to like the knots that's used, or there's just so many variables. Like, it's just, I don't know, does my head in.
How massive is a Christmas bulb?
Can you hear me? I think I'm cutting out.
Yeah, we can hear you. Listen, I got a quick question. How far away is the sun?
93 million.
93 million what?
Is it, I guess, miles? We do kilometers here, but...
So, but it's a measurement, right? Direct physical measurement, miles or kilometers or both?
Yeah, I guess so.
So how did they get that measurement?
Then they just look at it and go, yep, 93. I don't know.
Okay. Thanks.
They're just... Wait, wasn't it like Venus or something? They're like, yeah, Venus is the same size of Earth, therefore, blah, blah, blah.
When was that mission?
I don't know. That's just what I'm told. Don't worry, I'm not a glober, so don't think I'm a glober.
I can tell, at least so far. You're saying all the right stuff.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how they... Well, the whole... It's not the laser to the moon. They measure the distance to the moon, the laser. I don't know, that's just all crackpot.
I like that story. It's fun.
Because what do? They like shoot billions of laser. I know, and if they get one particle back with their sensor, then they're like, oh my god.
You know that they shot the laser into where the moon was not, and it bounced back the exact
without the reflectors.
It reflected off of nothing and came back the same amount of times as it did when they aimed at the moon.
Well, I don't know, because don't they bounce signals off the ionosphere, or it could be the thing above us or whatever, so it could be just bouncing off that.
It's very adventuresome sounding science. I can see why people buy it.
I mean, they can aim it into nothingness in the air, and they get back the same amount, percentage-wise, of bounce backs.
Dude, if you make nothingness a quantification, you can fucking say anything.
Yeah.
Chew on that.
That's it. They go through all these technical explanations where just, the common man can't really decipher it or go, have the time to go through it all. And so, you just put your hands up in the air and it's like,
Yep, 93 million miles. How long does it take to count to 93 million? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Well, I think 1 trillion seconds is 30,000 years or something.
How many years is 93 million minutes?
Cool. In minutes? I need Google for that.
Yeah, wouldn't we?
Search.
Yeah, I remember first getting into this because, I had trouble, with the molten core where I'm like, how the hell do they know what's down there? When we only dug 8 miles, like.
What if the guy who said he went there and figured it all out, he got to the center and got the radius and saw that it was molten and magnetic somehow? What if his name was Doug?
He dug there.
How far did you dig, Doug?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Got to keep it funny around here. Shit. I'll tell you what, I'm depressed about how little the Globers have. I sit and think about it. I get worked up sometimes, right?
You'd think they would be depressed, but they don't. They seem to be quite energetic about having nothing.
It's like watching a child grow up with the same toy the whole time, and you just keep trying to show them how to use it, and they just keep not using it right, and they keep breaking it, and you have to keep buying them new ones, and they just never listen. That's kind of like what it's to talk to a Glober right now.
I think it's just sad, grown adults can't still hang on to it, or it can't, it's like you're given this alternate view, like, that water seeks its level or whatever, and but they just deny it. They just won't be honest. Or just,
you know what's an
really
outrageous
weird.
claim? Yeah, I agree. You know, an outrageous claim is sea level is level.
Yeah, not sea curve.
And horizontal lines are clear evidence of curve. You guys, you flatties need to get your shit together. Because here in Backwards Land, it's April Fool's Day every day.
Well, what gets me is, I guess I've been talking about the surveyors, you know, the main surveyor, and I don't know if it's the geodesy and surveyors, like
yeah, it's geodetic surveying. Listen, none of us are geodetic surveyors.
That's the thing, like these
Nobody.
people exist.
So why are you talking about it?
I'm just saying, like I'd like to see.
No, not you.
more.
Them. Sorry.
I just like to see
the opposition.
More. But surely, like, there's surveyors out there who understand all this.
They know the whole deal. They're not going to go talk about it.
Yeah, true. I guess so.
That's how this whole thing gets by. Slides right under the old rug. Under people's noses. And they don't, it's because they don't care. It's not because they're not smart enough to get it. They couldn't be bothered with this. Not really.
Yeah, true. That's it. Just as long as they're paying the bills and the money's coming in, they don't give a shit.
Damn.
But it's because we sometimes get those pilots and stuff coming out. Like you think there'd be someone coming out going, I'm a professional geodesy or whatever. I can't really say it, but yeah, just come out, just give us the measurements. Don't even say who you are. Just do it.
And by come out, what do you mean? What kind of audience do you think he'd be able to grasp before they shut him down? How big's the audience gonna be?
Yeah, true that.
You feel me?
I know. Yeah, get where you're coming from.
I mean, what? We built a full hemp car running on itself. Okay?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, crazy. In fact, that was
hemp
so
oil,
cool.
hemp fuel. You can feed, clothe, and build structures with fucking hemp. Anyway, go ahead.
Did you see him put the sledgehammer to the car?
It's supposed to be a bulletproof car. Is that Elon?
No, what's his name? He done the hemp car way back in the 1920s.
Oh no, I didn't see it. No.
Yeah, they made the outer car, the shell, out of hemp fiber, which is 10 times stronger than steel, and they get a sledgehammer and smack the car with the sledgehammer, and it doesn't dent it.
That's incredible. I'm gonna build my next sledgehammer out of hemp. Cool, dude. Well, what do we got? What do we have? Any new globe arguments? Anything new that we should address to further embarrass them?
No, I've just been trying to get my head around the sextant, all that stuff.
Well, the funny thing about sextants is none of it has to be about getting around anything. It's triangles.
Yeah, so I'm going to get ready for work, but thanks for talking. Otherwise, I'll start posting stuff.
No problem, man. I didn't mean to scare you off. I hope you have a great day.
Hey,
damn.
Peace.
I'll say thanks for him and goodbye.
Yeah, that was nice. He's a sweet man. I'm not going to monologue. That guy was like the bread and butter for the moment, so I'll go on mute.
Great. Have a good night.
Hello.
I'll answer back to that. Hello, who was that? That you, Iron?
None of your business.
Uh-oh. Hostility.
I'm kidding. What's up, dude?
I know. I know. Oh, good. Oh, nothing. Just hanging out. Hoping for a good conversation to start up, but apparently it's not really happening quite at this moment. So trying to just be patient.
We'll get there. We need an antagonist.
I mean, I'm here, but like I'm working, and my cheap gas station $30 headphones are pretty shitty. Unless I'm coming in
If you
clear.
buy anything other than gas from a gas station, I question your sanity.
Oh, I'm a highway worker too, so you don't really got much option sometimes.
So gas is free for highway workers?
Gas is free in Iraq if you're an Iraqi citizen and you go to a gas station. They just give it to you. That doesn't seem fair.
Well, they make up the rules, I guess, for their own region. I wonder if I married a nice young Iraqi girl, if I would get free gas.
Depends on your definition of gas. She might be farting under the blankets.
Yeah, as far as I remember, that's always been free.
Just imagine if you could monetize it.
How many farts do you need for that?
You could probably get a mile out of 13 or 14 farts, depending on the methane content. Should feed her a bunch of vegetables if you want to power your vehicle. It's probably a lot easier just to buy gasoline.
Yeah, if you can afford it, I guess. No, I spend twice as much on gas in a month as I used to.
Do you remember when Trump was tweeting mean things and making everybody mad, but your gas was $2.46 a gallon? Now it's $4.40 because we don't have a president who's mean. Oh, cool. I did not approve of that price increase. Come on, man. I don't look at Twitter. I don't care what Trump is saying on Twitter. If gas is $2.40, that's great. If it's $4.20, fuck you. I hate you.
Yeah, especially when all they need to do is open up the gas lines again to import the gas, the oil back, just turn the pipelines back on, get the people back to work. Start making our own instead of buying it elsewhere.
Let's beg Saudi Arabia to give us cheap gas. How about no? Let's just pump our own. Fuck you. I hate you.
Oh no.
You'd be surprised how many wells are just capped off too. I got a friend of mine that inherited a bunch of land. His dad owns like did own thousands of acres, and they came in probably 30 years ago and started drilling on their property and hitting natural gas wells and oil wells, and they just capped them off, every one of them, and they're all over his property, all over. I don't know how many can't remember how many he has on their land now, but they're just sitting up there with a big concrete cap over them and a big metal cap that tightens down, and it's got the name of the oil company. I remember looking at one day, it said Chevron on it. Then he said that they get royalties every month
for not doing anything
or just letting them sit there capped off. Yep.
It's kind of like how they pay farmers to not grow crops because that would reduce the value of corn. Don't grow corn. Otherwise, it'll reduce the value of corn. We'll give you money if you just don't do it. What the fuck? Here's a great idea. Let's send money overseas that will never be returned into our own economy. Because we could do it, but we choose not to. But let's just give them the money and it'll never come back.
Oh. And that'll stimulate the economy quite well, won't it?
It's the anti-Reaganomics economic form.
It's like all these states around where I live, they've all made it recreational weed smoking on the left of me and the right of me, and where I live, it's medical use only, and so all these kids and all these people are driving across the border, going over there and spending thousands upon thousands of dollars every day, or even hundreds of thousands. I'm not quite sure how much, but it goes to the state next door. And
here's a quick question.
None of it comes here. It leaves our state and never comes back.
Why do we have to pay taxes when they're just printing money whenever they feel like it? If we don't pay taxes at all, they're just going to print money and make up for what we didn't pay. If they're willing to do that, print trillions of dollars of fucking cash, then why are we paying any money at all? Is it just to keep us economically hampered and, I don't know, poor?
Absolutely.
Why would I want to inherit $1 million when you're going to take 60% of it, and then when I spend the remaining 40%, and you're going to take an additional percentage out of that? What am I ending up with? Out of $1 million, I get what, $180,000 cash value? Fuck you. I hate you.
Well, that's when you give, obviously, as much as you possibly can to charity in your own state, in your own area. Stimulate as much as you can by not giving it to the government.
Right, so we go and donate it to 501(c) corporations that keep 98% of it for themselves and pass on 2% to where it's intended to go.
No, you'd have to choose and pick your donations a little better than that one.
Did you guys see during what do you call it, a press conference or some shit, the lady in blue with the red hair or whatever? One of the people asking the questions was like, so before you said the gas prices were rising because of the lockdown, and now you're saying it's because of Russia. It's like, when are you gonna, actually come forth with the truth? And she was just like, next question.
Move along. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up. I'll circle back to that. Oh, shut
Nothing
up.
to see here. Nothing to see here. Move along.
And also,
I'm going to circle back later.
Doesn't America get 10% of their oil from Russia? Isn't it just 10%? How does
Not even.
Not even? Yeah.
Like
How does
six.
an increase come from 10% supply?
And why did it happen 6 months before the war in Ukraine? I don't know.
Like right now, I gotta pay $1.91 for fucking premium a liter.
You sound like Canadian.
Oh, how about just out for a rip, bud?
Well, if you're buying it by the liter, bud, it's kind of not even like realistic. I think we need Ricky from Trailer Park Boys to run Canada. Change my mind.
I can't. I fucking agree, man. It wouldn't just be Ricky though; it'd have to be all of them.
Bubbles would make it work out. He could handle the math.
Rest in peace, lady. Rest in peace.
Goodness.
Someone broke my fucking loader, so I gotta drive this piece of work. Or is this a Ford? Yeah, obviously it's a Ford.
Speaking.
If somebody was dumping wood chips and asphalt shavings and 13 tons of garbage on your land, what would you do?
I would use it. I would resell it. People beg for that, especially when it comes to asphalt. You know how expensive asphalt is, man? Like, depending on where you are, like 70 to $100 a home.
I own a lot of land, and my neighbor has been dumping shit on my property. It's like it's their holding property, their holding grounds. Like, oh, I'm gonna put this here and kill until I'm ready to use it. I'm fixing to bill them $1,000 a week for utilizing my land.
Yeah. There you go.
Is it asphalt?
I'd raise it to 5,000 because it's hazardous waste.
How about 25,000?
There you go.
Get it off of my fucking land, asshole. What's he gonna do? Say, oh, geez, you can't do that. No, I can. I can charge you rent.
No, what you can do is you can hold it hostage too. What you got to do is every 50 yards or 50 feet, you need a no trespassing sign. Put those signs up every 50 feet. By law, you need it every 50 feet or yards. Look into that. And then hold his pal hostage. Be like, nah, man, you got to pay me if you want this back. You're gonna trespass. I got the cops right here, motherfucker.
See,
Or a shotgun.
the problem is I don't want to make it so expensive that he won't get it off of my land. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but you tell him, like, throw a fucking offer. If not, you're just gonna sell it.
There is a 3-ton pile of wood chips on my property that some dude dumped on it. I'm tempted to light it on fire.
You can light it on
Burn it.
fire. You can make a lot of money off that too. You could sell it for people's gardens. They pay stupid for that. Just tag them all up and fucking sell them, man. You got a little gold mine right there.
I'm trying to figure out how to make money off of it without destroying its value. And what you just said is kind of enlightening.
Yeah, no, you know how much money these wives and shit spend on their gardens and the season's coming up? They love wood chips, especially if it's like good, whatever, right? Have it at a discount price. Get the husbands in, be like, yo, if your wife's gonna buy chips, no, don't let her spend $1,000 on this shit. Here, spend $500 and I'll give you like a lot, you know? Dig them around a little, up the prices and go.
I'd be happy if I just said, hey, free wood chips, come and get them. And take his fucking wood chips off of my land. Just take them. What's he gonna do? Call the cops? Oh, I put these wood chips on somebody else's property and then somebody else is taking them away. Oh no. Fuck you. You have no basis. I'm kind of afraid to actually make enemies in the town that I'm in, but at the same time, with the same, I don't know, level of discord.
Well, have you talked to him yet at all?
Yeah, a month ago, I told him to get it the fuck off of here, and he said, "Oh, I had hand surgery, and I have all these reasons why I'm not able to do it." Blah 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 blah. Give me 4 days, and it's been a month. And 3 years ago, I told him to get that fucking shit off of there, and he's only added more piles.
Yep, fence it off and call it private property. And then put up no trespassing every 50 feet and hold that shit hostage. Because he's either one, just dumping it there, not caring about it, being like a waste yard because he doesn't want to pay the fee to dump it at a yard, or two, he's like legit just holding it there. So,
I want to shoot him.
Make that money, man. World's coming to a fucking end.
Get it off my property, or you can pay me, or I will shoot you. Take your pick. I hate conflict. I don't want to have to be the mean person. But at the same time, I'm totally over him taking advantage of me.
Then
He can suck my D.
Put up a sign saying what you want to say. Put up a sign saying, hey, if you don't get it off here, I'm going to put up a fence, claim this is private property, and sell all this shit. Put up a
I'm
sign.
thinking about putting up a sign that says, if you are using my land, then you owe me $1,000 per day. If I post that, then I could take him to civil court and get $30,000 within a month.
No.
Another good way.
I hate conflict. I don't want an issue, but I've been pushed too far. Oh, my poor hands. I had to get surgery on my hands for carpal tunnel. I don't care. It's not my problem. You don't get to use my property as your fucking loading ground. Fuck you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there is a cure for carpal tunnel, and it is get off your ass and do some exercises. And they're all on the internet. Just do this nerve glides, wrist exercises, all kinds of stuff. Different forms of push-ups and leans and different stretches. All stuff you can do all throughout the day. You don't need a gym or weights. And you certainly don't need surgery for carpal tunnel.
Tell me more.
His big excuse was, it rained recently, so it's muddy, and I can't do it.
It rained recently.
Until it dries out.
And my carpal tunnel doesn't like rain. And my shows weren't on last night, and I'm disappointed. I've had a bad day.
Rotate your wrist, stretch your fingers, stretch your thumb.
So here's what we got going on right now. A really quiet guy sounds like he put his phone in the back of his truck. And then there's another guy who is clearly in the restroom.
What was your exercises that you do?
Yes, exercises help with carpal tunnel. If you want me to help you... Fucking A, hang on. Check. Hang on.
I can't hang on. I have a carpal tunnel, and I'm struggling to hold.
You're losing me, bro. You're losing me.
That was funny.
Good. That was good.
Oh, nerve glide. Okay. That's weird.
Do you go to war with somebody that you don't have to go to war with them? Is it a mistake to enter into a voluntary conflict? You can't unpull that pin from the grenade, you know what I mean?
Sure. It's on the situation.
Yeah, it sounds like it's pretty minor. I would just fucking bag it up and get it off your property yourself.
It almost sounds like you don't want to be talking, but you're saying something anyway. Could you get behind some umph in there? Talk to us a little bit, please, out loud. Or at least put the mic closer to your face.
I'd probably just sell the stuff and move it out myself. Not worry about it anymore.
Sell the stuff? What's the stuff?
Hey man, whatever stuff you got, I'm selling. I'm holding.
Oh, that's great.
Well, that really changes my position. And I have
because I got a lot of stuff I need someone to hold on to. I'm just kidding.
You had a position. I've profoundly adjusted my reasoning on
I just so happen to have lots of pounds of stuff I need someone to just look at.
Unload it.
Keep track of for a while. Sorry.
Too much pipe, I hear
It's getting
you.
late.
How old are you anyway?
So I got some exercises coming y'all's way. First, you need to know what you're dealing with. So you got your Livestream voice text, you got your eyes. Take the eyes to the Livestream voice text. Check out the image. Get your meridian nerve, you got your carpal tunnel tendons. The tendons and the median, median nerve pass through the carpal tunnel in the wrist. So the tunnel is that little spot where everything goes in and out, the nerves and the tendons. The tendons can get damaged, build up with scar tissue, swell up, all kinds of stuff. Either pinching off the nerve there or causing lots of pain, or both, because the nerve can't freely do what it needs to do. Yada, yada, yada. And it happens in wrists a lot because what do? We use our hands and wrists quite often. Humans do every day. So, now, here is a very easy... I'll give you a couple images to keep your eyes on that voice text.
Okay, sir.
Okay, this next one's good, and I think it's got a video, like tons of videos on it. Hang on. Please, somebody talk about something while I'm doing this. I'm trying to find the right pictures.
Well, now, something is something to talk about, isn't it?
Tell us more, Batman.
Oh. You want an imitation of Batman? Huh?
Make your face.
I would actually prefer the Joker. Want to hear the Joker?
An invitation for what?
You tell us.
Okay, those are my favorite ones. The thumb stretch, the carpal stretch, and the extensor stretch. I put it in the live stream voice text. Those, you could do those anywhere, perform those anytime. The second one, the carpal stretch, is my favorite. You really get really down and dirty on it, and just make sure you straighten your arm out the whole way. Make like try to make as best you can 90-degree angle with that wrist there and the hand. You see what I'm saying, against the wall. Try to match that angle, and then do it upside down, right side up, sideways, all kinds of stuff to really get that going.
You know how I fucking realized that wrists are not
pretty good argument.
Fashionable.
I think that maybe it's time you sign off there, cowboy.
I'm good.
Know what I mean? Who's gonna buy your oh, see now I'm catching a little bit. Who's gonna buy that stuff all over your yard?
Joe no say.
Okay. Because even if I lived near you, I would have no idea how to help you out with that. I'd say burn it, shit, just like you said.
But the problem is, if I burn it or I taint it in some way, it's on my property. He could just walk away from it, and I don't have any recourse because
Can you make money off of it right now?
I could sell it as wood chips for fuel oil, not oil, but
Biomass.
I kind of just want to bash his skull in. Is that okay?
Negative.
Sell it as a marketable plushie.
I mean, I can think of worse reasons to bash someone's skull in, but that's a pretty bad one.
if somebody is trespassing in perpetuity on your property with their fucking garbage that they're dropping on your property,
How big is your property?
1.13 acres.
Are you able to see when this person does this?
Yeah.
Do you know who it is?
Yeah. I know where they live. I know their name. I
Just
know
go over there and be
everything
like,
about
dude,
them.
what the fuck? Clean it up.
I don't know why we're talking about
I
such a
said that.
simple issue.
You don't need anything but a baseball bat and a shirt on your back, fella. Just get over
But
there
he
and talk
said,
to him.
"Oh, I had surgery on my hands. I had to go to the hospital because I needed medical interactions on my hands."
For him, bro.
Fuck you.
Right? That's what you're doing.
Sounds like you're being a little too nice there.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely. You're 100% correct.
I'm telling you, don't use the baseball bat. Just have it. Go, chat a little bit. Have some tea. Work through some things.
He was like, "It's too muddy. I can't spread it where I meant to put it. So I have to wait for it to be dry. And it's a month later."
Spread it, toots.
I want to make his face look like a Picasso painting.
What's really going on, partner?
Yeah, you okay?
You seem tense. I don't know. I can't remember the last person I met that would have wanted to bash someone's face in for some wood chips. Caddy corner to their house. You know what I mean?
Well, there's actually 3 piles. There's a gravel pile. There's a wood chip
So
pile.
over 2 piles and their
there's-
face gets bashed in? Is that what it is? 3 piles? No way. 2 piles? We can talk about it.
It's him lying. Him lying for 4 years.
4 years? You said it's been a month.
Man, you sound gullible as hell.
It's been a month since I gave him an ultimatum.
You sound so gullible.
He's selling tomatoes. So you've known him for 4 years?
I've known him for 7.
7 years.
Yep.
Well, you know my position.
So your position is not to punch him in the face.
No. I mean, yes, that's my position. Don't hurt the man for this.
Just hold a baseball bat up to his door, and then he'll be scared and then clean it up.
Yeah, and like when you're talking, be really nice while you're talking to him, but be swinging the bat around. You know, like you know how to kind of
Yeah,
thing.
that's real smart. That way, when he pulls a gun on you and shoots you dead, then you have an excuse.
This guy doesn't sound like he's ever shot a gun in his life if he's complaining about mud.
Dude, this guy's gullible.
Yeah, he was like,
To
oh,
be
my
fair,
hand hurts.
he has invited me over to his house 2 times, and he cooked me steak and
So
nice,
this is on you
good
then.
steak.
At this point,
That's the only reason that I haven't enacted
gonna be
rational refractory.
yeah, but it's on your end now, dude. You've basically totally forgiven him and said bygones are bygones by letting him cook you a steak.
And now you understand my contradiction.
You have to fix this. Just go over there again one more time. Be like, bro, I love you to death, but I don't want to have to do that. Get the shit cleaned up.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I would like
do
it
you know
to
who
be
you're talking to
clear.
right now? I'm just kidding.
If I'm gonna get violent on somebody, I would like it to be a little more clear.
Just don't do violent things to people as much as possible.
I don't want to.
I don't care. Life is about wanting. So
I know it's off topic, but I'm looking at an extremely bright moon, and I just wanted to take a moment of silence for the reflective dirt up there. Incredible.
Gorgeous. It really is gorgeous. Whatever the hell the moon is.
What do you mean reflective dirt?
Oh, the powdery
Reflective
stuff
dirt?
you can kick around, just reflecting all that beautiful light. It's just incredible.
They're hiding precious metals from us so that the moon looks pretty.
Yeah, too much sarcasm. My bad.
I mean, what are we going to do, man? Until they give us an instance of globe evidence. Verifiable globe evidence. Until they do that, we got to just twiddle our thumbs, have a little fun.
I mean, my shadow is so perfect from the moonlight right now. How does it not get people to think about the reflective dirt?
It is bright. I will tell you this. God, it's just so beautiful. Wouldn't you want to go back? You know what I mean? Had you been there, wouldn't you want to go back?
To the land of endless deception? No, I'm all right.
You know, it's $25 an acre on the moon. That's the official price right now.
Wait, you can buy an acre on the moon?
Yep. And Mars.
And Mars?
Put Chip and Thomas.
It's only $5 more expensive on Mars.
Who gets the money?
Satan.
Who?
I'm just kidding.
Man, you fucking strung me along, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think that word can only be said 2 more times in a day, otherwise they shut the shit down. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to sell planets and acres of planets. People would
No,
fucking buy
they
it right
are.
up.
Dude, let me find the websites here.
What?
Hang on. Did you think I was joking?
Yes.
That's an
No.
Elon Musk
Look at
moment.
what they already believe anyway. How could you think that that's a joke? Here, hang on. Go ahead, guys. I'm going to find the shit. Somebody's got to keep the thing going. Yeah, you can buy property on Mars, so I'm typing it in. Property on Mars.
Can I send his neighbors?
And then, and not only, it's the buymars.com, guys. Got to catch up here. It's not even like some, obscure person's website or some weird companies. It's buymars.com. And
do they accept Cash App or like PayPal?
Oh man, I don't know. Hold on.
Probably Bitcoin.
Okay, there it is in the live stream voice text. Making fun of us. But yeah, you can buy land on Mars. Oh my goodness. And then I clicked the link and I get an immediate live support chat window popping up. Ask us anything. Customer support Wow, that's crazy. I didn't even ask for this. This might be legit, guys. There might be a person sitting back there trying to... Let's see. Customer support. Need a last-minute gift? Visit https://mars.bymars.com and receive your Mars acre of land via email, PDF in minutes. 15% off, coupon code 15OFF.
Listen, man, I'm just going to buy a bunch of it now, all right? And then when Elon gets us there, it'll be worth a lot of fucking money, all right? I got this all planned out. This is going to work. Probably put my whole life savings into it. I'll get like 16th of the planet. and then yeah, it'll be worth a lot pretty soon.
And they're buying it. It's too much, man. Too many puns. Too much irony. Too much. Like, this is so stupid. Where do we live right now? Is this a movie? Remember when there were boys and girls?
One that can see.
Remember when you had boys and girls and that was it? Remember that? Sorry.
I remember when all you had to really worry about is getting beat up after school by some boat.
Man, your volume sucks, dude. Rookie. You gotta keep it consistent somehow. Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
You
If I did.
You can't hear me.
There we go. Well, I turned you up massively. That's now why I can hear you.
Well, it's my bad. I had my headset was tucked into my shirt. I put my jacket on to come outside, and it's cold, so
got it.
It got stuck in there. My bad. Now, what was I saying?
I don't know what you smoking on though.
Nothing yet. I'm about to though. But don't tell me.
Like, I could read this whole thing and crack people up. It's true. You too can become a Planet Mars landowner by purchasing acres of land on Planet Mars from BuyMars.com. Lunar Land Company is the world's first recognized celestial real estate agency and has been selling land on the planet Mars for decades. Lunar Land is one of the first companies in the world to file for a legal trademark and copyright for the sale of extraterrestrial property within the confines of our solar system. Don't be fooled by phony BuyMars companies with no claim. Yep.
Oh, you mean there's competitors who are faking it? No.
Yep.
No way. Wow, we better get in on this before it's too. Wait, I got $12 in my wallet. Can I put that in?
Dude, I got 5 on it. All we need is one more deep pocket. Boy, we could get.
Do we have any other takers? Nope. Okay. Well, damn it. Oh well. We're gonna be owing you in 3 weeks. Don't worry.
Hold on. And they have plans
I
too.
have $14 in my pocket.
We're gonna own the whole planet, and you're not gonna own shit. Huh?
You get 20 acres for $250. You get.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not sure I could get through this without laughing.
I don't know if I can either. I'm sorry. I'm not a good liar. I guess.
Okay. Check it out. For $250, you get 20 Mars land acres, Moon Mars documents, futuristic packaging, name on Mars deed, automatic registration, Mars deed framed, Mars pledge framed, Mars map framed, and meteorite Mars rock.
Wait, hold on. Pledge. Wait a minute. So you're giving them money?
It's framed.
Well, if it's a pledge, then it's not. You're not buying anything, are you?
But they framed it, so it's real.
Oh, I see. Oh, so it's signed and it has a letter of what do you call it? Authenticity next to it.
It's got multiple colors and ink
As a
styles.
really, real fake moon, or
Correct.
excuse me,
Correct.
Mars
That's right.
property,
That's right. It's very
it's digital,
real.
right? Let me guess. It's digital.
The fakeness is real.
It's an NFT.
What's that mean, NFT? I don't know that.
Non-fungible token.
Non-fundable token?
Fungible.
Fungible?
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, Sir Elon Musk
You know when you get that stuff on your feet that makes them itch? Yeah, it's called.
You know, like those monkeys that people buy, those PNGs of monkeys.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, go to OpenSea.com.
No, I'm researching land on the moon now, and you can't stop me.
Here, wait. There you go.
Listen. If
Okay,
I can get a leg up on this Mars land before they go there, bro.
Mars land, dude.
I don't want to lose money on this.
It'll be called Molly and Wood.
Here you go. There's some NFTs.
They're expensive.
My joke wasn't that funny.
PNGs.
Zach, is that Zach talking?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't care about that. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
He's a Lego man.
I don't care about that, and I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm still trying to do this.
Yo,
Yeah, I got one. I got some funny stuff for you.
Astro Nerd says he has a question about flat Earth.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. I'm ready.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome.
It's not really a question, but I don't really have proof that the Earth isn't flat, but I think I have like a reasonable argument, maybe.
Okay. Well, let's hear it.
So I'm a big astronomy guy. I'm going to school for physics, astrophysics right now.
Sorry to hear that.
It's all right. I think it's fun.
Sorry, which
it's so I do a decent amount of observing for my research that I do, and
I can imagine. Yeah.
One thing I would like to point out is that you can see the orbit, the rotations of other moons on other planets. They're very circular.
Nice.
So could you like explain that to me in a flat Earth world? Like maybe other bodies have the ability to be round, but the Earth isn't in some way?
There's a lot to unpack there. What's that, Rookie?
I said, take it away, Glassful.
Oh, sure. Okay. So, man. When did you and with what did you make these observations? And pick one observation to talk about, because obviously you could you could say a million things.
So, for example, if you look at Jupiter, it has a good amount of moons on it that are observable with even the most cheapest telescope you could afford. And even within a few hours, you could see the dot orbit around the bigger dot and then follow behind it. If you keep looking, it will appear on the other side, which one would assume that it is orbiting another body. So,
okay, so banana exists, and therefore I can assume motion pictures.
Sure, but it's not really a picture. It's something that you can see in real time. You can just watch it. You don't need a picture.
So then we'll just take your word for that.
Well, you can see it yourself if you take the
I know,
time.
but none of us have done what you're talking about just yet, so we can't really agree or disagree because we haven't done what you're talking about.
Well, it's not very difficult to do. All you need
Okay, so I'll be right back. Just stay here, keep the conversation open, and I'll go perform all that shit and then come back. Do you see how kind of floppy that is? You can't use an argument that we can't verify right here, right now. And if we haven't already verified it, then it's really tough to talk about. Right? So I'd have to do the exact same thing that you just described. It doesn't matter if it's hard or easy. We can't verify it right now.
So you'd never looked through a telescope?
Here's what's happening. You're proposing a hypothetical that we would have to all of us go test and come back and talk with you about.
You can assume it's a hypothetical, but I would put money down that you'd see the same thing.
Oh, money. Well, then never mind. I'll totally take your word for that if you're going to put money on the line for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you keep using the word assume or assumption. That's not going to be good enough.
Okay. Well, I would say that if you look in the same spot of the sky that I'm looking at,